Introduction and Preface of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Introduction by Manuel Romero de Terreros, Marqués de San Francisco. Every man I will go with thee, and be thy guide, to thy most need to go by thy side. Frances Calderón de la Barca, born in Edinburgh, 1804, the daughter of William Inglis. After her father's death she settled in America, where she married the Spanish diplomat, Don Angel Calderon de la Barca. She accompanied him on his various appointments to Mexico, Washington, and finally to Madrid, where she was created Marquesa de Calderon de la Barca by Alfonso XII, and died in 1882. In the year 1843, two new books took the American public by storm. One was Prescott's History of the Conquest of Mexico, and the other Life in Mexico by Madame Calderón de la Barca. William Hickling Prescott was already known as an able historian on account of his scholarly Reign of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, which had appeared 4 years before, and elicited praise from all quarters. But his new work outran the former in that the author had succeeded in depicting one of the most stirring episodes of history, with the grandeur of an epic and the interest of a novel. It was therefore natural that a book with Prescott's endorsement should be favorably received by the general public. But Life in Mexico immediately attained wide circulation on its own merits, and was received with unbounded enthusiasm. Soon the slight veil that pretended to hide the author's name was drawn aside, and Madame Calderón de la Barca became famous in literary and social circles. Frances Erskine Inglis was born in Edinburgh in the year 1804. Her father, William Inglis, belonged to a distinguished Scottish family, related to the Earls of Buchan, and was a grandson of a gallant Colonel Gardiner, who fell in the Battle of Prestonpans, while her mother, a Miss Stern, before her marriage, was a celebrated beauty of her time. Fanny, as Frances was familiarly called, was still very young when her father found himself in financial difficulties, and decided to retire with his family to Normandy, where living was supposed to be cheaper. But William Inglis died a few years later, and his widow determined to settle in America. In the United States, Mrs. Inglis established a private school, first in Boston, later in Staten Island, and finally in Baltimore, and her daughter was a great help, for she immediately revealed herself as an excellent teacher. Besides, Fanny became a great friend of Ticknor, Lowell, Longfellow, and especially of Prescott, who thought her ever lively and spiritual. In 1836 a special diplomatic mission from Spain arrived at Washington, and at its head came Don Angel Calderón de la Barca, a gentleman of high social standing and an accomplished man of letters, who naturally enough soon established literary relations with William Prescott, then at work on his History of the Reign of Ferdinand and Isabella. In this connection he became acquainted with many of Prescott's friends, the English ladies among others, and the result was that he fell in love with the accomplished Fanny, and married her in 1838. Shortly afterwards Don Angel was appointed Isabel II's minister to Mexico, the first Spanish envoy to the young republic that had formerly been the kingdom of New Spain. The newly married couple accordingly started on their journey to Mexico, which was destined to be a long one, even for those days, for they left New York on October 27th, and did not reach their destination until the 26th of the following December. Calderon's mission to Mexico lasted somewhat more than 2 years, during which time he and his wife, says Prescott, lived much at their ease, and were regaled in prints. In spite of Don Angel's delicate diplomatic duties, and her own frequent social engagements and strenuous excursions, Fanny Inglis Calderon found time to write almost daily letters, most of them of considerable length, to relatives and friends. These letters constituted the basis of the present book when they were collected and published, with certain necessary omissions, simultaneously in London and Boston in 1843, under the title of Life in Mexico, during a residence of 2 years in that country. The book was provided with a short but substantial preface by Prescott. That same year saw Don Angel Calderon de la Barca transferred to Washington as Spanish minister, a post in which he not only discharged his diplomatic duties with much ability, but also frequented the literary circles and even found time to translate several works into Spanish. In 1853 Calderon was recalled to Spain by his government and arrived at Madrid on September 17th with his wife, who had recently become a Catholic. A year later he was appointed Minister of State in the cabinet of the Conde de San Luis, and thus became an actor in the troubled drama of that period of Isabel II's reign. When finally the unpopularity of the government culminated in a general rebellion, Calderon managed to escape the unjust fury of the rabble by hiding first in the Austrian and later in the Danish legation, until he was able to cross the frontier and take refuge in France. The events that Madame Calderon had witnessed in Spain moved her to write that entertaining book, The Attaché, in Madrid, which, pretending to be a translation from the German, appeared in New York in 1856. The Calderons were able to retire to Spain after an absence of 2 years, but in 1861 Don Angel died at San Sebastian, just when he was expecting to move to a small villa which was being built for him nearby in picturesque Zarauz. Hard upon this event, Madame Calderon retired to a convent across the Pyrenees, but shortly afterwards Queen Isabel asked her to come back and take charge of the education of her eldest daughter, the Infanta Isabel, a request which, though at first respectfully declined, was finally accepted by her. From that time on, Madame Calderon became the constant companion of the Infanta Isabel, until the latter's marriage to the Count of Guernsey in 1868. She then returned to the United States, but only for a comparatively short time, for as soon as Alfonso XII came to the throne, Madame Calderon went back to Spain, and was created by him Marquesa de Calderon de la Barca. Thenceforward she led a very quiet life until her death in the royal palace of Madrid on February 3rd, 1882. Any radical change in the form of government is liable to be accompanied by disorders, and this is even more likely to be true in a country like Mexico, which has become famous for its frequent political troubles, and has been aptly called a land of unrest. In the 1840s the country witnessed many plans, pronunciamientos, and revolutions, which could not escape the vigilant mind of Madame Calderon, who often refers to them with a spice of delicate satire and irony which is not unkindly. After the long period of peaceful, if unexciting, viceregal rule, the government of the new republic had become the prey of political groups, headed by men who coveted the presidency chiefly impelled by a vaulting ambition, which in most cases overleapt itself. Madame Calderon drew faithful portraits of many of the politicians of those days, not stinting her praise to such men of honor as Bustamante, nor hiding her sympathy towards the much reviled Santa Anna. Naturally, as the wife of the Spanish minister, she feels occasionally bound to dwell somewhat disparagingly upon the existing state of things, as compared with the excellencies of the former viceregal regime. Thus, on visiting the older cities and establishments, she lays stress on the great benefits that the mother country had bestowed on her colonies, an opinion that, she states, was shared by the most distinguished persons in Mexico, who missed the advantages of the days of yore. "I fear we live in a paradise lost," she exclaims, "which will not be regained in our days." But this does not mean to say that she withholds praise where praise is due. On more than one occasion she extols the valor of a soldier, the talent of a minister like Cuevas, or the honesty and clear-sightedness of a politician like Gutierrez de Estrada. And when she refers to the rivalry that arose between the different parties, she has unbounded praises for the cadets of the military school, for their patriotic conduct and their loyalty to the legally established government. In Madame Calderon's time, the Mexican upper classes were an extension, so to speak, of the old viceregal society. Only the very young had not seen the Spanish flag flying over the public buildings, or had not been more or less acquainted with the last viceroys. The presidential receptions of a Bustamante or a Santa Anna in the National Palace, just as during the short reign of Agustin I d'Iturbide, were ablaze with brilliant uniforms, glittering decorations, fine dresses, and rich jewels, while at private parties the old family names and titles continued to be borne with the prestige of former colonial days. On the other hand, the relations between lord and servant are faithfully portrayed by Madame Calderon de la Barca. Speaking of life in a hacienda, she describes how the lady of the house sat at the piano, while the employees and servants performed the typical dances of the country for the benefit of guests and relatives, without suggesting any ideas of equality or disrespect, more or less in the fashion of the Middle Ages, when the lord and the lady of the manor sat at table with their servants, though the latter remained rigorously below the salt. With regard to the lower classes, Madame Calderon always sees the picturesque side of things, which she describes vividly and colorfully. It is to be regretted, particularly from a Mexican point of view, that Fanny Ingles or her editor should have thought it expedient only to give the first and last letters of the names of the more prominent persons of whom she speaks, a system which makes it difficult for a reader of later days to identify them, except in one or two cases. Many were the intimate friends of the Calderons, but especially the Conde de la Cortina, a well-known figure in society and in literary and scientific circles, the Marquis and Marquesa de Vivanco, and the Guerra Rodriguez, the fair Rodriguez, a celebrated beauty of her time, who is said to have been greatly admired by no less a person than Alexander von Humboldt himself. Naturally enough, Madame Calderon was a competent judge of her own sex, and was alert to the good qualities as well as to the foibles of the ladies of Mexico, whose excessive fondness for diamonds and, in some cases, too showy dresses elicit her mild criticism. Monastic life was one of the features of Mexico at that time. Most cities, large and small, were full of churches, monasteries, and convents, and Madame Calderon, who became a Catholic 3 years later, was not then well acquainted with the ceremonies and liturgy of the Church, and consequently falls into many errors on the subject, but when she describes her visit to a convent and the ceremony of the veiling of a nun, she writes some of her most picturesque and touching pages. Madame Calderon does not stint her admiration for the great buildings of the country, both civil and religious, though her descriptions betray only too often the influence of the romantic age in which she lived. Beautiful indeed as is her description of a garden in Tulansingo, she rises to real eloquence before some of nature's pageants, admiring a sunset over the monastery of San Fernando, walking under the shade of the centennial trees of Chalputepec, or wandering within the gigantic caverns of Cacaomilpa, the recollection of which, she says, rests upon the mind like a marble dream, and where an unfortunate traveller, years before, had lost his way and met a tragic death. Prescott's statement that Madame Calderon's letters were not intended originally for publication seems hardly credible, but, on the other hand, there is no proof for the suggestion that she had the letters of Madame d'Aulnoy in mind. Be that as it may, the fact is that just as the French Countess has left us a living picture of Spain in the late 17th century, in the same way the wife of the Spanish minister drew a most faithful pen portrait of the social, political, and even economic order in Mexico in the early 19th. As to Madame Calderon de la Barca's personal appearance, since a portrait of her, which is said to exist in the possession of a relative, has never been published, the reader is free to imagine that lively lady as it may best suit his or her individual fancy. That she was clever, well-read, and an excellent judge of character, as well as a true lover of nature and a keen observer of manners and customs, is evident in her letters, which constitute by common consent a most entertaining and truly delectable narrative which even the lapse of more than a century has not been able to mar. Preface. The present work is the result of observations made during a 2 years' residence in Mexico by a lady whose position there made her intimately acquainted with its society, and opened to her the best sources of information in regard to whatever could interest an enlightened foreigner. It consists of letters written to the members of her own family, and really not intended originally, however incredible the assertion, for publication. Feeling a regret that such rich stores of instruction and amusement, from which I have so much profited myself, should be reserved for the eyes of a few friends only, I strongly recommended that they should be given to the world. This is now done, with a few such alterations and omissions as were necessary in a private correspondence, and although the work should derive more credit from the author's own name than from anything which I can say, yet as she declines prefixing it, I feel much pleasure in making this statement by way of introduction to the public. William H. Prescott, Boston, December 20, 1842. End of preface. End of introduction of Life in Mexico. Glossary of Spanish or Mexican words which occur in the course of the work, which are generally explained when first used, but which being repeated, the reader might forget and wish to refer to. Of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Administrador, agent. Alameda, public walk with trees. Aquador, water carrier. Alacrán, scorpion. Anquera, coating of stamped gilt leather, edged with little bells, which covers the back of the horses. Arriero, muleteer. Arroba, Spanish weight of 25 pounds. Azotea, the flat roof of a house. Barranca, ravine. Boteca, apothecary's shop. Calle, street. Cargadores, men who carry loads. Chinguirito, spirit made from sugar cane. Chile, hot peppers. Compadre and comadre, godfather and godmother, names by which two persons address each other who have held the same child at the baptismal font or have been sponsors together at a marriage, etc. Canónigo, canon or prebendary. Comiscos, actors. Camarista, lady of honor. Dia de Años, birthday. Dulces, sweetmeats. Diario, daily newspapers. Frisones, large horses from the north. Función, solemnity, festival. Frijoles, brown beans. Galopina, kitchen girl. Garbanzos, chickpeas. Gachupin, name given to the Spaniards in Mexico. Garita, city gate. Goleta, schooner. Gentuza, rabble. Honras, funeral honors. Hacienda, country place. Ingenio de azúcar, sugar plantation. Invalidos, disabled soldiers. Jarro, earthen jar. Ladrones, robbers. Leperos, beggars, low persons. Litera, litter. Montepío, office where money is lent on security. Mezcal, brandy distilled from pulque. Manja, cloak made of cloth with a hole in the middle for putting the head through. Novios, betrothed persons. Nuestro amo, our master, used in speaking of the host. Ojo de agua, spring of water. Portales, covered with portico, supported by columns. Pulqueria, shop where pulque is sold. Paseo, public walk. Paso, pace, pacing. Padrino, godfather. Plaza, square. Patio, courtyard. Petate, matting. Poblana, woman of Puebla. Pronunciamiento, a revolution in Mexico. Pronunciados, those who revolt. Rancho, a farm. Ranchero, farmer. rebozo, a scarf that goes over the head. Reja, iron grate. Sopilote, species of carrion vulture. Sarape, a woolen blanket more or less fine with a hole for the head to go through. Traspaso, conveyance, transfer. Tilma, Indian cloak. Tierra caliente, the hot land. Tertulia, an evening party. Toreador, bullfighter. Tortilla, species of thin cake. Tortillera, woman who bakes tortillas. Vaca, joint stock in gambling. Vomito, name given to the yellow fever. Venta, inn. End of glossary of Spanish or Mexican words which occur in the course of the work, which are generally explained when first used, but which, being repeated, the reader might forget and wish to refer to. Letter the First of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the First. Departure of the Norma. Last look of New York Bay. Fellow passengers. Contrary winds. Deceitful appearances. Sunset in southern latitudes. Seas passed over by Columbus. Varied occupations on shipboard. Berry Islands. Bahama Banks. Evening in a tropical sea. L.E.L. Pan of Matanzas. Morro Castle. Bay of Havana. Arrival. Handsome house in Havana. Sights and sounds. Packet ship Norma, October 27th, 1839. This morning at 10 o'clock we stepped on board the steamboat Hercules, destined to convey us to our packet with its musical name. The day was foggy and gloomy, as if refusing to be comforted, even by an occasional smile from the sun. All prognosticated that the Norma would not sail today, but where there's a will, etc. Several of our friends accompanied us to the wharf, the Russian minister, the minister of Buenos Aires, Mr. , who tried hard to look sentimental, and even brought tears into his eyes by some curious process, Judge , Mr. , and others from whom we were truly sorry to part. The Norma was anchored at one of the most beautiful points of the bay, and the steamboat towed us 5 miles until we had passed the Narrows. The wind was contrary, but the day began to clear up, and the sun to scatter the watery clouds. Still there is nothing so sad as a retreating view. It is as if time were visibly in motion, and as here we had to part from . We could only distinguish, as through a misty veil, the beauties of the bay, the shores covered to the water's edge with trees rich in their autumnal coloring, the white houses on Staten Island, the whole gradually growing fainter, till, like a dream, they faded away. The pilot has left us, breaking our last link with the land. We still see the mountains of Neversink and the lighthouse of Sandy Hook. The sun is setting, and in a few minutes we must take our leave, probably for years, of places long familiar to us. Our fellow passengers do not appear very remarkable. There is Madame A., returning from being prima donna in Mexico, in a packet called after the opera in which she was there a favorite, with her husband Señor V. and her child. There is M. B., with moustaches like a bird's nest, a pretty widow in deep affliction, at least in deep mourning, a maiden lady going out as a governess, and every variety of Spaniard and Habanero. So now we are alone, C and I. and my French femme de chambre, with her air of dowager duchess, and moreover seasick. 28th. When I said I liked a sea life, I did not mean to be understood as liking a merchant ship, with an airless cabin, and with every variety of disagreeable odour. As a Frenchwoman on board, with the air of an afflicted porpoise, and with more truth than elegance expresses it, tout devant point me malheur de Cologne. The wind is still contrary, and the Norma, beating up and down, makes but little way. We have gone 74 miles, and of these advanced but 40. Every one being seasick today, the deck is nearly deserted. The most interesting object I have discovered on board is a pretty little deaf and dumb girl, very lively and with an intelligent face, who has been teaching me to speak on my fingers. The infant heir of the house of has shown his good taste by passing the day in squalling. Mr. B, pale, dirty, and much resembling a brigand out of employ, has traversed the deck with uneasy footsteps, and a cigar appearing from out his moustaches, like a light in a tangled forest, or a jack-o'-lantern in a marshy thicket. A fat Spaniard has been discoursing upon the glories of olla podrida. Our rest, we are slowly pursuing our way, and at this rate might reach Cuba in 3 months. And the stars are shining, quiet and silvery. All without is soft and beautiful, and no doubt the Norma herself looks all in unison with the scene, balancing herself like a lazy swan, white and graciously. So it is without, and within. There is miserable seasickness, bilge water, and all the unavoidable disagreeables of a small packet. 31st. 3 days have passed without anything worthy of notice having occurred, except that we already feel the difference of temperature. The passengers are still enduring seasickness in all its phases. This morning opened with an angry dispute between 2 of the gentlemen on the subject of Cuban lotteries, and they ended up applying to each other epithets which, however much they might be deserved, were certainly rather strong. But by dinner time they were amicably engaged in concocting together an enormous tureen of gazpachos, a sort of salad composed of bread, oil, vinegar, sliced onion, and garlic, and the fattest one declares that in warm weather a dish of gazpachos with plenty of garlic in it makes him feel as fresh as a rose. He must indeed be a perfect bouquet. The opening of morning is dramatic in our narrow cabin. About 20 voices in Spanish, German, Italian, and broken English strike up by degrees. From a neighbouring stateroom, Lindoso puts forth his head. "Steward, atumlar, there is no water." "Come in, sir, come in." "Caramba, steward!" "Come in, sir, come in." "Steward, Wasser or Tuel?" "Here, sir." "Amigo, how is the wind?" This is the waking up of El Señor Ministro, putting his head half suffocated out of his berth. "Oh, steward, steward!" "Yes, miss." "Come here and look at this." "I'll fix it, miss," etc. 1st of November. A fair wind after a stifling night, and strong hopes of seeing the Bahama Banks on Sunday. Most people are now gradually ascending from the lower regions, and dragging themselves on deck with pale and dejected countenances. Madame A. has such a sweet-toned voice in speaking, especially in her accents of her Bella Italia, that it is refreshing to listen to her. I have passed all day in reading, after a desultory fashion, Les Infantes d'Ouard, by Casimir de Lavine, Washington Irving, Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature, etc., and it is rather singular that while there is a very tolerable supply of English and French books here, I see but 1 or 2 odd volumes in Spanish, although these packets are constantly filled with people of that nation going and coming. Is it that they do not care for reading, or that less attention is paid to them than to the French or American passengers? One would think Cervantes, Lope de Vega, Calderon, or Moratin better worth buying than many commonplace novels which I find here. 3rd. Yesterday the wind blew soft as on a summer morning. A land bird flew into the ship. Today the wind has veered round, but the weather continues charming. The sea is covered with multitudes of small flying fish. An infantile waterspout appeared and died in its birth. Mr. the consul, has been giving me an account of the agreeable society in the Sandwich Islands. A magnificent sunset, the sight of which compensates for all the inconveniences of the voyage. The sky was covered with black clouds lined with silver, and surrounded by every variety of color, deep blue, fleecy, rose, violet, and orange. The heavens are now thickly studded with stars, numbers shooting across the blue expanse like messengers of light, glancing and disappearing as if extinguished. It is well to read the history of Columbus at sea, but especially in these waters, where he wandered in suspense, high-wrought expectation, and firm faith, and to watch the signs which the noble mariner observed in these latitudes, the soft serenity of the breezes, the clear blue of the heavens, the brilliancy and number of the stars, the seaweeds of the Gulf, which always drift in the direction of the wind, the little land birds that come like harbingers of good tidings, the frequency of the shooting stars, and the multitude of flying fish. As the shades of evening close around, and the tropical sky glitters with the light of innumerable stars, imagination transports us back to that century which stands out in bold relief amidst other ages rolling by, comparatively undistinguished, and we see as in a vision the discoverer of a world standing on the deck of his caravel, as it bounded over the unknown and mysterious waste of waters, his vigilant eyes fixed on the west, like a Persian intently watching the rising of his god, though his star was to arise from whence the day god sets. We see him bending his gaze on the first dark line that separated the watery sea from the blue of the heavens, striving to penetrate the gloom of night, yet waiting with patient faith until the dawn of day should bring the long-wished-for shores in sight. 6th. For 3 days, 3 very long and uncomfortable days, the wind with surprising constancy has continued to blow dead ahead. In ancient days, what altars might have smoked to Aeolus? Now, except in the increased puffing of consolatory cigar smoke, no propitiatory offerings are made to unseen powers. There are indeed many mourning signs amongst the passengers. Every one has tied up his head in an angry-looking silken bandana, drawn over his nose with a dogged air. Beards are unshaven, a black stubble covering the lemon-colored countenance, which occasionally bears a look of sulky defiance, as if its owner were, like Juliet, past hope, past cure, past help. 7th. This morning the monotony of fine weather was relieved by a hearty squall, accompanied by torrents of rain, much thunder, and forked lightning. The ship reeled to and fro like a drunken man, and the passengers, as usual in such cases, performed various involuntary evolutions, cutting right angles, sliding, spinning around, and rolling over, as if Oberon's magic horn were playing an occasional blast amidst the roaring winds, whilst the stewards alone, like Horace's good man, walked serene amidst the wreck of crockery and the fall of plates. Driven from our stronghold on deck, indiscriminately crammed in below like figs in a drum, weltering, as Carlyle has it, like an Egyptian picture of tamed vipers, the cabin windows all shut in, we tried to take it coolly in spite of the suffocating heat. There is a child on board who is certainly possessed, not by a witty malicious demon, a diable buteau, but by a teasing, stupid, wicked imp, which inspires him with the desire of tormenting everything human that comes within his reach. Should he escape being thrown overboard, it will show a wonderful degree of forbearance on the part of the passengers. 8th. The weather is perfect, but the wind inexorable, and the passengers, with their heads tied up, look more gloomy than ever. Some sit dejected in corners, and some quarrel with their neighbours, thus finding a safety valve by which their wrath may escape. 9th. There is no change in the wind, yet the gentlemen have all brightened up, taken off their handkerchiefs and shaved, as if ashamed of their 6 days' impatience, and making up their minds to a sea life. This morning we saw land, a long low ridge of hills on the island of Eleuthera, where they make salt, and where there are many negroes. Neither salt nor negroes visible to the naked eye, nothing but the gray outline of the hills, melting into the sea and sky, and having tacked about all day, we found ourselves in the evening precisely opposite to the same island. There are Job's comforters on board, who assure us that they have been 36 days between New York and la joya más preciosa de la corona de España. Footnote 1. The most precious jewel in the Spanish crown, the name given to Cuba. For my part, I feel no impatience, having rather a dislike to changing my position when tolerable, and the air is so fresh and laden with balm that it seems to blow over some paradise of sweets, some land of fragrant spices. The sea also is a mirror, and I have read Marryat's Pirate for the first time. Thus then we stand at 8 o'clock, P.M., wind ahead and little of it, performing a zigzag march between Eleuthera and Abaco. On deck the pretty widow lies in an easy chair, surrounded by her countrymen, who discourse about sugar, molasses, chocolate, and other local topics, together with the relative merits of Cuba as compared with the rest of the known world. Madame A. is studying her part of Elisabetta in the opera of Roberto de Verrou, which she is to bring out in Havana, but the creaking of the Norma is sadly at variance with harmony. A pale German youth, in dressing gown and slippers, is studying Schiller. An ingenious youngster is carefully conning a well-thumbed note, which looks like a milliner's girl's last billet doux. The little possédé is burning brown paper within an inch of the curtains of a stateroom, while the steward is dragging it from him. Others are gradually dropping into their berths, like ripe nuts from a tree. Thus we are all pursuing our vocations. 9th. Wind dead ahead. I console myself with Cinq-Mars and Jacob Faithful, but the weather is lovely. A young moon in her first quarter, like a queen in her minority, glitters like a crescent on the brow of night. Towards evening the long-wished-for lighthouse of Abaco, built by the English, showed her charitable and revolving radiance. But our ship, Penelope-like, undoes by night what she has performed by day, and her course is backward and crabbish. A delicious smell of violets is blowing from the land. 10th. A fair wind. The good tidings communicated by the A. Tur rayonante de joie. A fair wind and a bright blue sea, cool and refreshing breezes, the waves sparkling and the ship going gallantly over the waters. So far our voyage may have been tedious, but the most determined landsman must allow that the weather has been charming. Sunday at sea, and though no bells are tolling and no hymns are chanted, the blue sky above and the blue ocean beneath us form one vast temple, where, since the foundations of the earth and sea were laid, day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. This morning we neared the Berry Islands, unproductive and rocky, as the geography books would say. One of these islands belongs to a colored man, who bought it for $50, a cheaply purchased sovereignty. He, his wife and children, with their negro slaves, live there and cultivate vegetables to sell at New York, or to the different ships that pass that way. Had the wind been favorable, they would probably have sent us out a boat with fresh vegetables, fish and fruit, which would have been very acceptable. We saw, not far from the shore, the wreck of a two-masted vessel, a sad sight to those who pass over the same waters to sea. A brave vessel, who had, no doubt, some noble creatures in her, dashed all to pieces. Who had, at least, some of God's creatures in her? Anything but that. I am like Gonzalo, and would fain die a dry death. We are now on the Bahama banks, the water very clear and blue, with a creamy froth, looking as if it flowed over pearls and turquoises. An English schooner, man of war, a boy of war in size, made all sail towards us, doubtless hoping we were a slaver, but on putting us to the test of his spy-glass, the captain, we presume, perceived that the general tinge of countenance was lemon rather than negro, and so abandoned his pursuit. This evening on the Banks. It would be difficult to imagine a more placid and lovely scene. Everything perfectly calm, all sails set, and the heavens becoming gradually sprinkled with silver stars. The sky blue, and without a cloud except where the sun has just set, the last crimson point sinking in the calm sea, and leaving a long retinue of rainbow-colored clouds, deep crimson tinged with bright silver, and melting away into gray pale vapor. On goes the vessel, stately and swan-like, the water of the same turquoise blue, covered with a light pearly froth, and so clear that we see the large sponges at the bottom. Every minute they heave the lead. By the mark, 3. By the mark, 3, less a quarter. By the mark, 2½ 15 feet, the vessel drawing 13. 2 feet between us and the bottom. The sailor sings it out like the first line of a hymn, in short metre, doled out by the parish clerk. I wish Madame A. were singing it instead of he. By the mark, 3, less a quarter. To this tune, the only sound breaking the stillness of the night, I dropped to sleep. The captain passed the night anxiously, now looking out for lights on the Banks, now at the helm, or himself sounding the lead. For some must watch whilst others sleep, thus wags the world away. 11th. Beautiful morning, and fair wind. About 8 we left the Banks. Just then we observed that the sailor who sounded, having sung out 5, then 6, then in a few minutes 7, suddenly found no bottom, as if we had fallen off all at once from the brink of the bank into an abyss. A fellow captain and passenger of our captain's told me this morning that he spoke the ship which carried out Governor and Mrs. McLean to Cape Coast Castle, the unfortunate L.E.L. It does not seem to me at all astonishing that the remedies which she took in England without injury should have proved fatal to her in that wretched climate. We have been accompanied all the morning by a fine large ship, going full sail, the Orleans, Captain Sears bound for New Orleans, a long semicircular line of black rocks in sight, some of a round form, one of which is called the Death's Head, another of the shape of a turtle, and some 2 or 3 miles long. At the extremity of one of these, the English are building a lighthouse. 12th. We are opposite the pen of Matanzas, about 60 miles from Havana. Impatience becomes general, but the breeze rocks up and down, and we gain little. This day, like all last days on board, has been remarkably tedious, though the country gradually becomes more interesting. There is a universal brushing up amongst the passengers, some shaving, some with their heads plunged into tubs of cold water. So may have appeared Noah's Ark, when the dove did not return, and the passengers prepared for tierra firma, after a 40 days' voyage. Our Mount Ararat was the Morro Castle, which, dark and frowning, presented itself to our eyes at 6 o'clock p.m. Nothing can be more striking than the first appearance of this fortress, starting up from the solid rock, with its towers and battlements, while here, to remind us of our latitude, we see a few feathery cocoas growing amidst the herbage that covers the banks near the castle. By its side, covering a considerable extent of ground, is the fortress called the Cabana, painted rose color, with the angles of its bastions white. But there is too much to look at now. I must finish my letter in Havana. Havana, 13th November. Last evening, as we entered the beautiful bay, everything struck us as strange and picturesque. The soldiers of the garrison, the prison built by General Tacon, the irregular houses with their fronts painted red or pale blue, and with the cool but uninhabited look produced by the absence of glass windows, the merchant ships and large men of war, vessels from every port in the commercial world, the little boats gliding amongst them with their snow-white sails, the negroes on the wharf, nothing European. The heat was great, that of a July day, without any freshness in the air. As we approached the wharf, the noise and bustle increased. The passengers all crowded upon deck, and we had scarcely anchored when various little boats were seen making for the Norma. first boat brought an officer with the salutations of the Captain General to His Excellency, with every polite offer of service. The second boat brought the administrator of the Intendente, the Count de Villanueva, with the same civilities. The third, the master of the house where we now are, and whence I indite these facts. The fourth, the Italian opera, which rushed simultaneously into the arms of the A. The fifth, prosaic custom-house officers. The sixth, a Havana count and marquis. The seventh, the family of General M. Finally, we were hoisted over the ship's side in a chair into the government boat and rowed to the shore. As it was rather dark when we arrived, and we were driven to our destination in a volante, we did not see much of the city. We could but observe that the streets were narrow, the houses irregular, most people black, and the volante, an amusing-looking vehicle, looking behind like a black insect with high shoulders, and with a little black postillion on a horse or mule, with an enormous pair of boots and a fancy uniform. The house in which, by the hospitality of the H, a family, we were installed, has from its windows, which front the bay, the most varied and interesting view imaginable. As it is the first house, Spanish fashion, which I have entered, I must describe it to you before I sleep. The house forms a great square, and you enter the court, round which are the offices, the rooms for the negroes, coal house, bathroom, etc., and in the middle of which stands the volantes. Proceed upstairs and enter a large gallery which runs all around the house. Pass into the sala, a large cool apartment with marble floors and tables, and chaise lounges with elastic cushions, chairs and armchairs of cane. A drapery of white muslin and blue silk divides this from a second and smaller drawing room, now serving as my dressing room, and beautifully fitted up, with Gothic toilet table, inlaid mahogany bureau, marble centre and side tables, fine mirrors, cane sofas and chairs, green and gold paper. A drapery of white muslin and rose-coloured silk divides this from a bedroom also fitted up with all manner of elegances. French beds with blue silk coverlids and clear mosquito curtains and fine lace. A drapery divides this on one side from the gallery, and this room opens into others which run all around the house. The floors are marble or stucco, the roofs beams of pale blue wood placed transversely, and the whole has an air of agreeable coolness. Everything is handsome without being gaudy, and admirably adapted for the climate. The sleeping apartments have no windows, and are dark and cool, while the drawing rooms have large windows down to the floor, with green shutters kept closed till the evening. The mosquitoes have now commenced their evening song, a signal that it is time to put out the lights. The moon is shining on the bay, and a faint sound of military music is heard in the distance, while the sea moans with a sad but not unpleasing monotony. To all these sounds I retire to rest. End of letter the first. Letter the second of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the second. Havana aristocracy. Lucia de la Murmur. La Rossi and Montresor. Brig of War. Countess de V.A. Dinner at H's. Southerly winds. View from the balcony. Quinta of Count V.A. San Cristobal. Mass at San Felipe. Erard harp. Dinner at General M.O.'s. A dessert at Havana. Queen of Spain's birthday. Dinner at the Intendencia. La Pantanille. Theatre of Tacon. Railroad. Cure by lightning. Shops. Ball at the Countess F.A.'s. Last visit. Souvenirs. 15th. We expected hospitality and a good reception, but certainly all our expectations have been surpassed. and the last few days have been spent in such a round of festivity that not a moment has been left for writing. At home we have held a levee to all that is most distinguished in Havana. Counts, marquesses, and generals with stars and crosses have poured in and poured out ever since our arrival. I do not pretend to form any judgment of Havana. We have seen it too much en beau. Last evening we found time to go to the theatre. The opera was Lucia de Lammermoor. The prima donna, La Rossi, has a voice of much sweetness, sings correctly and with taste, is graceful in her movements, but sadly deficient in strength. Still she suits the character represented, and comes exactly up to my idea of poor Lucy, devoted and broken-hearted, physically and morally weak. Though the story is altered and the interest weakened, how graceful the music is, how lovely and full of melody! The orchestra is good, and composed of blacks and whites, like the notes of a piano, mingled in harmonious confusion. The theatre is remarkably pretty and airy, and the pit struck us as being particularly clean and respectable. All the seats are red leather armchairs, and all occupied by well-dressed people. At the end of the first act we went round to the Countess F a's box to return a visit which she had made me in the morning. We found her extremely agreeable and full of intelligence, also with a very decided air of fashion. She was dressed in fawn-coloured satin with large pearls. At the end of the second act Lucia was taken ill, her last aria missed out, and her monument driven on the stage without further ceremony. Montresor, the Ravenswood of the piece, came in, sung, and stabbed himself with immense enthusiasm. It is a pity that his voice is deserting him, while his taste and feeling remain. The house has altogether a French look. The boxes are private, that is, the property of individuals, but are not shut in, which in this climate would be suffocating. We passed out through a long file of soldiers. The sudden transition from Yankee land to this military Spanish negro land is dreamy. The General de la Marina, Inglis, admiral of the station, called some days ago and informed us that there is a brig of war destined to convey us to Vera Cruz. Amongst the ladies who have called on me, I find none more charming than the Countess de V a. Her voice is agreeable, her manners cordial and easy, her expression beautiful from goodness, with animated eyes and fine teeth, her dress quiet and rich. She is universally beloved here. I received from her, nearly every morning, a bouquet of the loveliest flowers from her quinta, roses, carnations, heliotrope, etc. The dinner at H a's to-day was a perfect feast. I sat between the Count de F a and the Count de S v, a millionaire. Everything was served in French white and gold porcelain, which looks particularly cool and pretty in this climate. The Count de P r was there and his brother, the latter a gentlemanly and intelligent man, with a great taste for music, and whose daughter is a first-rate singer and a charming person. After dinner we rose, according to custom, and went into an adjoining room while they arranged the dessert, consisting of every imaginable and unimaginable sweetmeat, with fruit, ices, etc. The fruits I have not yet learned to like. They are certainly wonderful and delicious productions of nature, but to eat eggs and custards and butter of the trees seems unnatural. The heat to-day is terrible, with a suffocating south wind blowing, and were the houses not built as they are, would be unbearable. The dinner is served in the gallery, which is spacious and cool. After dinner, Señor Don P o, H a rose, and addressing C n, pronounced a poetical impromptu, commemorating the late victory of Espartero, and congratulating C n on his mission to the Mexican Republic. We then adjourned to the balcony, where the air was delightful, a cool evening breeze having suddenly sprung up. A large ship, full sail, and various barks, passed the view from the balcony Moro. There were negroes with bare legs walking on the wall, carrying parcels, etc. Volantes passing by with their black-eyed occupants, in full dress, short sleeves and flowers in their hair, well-dressed, martial-looking Spanish soldiers marching by, and making tolerably free remarks on the ladies in the volantes. We had a visit from the Capitán General. In the evening we went out to see the Countess de V a at her party quinta, a short way out of town, and walked in the garden by moonlight, amongst flowers and fountains. The little Count is already one of the chamberlains to the Queen, and a diamond key has been sent him by Queen Christina, in token of her approbation of his father's services. These country retreats are delightful, after the narrow streets and impure air of the city. We saw there a good engraving of Queen Victoria, with the Duchess of Sutherland and Lady Normanby. 17th. Yesterday we went to see the procession of the patron saint, San Cristobal, from the balconies of the Intendencia. It is a fine, spacious building, and together with the Captain General's palace, stands in the Plaza de Armas, which was crowded with negroes and negresses, all dressed in white, with white muslin and blonde mantillas, framing and showing off their dusky physiognomies. 2 regiments, with excellent bands of music, conducted the procession, composed of monks and priests. San Cristobal, a large figure with thick gold legs, surrounded by gold angels with gold wings, was carried by to the music of Suoni la tromba, to which were adapted the words of a hymn in praise of liberty. We attended mass in the morning in the church of San Felipe, and entered, preceded, according to custom, by a little negro footman carrying a piece of carpet. There were few people in church, but the grouping was picturesque. The black faces of the negresses, with their white mantillas and white satin shoes, the black silk dresses and black lace mantillas of the Havana ladies, with their white faces and black eyes, and little liveried negroes standing behind them, the officers, music, and long-bearded priests, all were very effective. Found on my return an excellent Erard harp sent me by the Marquesa de a pretty woman, and female Croesus. A splendid entertainment was given us today by General M.O. His house is large and cool. The dinner, as usual, in the gallery, and although there were 97 guests, and as many negroes in waiting, the heat was not oppressive. The jewels of the ladies were superb, especially the diamonds of the M family, sprays, necklaces, earrings, really beautiful. The Marquesa de A wore a set of emeralds the size of small eggs. She had a pretty, graceful-looking daughter with her, with beautiful eyes. Even the men were well sprinkled with diamonds and rubies. The dessert, from variety and quantity, was a real curiosity. Immense vases and candelabras of alabaster were placed at different distances on the table, and hundreds of porcelain dishes were filled with sweetmeats and fruits, sweetmeats of every description, from the little meringue called mouthful for queen, to the blancmanger made of suprême de volaille and milk. After dinner our health was drunk, and another poetical address pronounced. The evening concluded with music and the Havana country dances. 20th. Yesterday, being the Queen of Spain's birthday, a dinner was given to us at the Intendencia. The house in size is a palace, and the apartments innumerable. The dinner very elegant, and the dessert arranged in another room, a curiosity as usual, for profusion and variety. Her Majesty's health was proposed by Don B.H., and so well timed, that all the guns of the forts fired a salute, it being sunset, just as the toast was concluded, which was drank with real enthusiasm and hearty goodwill. According to Spanish custom, the aristocracy generally se touchent and call each other by their Christian names. Indeed, they are almost all connected by intermarriages. You may guess at an inferior in rank only by their increased respect towards him. We stood on the balcony in the evening. The scene was beautiful. The temperature rather warm, yet delicious, from the softness of the breeze. The moon rose so bright that she seemed like the sun shining through a silvery veil. Groups of figures were sauntering about in the square under the trees, and 2 bands, having stationed themselves with lamps and music, played alternately pieces from Mozart and Bellini. We regretted leaving so delightful a scene for the theatre, where we arrived in time to hear La Pantanelli sing an aria, dressed in helmet and theatre of tacon tunic, and to see La Jota Aragonesa danced by two handsome Spanish girls in good style. One evening we went to the theatre of Tacon, to the Captain General's box. It is certainly a splendid house, large, airy, and handsome. The play was the Campanero de San Pablo, which, though generally liked, appears to me a complicated and unnatural composition, with one or two interesting scenes. The best actor was he who represented the blind man. The chief actress is an overgrown dame, all fat and dimples, who kept up a constant sobbing and heaving of her chest, yet never getting rid of an eternal smirk upon her face. A bolero, danced afterwards by two Spanish damsels in black and silver, were very refreshing. 23rd. Tomorrow we sail in the Jason, should the wind not prove contrary. Visits, dinners, and parties have so occupied our time that to write has been next to impossible. Of the country we have, from the same reason, seen little, and the people we are only acquainted with in full dress, which is not the way to judge of them truly. One morning, indeed, we dedicated to viewing the works of the Intendente, the railroad, and the water filterers. He and the Countess and a party of friends accompanied us. The country through which the railroad passes is flat and rather monotonous; nevertheless, the quantity of wild flowers, which appeared for the most part of the convolvulus species as we glanced past them, the orange trees, the clumps of palm and cocoa, the plantain with its gigantic leaves, the fresh green coffee plant, the fields of sugar cane of a still brighter green, the half-naked negroes, the low wooden huts, and still more, the scorching sun in the month of November, all was new to us, and sufficient to remind us of the leagues of ocean we had traversed, though this is but a halt on our voyage. At the village where the cars stopped, we listened with much amusement to the story of a fat, comfortable-looking individual who was cured by lightning in the following manner. He was in the last stage of a decline, when, one hot July morning, he was knocked down by a thunderbolt. A ball of fire which entered his side, ran all through his body, and came out at his arm. At the place where the ball made its exit, a large ulcer was formed, and when it dispersed, he found himself in perfect health, in which he has continued ever since. In such cases, the bottled lightning, demanded by Mrs. Nickleby's admirer, might be a valuable remedy. Of course, I could not leave Havana without devoting one morning to shopping. The shops have most seducing names: Hope, Wonder, Desire, etc. The French modistes seem to be wisely improving their time by charging respectable prices for their work. The shopkeepers bring their goods out to the volante, it not being the fashion for ladies to enter the shops, though I took the privilege of a foreigner to infringe this rule occasionally. Silks and satins very dear, lace and muslin very reasonable, was, upon the whole, the result of my investigation; but as it only lasted 2 hours, and that my sole purchases of any consequences were an indispensable mantilla and a pair of earrings, I give my opinion for the present with due diffidence. I can speak with more decision on the subject of a great ball given us by the Countess F a last evening, which was really superb. The whole house was thrown open. There was a splendid supper, quantities of refreshment, and the whole select aristocracy of Havana. Diamonds on all the women, jewels and orders on all the men, magnificent lustres and mirrors, and a capital band of music in the gallery. The Captain General was the only individual in a plain dress. He made himself very agreeable, in good French. About 100 couples stood up in each country dance, but the rooms are so large and so judiciously lighted that we did not feel at all warm. Waltzes, quadrilles, and these long Spanish dances succeeded each other. Almost all the girls have fine eyes and beautiful figures, but without colour or much animation. The finest diamonds were those of the Countess F a, particularly her necklace, which was undeniable. Walking through the rooms after supper, we were amused to see the negroes and negresses helping themselves plentifully to the sweetmeats, uncorking and drinking fresh bottles of champagne, and devouring everything on the supper tables, without the slightest concern for the presence either of their master or mistress; in fact, behaving like a multitude of spoilt children, who are sure of meeting with indulgence, and presume upon it. Towards morning we were led downstairs to a large souvenir suite of rooms, containing a library of several thousand volumes, where coffee, cakes, etc., were prepared in beautiful Sevres, porcelain and gold plate. We left the house at last to the music of the national hymn of Spain, which struck up as we passed through the gallery. Should the north wind, the dreaded norte, not blow, we sail to-morrow, and have spent the day in receiving farewell visits. We also went to the theatre, where every one predicts we shall not get off to-morrow. The play was "Les Gamins de Paris," translated. After our return, I paid a very late visit to the P.R. family, who live close by us, and now at 2 in the morning I finish my letter sleepily. Many beautiful souvenirs have been sent us, and amongst others the Count de S V has just sent C.N. a model of the Palace of Madrid, one of the most beautiful and ingenious pieces of workmanship possible. It is carved in wood with astonishing accuracy and delicacy. My next letter will be dated on board the Jason. End of letter the second. Letter the third of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the third. Departure in the Jason. Spanish captain and officers. Life on board a man-of-war. Balances. Fishing. Le Petit Tambor. Coconuts. A Norte. Spanish proverb. Peak of Orizaba. Theory and practice. Norte chocolatero. Contrary winds. Chain of mountains. Goleta. Jason, 24th November. This morning at 6 o'clock we breakfasted together with Captain Estrada, the commander of the Jason, at the Casa H, and the wind being fair, repaired shortly after in volantes to the wharf, accompanied by our hospitable host and several of our acquaintances, entered the boat, looked our last of the palace and the Intendencia, and of Havana itself, where we had arrived as strangers, and which now, in 15 days, had begun to assume a familiar aspect, and to appear interesting in our eyes by the mere force of human sympathy, and were transported to the ship, where a line of marines, drawn up to receive us, presented arms as we entered. The morning was beautiful, little wind but fair. We took leave of our friends, waved our handkerchiefs to the balconies in return for signals from scarcely distinguishable figures, passed between the red-tinted cabana and the stately Moro, and were once more upon the deep, with a remembrance behind and a hope before us. Our Bergantina is a handsome vessel, with 25 guns, 5 officers, a doctor, chaplain, and purser, and 150 men. We find the commander very attentive, and a perfect gentleman, like almost all of his class, and though very young in appearance, he has been 29 years in the service. 25th. The weather delightful, and the sheep going at the rate of 5 knots an hour. The accommodations in a brig not destined for passengers are of course limited. There is a large cabin for the officers, separated by a smaller one, belonging to the captain, which he has given up to us. At 7 o'clock C.N. rises, and at 8 a marine sentinel, transformed into a lady's page, whom we are taking to Mexico as porter, brings us some very delicious chocolate. He is followed by the captain's familiar, an unhappy-looking individual, pale, lank, and lean, with the physiognomy of a Methodist parson, and in general like a weed that has grown up in one night. He, tremblingly, and with most rueful countenance, carries a small plate of sugar biscuits. These originals having vacated the cabin, I proceed to dress, an operation of some difficulty, which being performed tant bien que mal, I repair upstairs, armed with book and fan, and sit on deck till 10 o'clock, when the familiar's lamentable announcement of breakfast takes us down again. The cook being French, comestibles are decidedly good, and were the artist a little less of an oil and more of a water painter, I individually would prefer his style. We have every variety of fish, meat, fowl, fruit, dulces, and wines. A very long interval has to be filled up by reading, writing, sitting, or walking upon deck, as suits the taste of the individual, or by drinking orangeade, or by sleeping, or by any other ingenious resource for killing time. At 5, dinner, at which no one joins us but the captain and one officer, and after dinner on deck till bedtime, walking about, or gazing on the sky or sea, or listening to the songs of the sailors. 26th. Little wind, but a day of such abominably cruel balances, as they call them, that one is tempted to find rest by jumping overboard. Everything broken or breaking, even the cannons disgorge their balls which fall out by their own weight. 28th. We have had 2 days of perfect weather, though very warm, the sky blue without one cloud. To-day we are on the Sound, and have lain to, about noon, to let the sailors fish, thereby losing an hour or so of fair wind, and catching a preposterous number of fish of immense size. The water was so clear that we could see the fish rush and seize the bait as fast as it was thrown in. Sometimes a huge shark would bite the fish in two, so that the poor finny creature was between Scylla and Charybdis. These fish are called cherne and pargo, and at dinner were pronounced good. At length a shark, in its wholesome greediness, seized the bait, and feeling the hook in his horrid jaw, tugged most fiercely to release himself, but in vain. 2 sailors hauled him in, when, with distended jaws, he seemed to look out for the legs of the men, whereupon they rammed the butt end of a harpoon down his throat, which put a stop to all further proceedings on his part. He was said to be quite young, perhaps the child of doting parents. The juvenile monster had, however, already cut 3 rows of teeth. We are sometimes amused in the evening, when upon deck, by a little drummer, who invariably collects all the sailors around him, and spins them long, endless stories of his own invention, to which they listen with intense interest. On he goes without a moment's hesitation, inventing everything most improbable and wonderful, of knights and giants and beautiful princesses and imprisoned damsels, and poor peasants becoming great kings. He is a little ugly, active fellow, with a turned-up nose, a merry eye, and a laughing mouth. Amongst his axioms is the following verse, which he sings with great expression. Hasta los palos del monte tienen su destinación. Unos nacen para santos, y otros para hacer carbón. Which may be translated so: even the mountain trees have their allotted goal, for some are born for saints, while others serve for coal. 29th. Beautiful day, fair wind, great heat, and more fishing. At least 30 large fish were caught this morning, also an infant shark, a grandchild who had wandered forth to nibble, and met an untimely grave. We have seen several alacrans, or scorpions, on board, but these are said not to be poisonous. The ship is the perfection of cleanliness. No disagreeable odour affects the olfactory nerves, in which it has a singular advantage over all packets. This, and having it all to ourselves, and the officers being such perfect gentlemen, and all so kind and attentive, makes our voyage so far a mere pleasure trip. We had some of the Countess de V.'s cocoanuts, of which she sent us a great supply, pierced this morning, each containing 3 tumblers of fresh and delicious water. 1st December. We are now about 30 leagues from Vera Cruz, and if the wind blows a little fresher, may reach it to-morrow. This is Sunday, but the chaplain is too sick to say mass, and the heat is intense. 2nd. An unpleasant variety. A norte. I knew it was coming on only by the face of the first lieutenant when he looked at the barometer. His countenance fell as many degrees as the instrument. It is very slight, but our entry into port will be delayed, for on the coast these winds are most devoutly dreaded. It has rained all day, and, notwithstanding the rolling of the ship, we attempted a game at chess, but after having tried 2 games, abandoned it in despair, a balance having, at the most interesting period of each, overturned the board, and left the victory undecided, somewhat after the fashion of Homer's goddess when she enveloped the contending armies in a cloud. 4th. Yesterday evening a south wind, and the Spanish proverb says truly, Sur duro, norte seguro. A south wind strong, the norther ere long. This morning the sky is covered with watery clouds, yet we can see the Cofre de Perote and the peak of Orizava, which are 30 leagues inland. The latter, called by the Mexicans Citlaltepetl, or the Mountain of the Star, from the fire which used to burn on its lofty summit, rises 19,551 feet above the level of the sea. Covered with perpetual snows, and rising far above clouds and tempests, it is the first mountain which the navigator discovers as he approaches these shores. But the south wind continues, and we are obliged to turn our back to the coast. There is much impatience on board. A was taken ill, and declared she had got the yellow fever. The doctor was sent for, who, very sick himself, and holding by the table to keep himself from falling, told her, without looking at her very particularly, that there was nothing the matter, only to keep yourself quite quiet and still, and the ship rolling at the same moment, he pitched head foremost out of the cabin, showing practically how much easier precept is than example. As we shall no doubt have a norther after this, which may last 3 days, our promised land is still at some distance. 5th. The weather is charming, but the southwest wind holds most implacably, and the barometer has fallen 5 or 6 degrees, which, added to other signs of the times known to navigators, causes all hands to prepare for the dreaded enemy. 6th. Job never was on board a ship. A norther, not a very severe one, but what they call a norte chocolatero, that is, its shock tore a sail in two as I tear this sheet of paper. The most ingenious person I see is the master of the sails. He sews most excessively quick and well. Towards evening the wind calmed, but the ship, tossed upon a horribly swelled sea, became a mortal purgatory. Still the wind is lulled, though Humboldt and others say norte must last 48 hours, and we have only had it for 24. We shall see. 7th. A most horrible night. My hammock, which I had foolishly preferred to a bed, not having room to swing in, threw me furiously against the wall, till fearing a broken head, I jumped out and lay on the floor. Today there is a comparative calm, a faint continuation of the norte, which is an air with variations. Everything now seems melancholy and monotonous. We have been tossed about during 4 days in sight of Vera Cruz, and are now further from it than before. The officers begin to look miserable. Even the cook with difficulty preserves his equilibrium. Sunday 8th. A norte. The sky is watery, and covered with shapeless masses of reddish clouds. This is a great day amongst all Spanish Catholics, La Virgen de la Concepción, the patroness of Spain and the Indies, but no mass today. The padre sick and the norte blowing. What a succession of long faces, walking barometers. 9th. Yesterday evening the wind held out false hopes, and every one brightened up with caution, for the wind, though faintly, blew from the right quarter. The rain ceased, the weather cleared, and hope the charmer smiled upon us. The greater was our disappointment when the breeze died away, when the wind veered to the north, and when once more the most horrible rolling seized the unfortunate Jason as if it were possessed by a demon. Finding it impossible to lie in my hammock, I stretched myself on the floor, where during a night that seemed interminable we were tossed up and down, knocked against the furniture, and otherwise maltreated. This morning there is a little wind, but that little from the north, so that the termination of our voyage appears as far off now as it did 8 days ago. The faces of all on board are calmly lugubrious. Little said, a few Spanish shrugs interchanged with ominous significance. 10th. As there is only one particular wind during which it is not dangerous to approach the coast, namely la brisa, the breeze which usually follows the norther, we may spend our Christmas here. The weather is beautiful, though very sultry, especially during the calms which intervene between the nortes. With books one might take patience, but I read and re-read, backwards and forwards, everything I possess, or can find, reviews, magazines, a volume of Humboldt, even an old volume of the Barber of Paris, Turkish letters, purporting to be the translation of a continuation of the Montesquieu's letters Parsanes, and in which the hero, disguised as a gardener, brings the vizier's daughter a bouquet, which she condescendingly receives, lying in bed à la Espagnole. I am now reduced to a very serious Spanish work on the truth of Christianity. This evening, to the joy of all on board, arose the long desired breeze. The ship went slowly and steadily on her course, at first 4, then 8 knots an hour. The captain, however, looked doubtingly, and indeed towards morning the wind changed to the south, and our hopes died away. 11th. Contrary wind, a south expected to be followed by a norte seguro. But now at 11 A.M. it is quite calm and very sultry, whilst, to increase, if possible, our weariness, a long range of lofty mountains stretches along the horizon, from Punta Delgada to the Cofre de Perote, and on till they seem to sink in the ocean. Behind the Cofre rises Orizava, now like a white cloud, but this morning tinged with a rosy light by the rays of the rising sun. The sea is tranquil, and the horizon clear, nevertheless the enemy is looked for. There are a few white and feathery clouds flickering about in the sky, and there is an uneasy swell in the waves. At 3 o'clock out burst the norther, which, like the flaming sword guarding the issues of paradise, waved over by that flaming brand the gate with dreadful faces thronged and fiery arms, seems to warn off all vessels from approaching these iron-bound shores, 11 days within a few hours' distance of the coast. 16th. 5 days more passed, with a continuation of contrary winds and constant rolling. We are further from hope than we were 14 days ago. Captain, officers, sailors, all seem nearly disheartened. This morning they caught the most beautiful fish I ever beheld, of the dolphin species, the Cleopatra of the ocean, about 4 feet long, apparently composed of gold, and studded with turquoises. It changed colour in dying. There is a proverb which the sailors are repeating to each other, not very encouraging. Este es el viaje del Orinoco, que el que no se murió se volvió loco. This is the voyage of the Orinoco, in which he who did not die became crazy. 17th. Spoke a goleta, who came close up by our vessel, and seemed to have a miserable set on board, amongst others a worthy pair from Havana, who had just come out of prison, having been accused of murdering a negro. The wind continues contrary. I shall fold up this sea scrawl, and write no more till we reach Vera Cruz. End of Letter the Third. Letter the Fourth. Of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the Fourth. Distant view of Vera Cruz. Pilots. Boat from the city. Mutual salutes. Approach to Vera Cruz. Crowd on the wharf. House of Dionisio. V. Guard of honor. German piano. Supper. Madonna. Aspect of the city. Sopilotes. Deliberations. General Guadalupe Victoria. Two-headed eagle. Dilapidated saint. Harp. Theatre. Donna Inocencia Martinez. Invitation from General Santa Anna. Vera Cruz, 18th. This morning the sanguine hoped, and the desponding feared, for the wind, though inclined to la brisa, seemed unlikely to prove sufficiently strong to enable us to reach Vera Cruz, this being the 25th day since we left Havana, a voyage that, with a steamer, might be performed in 3 days, and with a sailing vessel and a fair wind, is made in 6 or 7. About noon the aspect of things became more favourable, the breeze grew stronger, and with it our hopes. At last appeared in view, faintly, certain spires beside the low sandy land, which for some time we had anxiously watched, and at length we could distinguish houses and churches, and the fort of San Juan de Ulua, a warlike memory. By slow but sure degrees we neared the shore, until Vera Cruz, in all its ugliness, became visible to our much wearied eyes. We had brought a pilot from Havana to guide us to these dangerous coasts, but though a native of these parts, it seemed that a lapse of years had blunted his memory, for we had nearly run upon the rocks. A gun was therefore fired, and another pilot came out, who at sight of the Spanish flag waxed enthusiastic, and pointing out the castle to our ignorant friend, exclaimed, alluding to the desperate struggle made by the Spaniards to defend this their last stronghold at the end of the war. We, although but a handful of men, defended 4 years like soldiers, and now these Frenchmen took it in 3 days. And, walking about in a transport of patriotic despair, he seemed to forget his actual duty in the tide of remembrances which the sight of Spanish colours and a Spanish crew had called forth. Anything more melancholy, délabré, and forlorn than the whole appearance of things as we drew near cannot well be imagined. On one side the fort with its black and red walls, on the other the miserable black-looking city, with hordes of large black birds, called sopilotes, hovering over some dead carcass, or flying heavily along in search of carrion. Still as the goal of our voyage, even its dreary aspect was welcome, and the very hills of red sand by which it is surrounded, and which look like the deserts of Arabia, appeared inviting. A boat full of cocked hats was now seen approaching from the city, containing the consul in full uniform, and other authorities. C.N. having sent for and obtained permission from the governor to permit the Jason, contrary to established usages, to anchor beneath the castle, a salute of 20 guns was fired from our ship. Being upon deck, I was nearly suffocated with the smoke and powder. A salute of the same manner of cannon was then fired from the castle, in honour of the first Spanish man of war that has appeared in this port since the Revolution. And now we prepared, before the sun went down, to leave our watery prison, and the captain's boat being manned, and having taken leave of the officers, we, that is C.N., the commander, and I and my French maid and her French poodle, got into it. Then came a salute of 20 guns from the Jason in our honour, and we rode off amidst clouds of smoke. Then the fort gave us welcome with the same number of guns, and amidst all this cannonading we were landed at the wharf. A singular spectacle the wharf presented. A crowd, as far as the eye could reach, of all ages and sexes of Vera Cruzians, and a very curious set they seemed to be, were assembled to witness his Excellency's arrival. Some had no pantaloons, and others, to make up for their neighbours' deficiencies, had 2 pair, the upper slit up the side of the leg, Mexican fashion. All had large hats, with silver or bead rolls, and every tinge of dark complexion, from the pure Indian upwards. Some dresses were entirely composed of rags, clinging together by the attraction of cohesion, others had only a few holes to let in the air. All were crowding, jostling, and nearly throwing each other into the water, and gazing with faces of intense curiosity. But a plume of coloured feathers was seen towering above the copper-coloured crowd, and immediate passage was made for an aide de camp from the governor, General Guadalupe Victoria. He was an immensely tall man, in a showy uniform all covered with gold, with colossal epaulets, and a towering plume of rainbow-coloured feathers. He brought to C.N. the welcome and congratulations of the General, and those Spanish officers of service and devotion which sound agreeably, whatever be their true value. We now began to move through the crowd, which formed a line on either side to let us pass, and entered the streets of Vera Cruz, which were crowded, balconies and all, and even roofs, with curious faces. The guard formed as we passed, and struck up a march. The principal street is wide and clean, and we reached the house of Señor V., a rich merchant, formerly consul, where we are to reside, followed to the door by the whole population. We were received with great hospitality, and found excellent rooms prepared for us. The house is immensely large and airy, built in a square, as they all are, but with that unfurnished, melancholy look which as yet this style of house has to me, though admirably adapted to the climate. A A guard of honour, sent by General Victoria, trotted into the courtyard, whose attendance C n declined with thanks, observing that his mission had for object to terminate the coolness hitherto existing between two families of brothers, that between members of the same family there was nothing to fear, and all complaints were unnecessary. I found a German piano in the drawing room, on which I was glad to put my fingers after a month's abstinence. A number of gentlemen came in the evening to visit C n. We were received by this family with so much real kindness, that we soon found ourselves perfectly at home. We had a plentiful supper, fish, meat, wine and chocolate, fruit and sweetmeats, the cookery Spanish Vera Crucified. A taste of the style was enough for me, garlic and oil enveloping meat, fish and fowl, with pimentos and plantains, and all kinds of curious fruit which I cannot yet endure. Bed was not unwelcome, and most comfortable beds we had, with mosquito curtains, and sheets and pillows all trimmed with rich lace, so universal in Spanish houses, that it is not, as with us, a luxury. But the mosquitoes had entered in some unguarded moment, and they and the heat were inimical to sleep. 19th. I opened my eyes this morning on the painting of a very lovely Madonna, which hung unvalued and ill framed in one corner of the apartment. At 8, rose and dressed, and went to breakfast. Here, when there are two guests whom they wish to distinguish, the gentleman is placed at the head of the table, and his lady beside him. To me nothing can exceed the sadness of the aspect of the city, and of its environs. Mountains of moving sand, formed by the violence of the north winds, and which, by the reflection of the sun's rays, must greatly increase the suffocating heat of the atmosphere. The scene may resemble the ruins of Jerusalem, though without its sublimity. The houses seemed blackened by fire. There is not a carriage on the streets, nothing but the men with the wide trousers slit up the side of the leg, immense hats and blankets or sarapes, merely a closed blanket, more or less fine, with a hole for the head to go through, and the women with riboses, long coloured cotton scarfs, or pieces of ragged stuff, thrown over the head and crossing over the left shoulder. Add to this the sopilotes, cleaning the streets, disgusting but useful scavengers. These valuable birds have black feathers with gray heads, beaks and feet. They fly in troops, and at night perch upon the trees. They are not republican, nor do they appear inclined to declare their independence, having kings, to whom it is said they pay so much respect, that if one of the royal species arrives at the same time with a plebeian sopilote in sight of a dead body, the latter humbly waits till the sovereign has devoured his share before he ventures to approach. A few ladies in black gowns and mantillas called this morning, and various men. We find the weather sultry. In summer, with greater heat and the addition of the vomito, it must be a chosen city. The principal street where we live is very long and wide, and seems to have many good houses in it. Nearly opposite is one of which seems particularly well kept and handsome, and where we saw beautiful flowers as we passed. I find it belongs to an English merchant. There is much deliberation as to the mode in which we are to travel to Mexico. Some propose a coach, others a litera, others advise us to take the diligence. While in this indecision, we had a visit this morning from a remarkable looking character, Don Miguel S., agent for the diligence office in Mexico, a tall, dark, energetic looking person. He recommends the diligence, and offers by accompanying us to ensure our safety from accidents. He appears right. The diligence goes in 4 days, if it does not break down. The coach takes any time we choose over that, the literas 9 or 10 days, going slowly on mules with a sedan chair motion. The diligence has food and beds provided for it at the inns, the others nothing. I am in favour of the diligence. The couple from Havana, whom we passed in the goleta, have very coolly requested permission to accompany us to Mexico, under the protection of the Embajador de España. We should set off in select company. C n called this morning on General Victoria. Found his Excellency in a large hall, without furniture or ornament of any sort, without even chairs, and altogether in a style of more than republican simplicity. He has just returned the visit, accompanied by his colossal aide de camp. General Guadalupe Victoria is perhaps the last man in a crowd whom one would fix upon as being the owner of the above high-sounding cognomen, which in fact is not his original, but his assumed name, Guadalupe being adopted by him in honour of the renowned image of the Virgin of that name, and Victoria, with less humility, to commemorate his success in battle. He is an honest, plain down looking citizen, lame and tall, somewhat at a loss for conversation, apparently amiable and good natured, but certainly neither courtier nor orator; a man of undeniable bravery, capable of supporting almost incredible hardships, humane, and who has always proved himself a sincere lover of what he considered liberty, without ever having been actuated by ambitious or interested motives. It is said that his defects were indolence, want of resolution, and too much reliance on his own knowledge. He is the only Mexican president who finished as chief magistrate the term prescribed by the laws. It is alleged in proof of his simplicity, though I think it is too absurd to be true, that having received a dispatch with the two-headed eagle on the seal, he remarked to the astonished envoy who delivered it, "Our arms are very much alike, only I see that his Majesty's eagles have two heads. I have heard that some of the species exist here in tierra caliente, and shall have one sent for." The General is not married, but appears rather desirous of entering the United States. He strongly recommends us to avoid broken bones by going it literas, at least as far as Jalapa. Having stumbled about for some time in search of his cocked hat, it was handed to him by his aide de camp, and he took leave. We walked out in the evening to take a look of the environs with Señor V, the commander of the Jason, and several young ladies of the house. We walked in the direction of an old church where it is or was the custom for young ladies, desirous of being married, to throw a stone at the saint, their fortune depending upon the stone's hitting him, so that he is in a lapidated and dilapidated condition. Such environs! The surrounding houses black with smoke of powder or with fire, a view of bare red sandhills all round, not a tree or shrub or flower or bird, except the horrid black sopilote, or police officer. All looks as if the prophet Jeremiah had passed through the city denouncing woe to the dwellers thereof. Such a melancholy, wholly deserted looking burial ground as we saw! War and revolutions have no doubt done their work, yet I find difficulty in believing those who speak of Vera Cruz as having been a gay and delightful residence in former days, though even now those who have resided here for any length of time, even foreigners, almost invariably become attached to it, and as for those born here, they are the truest of patriots, holding up Vera Cruz as superior to all other parts of the world. The city was founded by the Viceroy, Count de Monterrey, at the end of the 17th century, and ought not to be confounded, as it sometimes is, with either of the two colonies founded by the first Spaniards. Built in front of the island of San Juan de Ulua, it has one interesting recollection attached to it, since on the same arid shores Cortes disembarked more than 3 centuries ago. Unlike the green and fertile coast which gladdened the eyes of Columbus, the Spanish conqueror beheld a bleak and burning desert, whose cheerless aspect might well have deterred a feebler mind from going further in search of the paradise that existed behind. We returned to the house, and heard some ladies play upon a harp, so called, a small, light instrument in that form, but without pedals, so light that they can lift it with one hand, and yet the music they bring from it is surprising, one air after another, a little monotonously, but with great ease and a certain execution, and with the additional merit of being self-taught. I imagine that there must be a great deal of musical taste thrown away here. There are pianos in almost every house, and one lady, who came to see me today, and whose mother was English, had been extremely well taught, and played with great taste. They attempted dancing, but having no masters, can only learn by what they hear. On the balcony this evening it was delightful, and the moon is a universal beautifier. 21st. We walked about the city yesterday, and returned visits. The streets are clean, and some few churches tolerably handsome. The cómicos came in the morning to offer us a centre box in the theatre. it being the benefit night of Donna Inocencia Martinez, from Madrid, a favourite of the public, and in fact a pretty woman and good comic actress. The theatre is small, and they say generally deserted, but last night it was crowded. The drop scene represents the fine arts, who are so fat that their condition here must be flourishing. We were, however, agreeably disappointed in the performance, which was the Segunda Dama Duende, nearly a translation from the Domino Nor, and very amusing, full of excellent coup de theatre. Donna Inocencia, in her various characters as domino, servant girl, abbess, etc., was very handsome, and acted with great spirit. Moreover, she and her sister, with two Spaniards, danced the Jota Aragonesa in perfection, so that we spent a pleasant evening upon the whole within the precincts of the City of the True Cross. To-morrow is the day fixed for our departure, and we shall not be sorry to leave this place, although this house is excellent, a whole suite of rooms given to us, and neither ceremony nor gene of any sort. The weather is certainly beautiful. The heat may be a little oppressive in the middle of the day, but the evenings are cool and delightful. Departure from Vera Cruz. We had a visit yesterday from the English and French consuls. M. de prophesies broken arms and dislodged teeth if we persist in our plan of taking the diligence, but all things balanced, we think it preferable to every other conveyance. General Victoria returned to see us this morning, and was very civil and amiable, offering very cordially every service and assistance in his power. We are to rise to-morrow at 2, being invited to breakfast with General Santa Anna at his country seat, Manja de Clavo, a few leagues from this. We have been sitting on the balcony till very late, enjoying the moonlight and refreshing breeze from the sea, and as we rise before daybreak, our rest will be but short. End of letter the 4th. Letter the 5th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 5th. Departure from Vera Cruz. Sandhills. Oriental scene. Manja de Clavo. General Santa Anna. Breakfast. Escort and diligence. Santa Fe. Puente Nacional. Bridge sketched by Mrs. Ward. Country in December. Don Miguel. First impressions. Fruit. Plan del Rio. German musicians. Sleeping captain. Approach to Jalapa. Appearance of the city. Cofre de Perote. Flowers. House and rock. Last view of Jalapa. Change of scenery. San Miguel de los Soldados. Perote. Striking scene before daybreak. Non-arrival of escort. Yankee coachman. Dispute. Departure. Company of lancers. Alcalde. Breakfast at La Ventilla. Pulque. Double escort. Crosses. Brigand-looking tavern keeper. Ojo de Agua. Arrival at Puebla. Dress of the peasants. Christmas Eve. In Nacimiento. Jalapa, 23rd December. Yesterday morning at 2 o'clock we rose by candlelight with the pleasant prospect of leaving Vera Cruz and of seeing Santa Anna. 2 boxes, called carriages, drawn by mules, were at the door to convey us to Manja de Clavo. Señor V o, C.N., the commander of the Jason, and I, being encased in them, we set off half asleep. By the faint light we could just distinguish as we passed the gates, and the carriages ploughed their way along, nothing but sand, sand as far as the eye could reach, a few leagues of Arabian desert. At length we began to see symptoms of vegetation. occasional palm trees and flowers, and by the time we had reached a pretty Indian village, where we stopped to change mules, the light had broke in, and we seemed to have been transported, as if by enchantment, from a desert to a garden. It was altogether a picturesque and striking scene; the huts composed of bamboo, and thatched with palm leaves; the Indian women with their long black hair standing at the doors with their half naked children; the mules rolling themselves on the ground, according to their favourite fashion; snow white goats browsing amongst the palm trees, and the air so soft and balmy, the first fresh breath of morning, the dewdrops still glittering on the broad leaves of the banana and palm, and all around so silent, cool, and still. The huts, though poor, were clean; no windows, but a certain subdued light makes its way through the leafy canes. We procured some tumblers of new milk, and having changed mules, pursued our journey, now no longer through hills of sand, but across the country, through a wilderness of trees and flowers, the glowing productions of tierra caliente. We arrived about 5 at Manga de Clavo, after passing through leagues of natural garden, the property of Santa Anna. The house is pretty, slight looking, and kept in nice order. We were received by an aide de camp in uniform, and by several officers, and conducted to a large, cool, agreeable apartment, with little furniture, into which shortly entered the Señora de Santa Anna, tall, thin, and at that early hour of the morning dressed to receive us in clear white muslin, with white satin shoes, and with very splendid diamond earrings, brooch, and rings. She was very polite, and introduced her daughter, Guadalupe, a miniature of her mamma in features and custom. In a little while entered General Santa Anna himself, a gentlemanly, good looking, quietly dressed, rather melancholy looking person, with one leg, apparently somewhat of an invalid, and to us the most interesting person in the group. He has a sallow complexion, fine dark eyes, soft and penetrating, and an interesting expression of face. Knowing nothing of his past history, one would have said a philosopher living in dignified retirement, one who had tried the world and found that all was vanity, one who had suffered ingratitude, and who, if he were ever persuaded to emerge from his retreat, would only do so, Cincinnatus style, to benefit his country. It is strange how frequently this expression of philosophic resignation, of placid sadness, is to be remarked on the countenances of the deepest, most ambitious, and most designing men. C.N. gave him a letter from the Queen, written under the supposition of his being still president, with which he seemed much pleased, but merely made the innocent observation, "How very well the Queen writes." It was only now and then that the expression of his eye was startling, especially when he spoke of his leg, which is cut off below the knee. He speaks of it frequently, like Sir John Ramorny of his bloody hand, and when he gives an account of his wound, and alludes to the French on that day, his countenance assumes that air of bitterness which Ramorny's may have exhibited when speaking of Harry the Smith. Otherwise, he made himself very agreeable, spoke a great deal of the United States, and of the persons he had known there, and in his manners was quiet and gentlemanlike, and altogether a more polished hero than I had expected to see. To judge from the past, he will not long remain in his present state of inaction, besides having with him, according to Zavala, a principle of action for ever impelling him forward. En attendant, breakfast was announced. The Señora de Santa Anna led me in. C.N. was placed at the head of the table, I on his right, Santa Anna opposite, the Señora on my right. The breakfast was very handsome, consisting of innumerable Spanish dishes, meat and vegetables, fish and fowl, fruits and sweetmeats, all served in white and gold French porcelain, with coffee, wines, etc. After breakfast, the Señora, having dispatched an officer for her cigar case, which was gold with a diamond latch, offered me a cigar, which I having declined, she lighted her own, a little paper cigarito, and the gentleman followed her good example. We then proceeded to look at the outhouses and offices, at the general's favourite war horse, an old white charger, probably a sincerer philosopher than his master, at several game cocks kept with especial care, cock fighting being a favourite recreation of Santa Anna's, and at his litera, which is handsome and comfortable. There are no gardens, but as he observed, the whole country, which for 12 leagues square belongs to him, is a garden. The appearance of the family says little for the healthiness of the locale, and indeed its beauty and fertility will not compensate for its insalubrity. As we had but a few hours to spare, the General ordered round 2 carriages, both very handsome, and made in the United States, one of which conveyed him and C n, the Señora, and me. In the other were the little girl and the officers, in which order we proceeded across the country to the high road, where the diligence and servants, with our guide, Don Miguel S., were to overtake us. The diligence not having arrived, we got down and sat on a stone bench in front of an Indian cottage, where we talked, while the young lady amused herself by eating apples, and C n and the General remained moralizing in the carriage. Shortly after, and just as the sun was beginning to give us a specimen of his power, our lumbering escort of Mexican soldiers galloped up, orders having been given by the government that a fresh escort shall be stationed every 6 leagues, and announced the approach of the diligence. We were agreeably disappointed by the arrival of a handsome new coach, made in the United States, drawn by 10 good-looking mules, and driven by a smart Yankee coachman. Our party consisted of ourselves, Don Miguel, the captain of the Jason, and his first lieutenant, who accompany us to Mexico. The day was delightful, and every one apparently in good humour. We took leave of General Santa Anna, his lady and daughter, also of our hospitable entertainer, Señor V., got into the diligence, doors shut, all right, lash up the mules, and now for Mexico. Gradually, as in Dante's Commedia, after leaving purgatory, typified by Vera Cruz, we seemed to draw nearer to paradise. The road is difficult, as the approach to paradise ought to be, and the extraordinary jolts were sufficient to prevent us from being too much enraptured by the scenery, which increased in beauty as we advanced. At Santa Fe and Sopilote we changed horses, and at Tolomo, one of the sites of the Civil War, came to the end of Santa Anna's 12 leagues of property. We arrived at Puente Nacional, formerly Puente del Rey, celebrated as the scene of many an engagement during the Revolution, and by occupying which Victoria frequently prevented the passage of the Spanish troops, and that of the convoys of silver to the port. Here we stopped a short time to admire the beautiful bridge thrown over the river Antigua, with its stone arches, which brought Mrs. Ward's sketch to my recollection, though it is very long since I saw the book. We were accompanied by the commander of the fort. It is now a peaceful looking scene. We walked to the bridge, pulled branches of large white flowers, admired the rapid river dashing over the rocks, and the fine bold scenery that surrounds it. The village is a mere collection of huts with some fine trees. It was difficult to believe, as we journeyed on, that we were now in the midst of December. The air was soft and balmy, the heat, without being oppressive, that of a July day in England. The road through a succession of woody country, trees covered with every variety of blossom, and loaded with the most delicious tropical fruits, flowers of every colour filling the air with fragrance, and the most fantastical profusion of parasitical plants intertwining the branches of the trees, and flinging their bright blossoms over every bough. Palms, cocoas, oranges, lemons, succeeded one another, and at one turn of the road, down in a lovely green valley, we caught a glimpse of an Indian woman, with her long hair, resting under the shade of a lofty tree, beside a running stream, an oriental picture. Had it not been for the dust and the jolting, nothing could have been more delightful. As for Don Miguel, with his head out of the window, now desiring the coachman to go more quietly, now warning us to prepare for a jolt, now pointing out everything worth looking at, and making light of difficulties, he was the very best conductor of a journey I ever met with. His hat of itself was a curiosity to us, a white beaver with immense brim, lined with thick silver tissue, with 2 large silver rolls and tassels round it. One circumstance must be observed by all who travel in Mexican territory. There is not one human being or passing object to be seen that is not in itself a picture, or which would not form a good subject for the pencil. The Indian women, with their plaited hair, and little children slung to their backs, their large straw hats and petticoats of 2 colours, the long strings of arrieros, with their loaded mules, and swarthy, wild-looking faces; the chance horseman who passes with his sarape of many colours, his high ornamented saddle, Mexican hat, silver stirrups, and leathern boots, this is picturesque. Salvator Rosa and Hogarth might have travelled more to advantage, hand in hand; Salvator for the sublime, and Hogarth taking him up where the sublime became the ridiculous. At La Calera we had a distant view of the sea. Occasionally we stopped to buy oranges fresh from the trees, pineapples and granaditas, which are like Brobdingnagian gooseberries, the pulp enclosed in a very thick yellow or green rind, and very refreshing. It was about 7 in the evening when, very dusty, rather tired, but very much enchanted with all we had seen, we arrived at Plan del Rio. Here the diligence passengers generally stop for the night, that is, sleep a few hours on a hard bed, and rise at midnight to go on to Jalapa. But to this arrangement I for one made vociferous objections, and strongly insisted upon the propriety and feasibility of sleeping at Jalapa that night. Don Miguel, the most obsequious of dons, declared that it should be exactly as the Señora ordered. Accordingly, it was agreed that we should wait for the moon, and then pursue our journey, and meanwhile we walked out a short distance to see the bridge, the river, and the wood. The bridge consists of a single large arch thrown over the river, and communicating with a great high road, formerly paved, but now going to ruin. We returned to the inn, a long row of small rooms, built of brick and prettily situated, not far from the water. Here we had the luxury of water and towels, which enabled us to get rid of a certain portion of dust before we went to supper. The diligence from Jalapa has just deposited at the inn a German with his wife and child, he bearing so decidedly the stamp of a German musician that we at once guessed his calling. They are from Mexico, from whence the fine arts seem to be taking their flight, and gave a most woeful account of the road between this and Jalapa. We had a very tolerable supper; soup, fish, fowls, steak, and frijoles, all well seasoned with garlic and oil. The jolting had given me too bad a headache to care for more than coffee. We were strongly advised to remain the night there, but lazy people know too well what it is to rise in the middle of the night, especially when they are much fatigued, and when the moon rose we packed ourselves once more into the diligence, sufficiently refreshed to encounter new fatigues. The moon was very bright, and most of the party prepared themselves for sleep, with cigars in their mouths, not a very easy matter, for the roads were infamous, a succession of holes and rocks. As we were gradually ascending, the weather became cooler, and from cool began to grow cold, forcing us to look out for cloaks and shawls. We could now discern some change in the vegetation, or rather a mingling of the trees of a colder climate with those of the tropics, especially the Mexican oak, which begins to flourish here. Fortunately, at one part of the road, the moon enabled us to see the captain of the escort lying on the ground fast asleep, his horse standing quietly beside him, he having fallen off while asleep, and continued his nap. The soldiers shook him up with some difficulty. At Carralf also we changed mules, and from the badness of the road continued to go slowly. The cold increased, and at last by the moonlight we had a distinct view of the peak of Orizava, with his white nightcap on (excuse the simile, suggested by extreme sleepiness), the very sight enough to make one shiver. As we approached Jalapa, the scene was picturesque. The escort had put on their sarapes, and with their high helmets and feathers went galloping along and dashing amongst the trees and shrubs. Orizava and the Cofre de Perote shone white in the distance, while a delicious smell of flowers, particularly of roses, gave token of the land through which we were passing. It was nearly 2 in the morning when we reached Jalapa, tired to death and shivering with cold. Greatly we rejoiced as we rattled through its mountainous streets, and still more when we found ourselves in a nice clean inn, with brick floors and decent small beds, and everything prepared for us. The sight of a fire would have been too much luxury, however, they gave us some hot tea, and very shortly after, I at least can answer for myself, that I was in bed and enjoying the most delightful sleep that I have had since I left New York. This morning, the diligence being at our disposal, we did not rise by break of day, but, on the contrary, continued to sleep till 8 o'clock. I was waited on by such a nice, civil, clean little old woman, that I should like to carry her off with me. Meanwhile various authorities of the town were stationed at the door to give C n welcome when he should appear. Our breakfast was delicious. Such fresh eggs and fresh butter, and good coffee, and well fried chickens; moreover, such good bread and peculiarly excellent water, that we fell very much in love with Jalapa. After breakfast we walked out, accompanied by various gentlemen of the place. The town consists of little more than a few steep streets, very old, with some large and excellent houses, the best as usual belonging to English merchants, and many to those of Vera Cruz, who come to live in or near Jalapa during the reign of the vomito. There are some old churches, a very old convent of Franciscan monks, and a well supplied market place. Everywhere there are flowers, roses creeping over the old walls, Indian girls making green garlands for the Virgin and saints, flowers in the shops, flowers at the windows, but above all, everywhere one of the most splendid mountain views in the world. The Cofre de Perote, with its dark pine forests and gigantic chest, a rock of porphyry which takes that form, and the still loftier snow-white peak of Orizava, tower above all the others, seeming like the colossal guardians of the land. The intervening mountains, the dark cliffs and fertile plains, the thick woods of lofty trees clothing the hills and the valleys, a glimpse of the distant ocean, the surrounding lanes shaded by fruit trees, aloes, bananas, chirimoyas, mingled with the green liquidambar, the flowering myrtle, and hundreds of plants and shrubs and flowers of every colour and of delicious fragrance, all combined to form one of the most varied and beautiful scenes that the eye can behold. Then Jalapa itself, so old and gray and rose becovered, with a sound of music issuing from every open door and window, and a soft and agreeable temperature, presents, even in a few hours, a series of agreeable impressions not easily effaced. But we are now returned to our inn, for it is near noon, and the veil of clouds that earlier in the morning enveloped Orizava has passed away, leaving its white summit environed by a flood of light. I shall probably have no opportunity of writing until we reach Puebla. Puebla, 24th. Yesterday morning we took leave of the Jalapeños, and once more found ourselves en route. Such a view of the mountains as we ascended this steep road, and such flowers and blossoming trees on all sides! Large scarlet blossoms, and hanging purple and white flowers, and trees covered with the fragrant bell-shaped flowers like lilies, which the people here call the floripondio, together with a profusion of double pink roses that made the air fragrant as we passed, and here and there a church, a ruined convent, or a white hacienda. We had the advantage of clear weather, not always to be found at Jalapa, especially when the north wind, blowing at Vera Cruz, covers this city and its environs with a dense fog. We stopped at a small village to change horses, for on leaving Jalapa our mules were exchanged for 8 strong white horses, and here Don Miguel made us enter a very pretty house, belonging to some female friends of his, one of whom was very handsome, with a tasteful white turban. The curiosity of this place is a rock behind the house, covered with roses, clove carnations, and every variety of bright flower tree, together with oranges, lemons, limes, and cedrats, all growing out of the rock. The ladies are very civil, though I dare say surprised at our admiration of their December flowers, and gave us orangeade and cake, with large cedrats and oranges from the trees. But above all, the most delicious bouquet of roses and carnations, so that together with the unknown scarlet and purple blossoms which the captain of the escort had gathered for me, the diligence inside looked like an arbour. We continued our journey, the road ascending towards the tableland, and at one striking point of view we got out and looked back upon Jalapa, and round upon a panorama of mountains. Gradually the vegetation changed. Fine fresh-looking European herbage and trees succeeded the less hardy though more brilliant trees and flowers of the tropics. The banana and chirimoya gave place to the strong oak, and higher still, these were interspersed with the dark green of the pine. At San Miguel de los Soldados we stopped to take some refreshment. The country became gradually more bleak, and before arriving at the village of Las Vigas, nearly all trees had disappeared but the hardy fir which flourishes amongst the rocks. The ground for about 2 leagues was covered with lava and great masses of black calcined rock, so that we seemed to be passing over the crater of a volcano. This part of the country is deservedly called the Mal Pais, and the occasional crosses with their faded garlands that gleam in these bleak volcanic regions give token that it may have yet other titles to the name of Evil Land. The roses and carnations that I had brought from Jalapa were still unwithered, so that in a few hours we had passed through the whole scale of vegetation. The road became steep and dreary, and after passing Cruz Blanca, excepting occasional cornfields and sombre pine forests, the scene had no objects of interest sufficient to enable us to keep our eyes open. The sun was set, it grew dusk, and by the time we reached Perote, where we were to pass the night, most of us had fallen into an uncomfortable sleep, very cold and quite stupefied, and too sleepy to be hungry, in spite of finding a large supper prepared for us. The inn was dirty, very unlike that at Jalapa, the beds miserable, and we were quite ready to get up by the light of an unhappy specimen of tallow, which the landlord brought to our doors at 2 in the morning. There are some scenes which can never be effaced from our memory, and such a one was that which took place this morning at Perote at 2 o'clock, the moon and the stars shining bright and cold. Being dressed, I went into the kitchen, where C n, the officers of the Jason, Don Miguel, and the Mexican captain of the last night's escort, were assembled by the light of one melancholy sloping candle. Together with a suspicious-looking landlord and a few sleepy Indian women, with bare feet, tangled hair, copper faces, and reboses, they made us some chocolate with goat's milk, horrid in general, and rancid in particular. It appeared that all parties were at a standstill, for by some mistake in the orders, the new escort had not arrived, and the escort of the preceding night could go no further. Don Miguel, with his swarthy face and great serape, was stalking about rather out of humour, while the captain was regretting, in very polite tones, with his calm, Arab-looking, impassive face, that his escort could proceed no further. He seemed to think it extremely probable that we should be robbed, believed, indeed had just heard it asserted, that a party of ladrones were looking out for el Señor Ministro, regretted that he could not assist us, though quite at our service, and recommended us to wait until the next escort should arrive. To this advice our conductor would by no means listen. He was piqued that any detention should occur, and yet aware that it was unsafe to go on. He had promised to convey us safely, and in 4 days, to Mexico, and it was necessary to keep his word. Some one proposed that 2 of the men should accompany the diligence upon mules, as probably a couple of these animals might be procured. The captain observed that though entirely at our disposal, 2 men could be of no manner of use, as, in case of attack, resistance, except with a large escort, was worse than useless. Nevertheless, it was remarked by some ingenious person, that the robbers seeing 2 might imagine that there were more behind. In short, there were various opinions. One proposed that they should go on the coach, another that they should go in it. Here I ventured to interpose, begging that they might ride on mules or go outside, but by no means within. As usual, it was as the Señora pleased. At length we all collected before the door of the inn, and a queer group we must have made by the light of the moon, and a nice caricature, I thought to myself, our friend Mr. G would have made of us, had he been there. The diligence with 8 white horses and a Yankee coachman, originally, no doubt, called Brown, but now answering to the mellifluous appellation of Bruno. A with her French cap and loaded with sundry mysterious-looking baskets, I with cloak and bonnet, C n with Greek cap, cloak, and cigar, the captain of the Jason also with cloak and cigar, and very cold, the lieutenant in his navy uniform, taking it coolly, Don Miguel with his great sarape and silver hat, 6 people belonging to 5 different countries, the Mexican captain with his pale impassive face and moustaches, enveloped in a very handsome sarape, and surrounded by the sleepy escort of the preceding night, dirty-looking soldiers lounging on the ground, wrapped in their blankets, the Indian women and the host of the inn, and a bright moon and starry sky lighting up the whole, the figures in the foreground, and the lofty snow-clad mountains, and the dismal old town of Perote itself, that looked grey and sulky at being disturbed so early, with its old castle of San Carlos, and cold sterile plains. Meanwhile, two soldiers with cloaks and arms had climbed up outside of the coach. The captain remarked that they could not sit there. Bruno made some reply, upon which the captain very coolly drew his sword, and was about to put a very decided impediment to our journey by stabbing the coachman, when Don Miguel, his eyes and cigar all shining angrily, rushed in between them. High words ensued between him and the captain, and the extreme coolness and precision with which the latter spoke was very amusing. It was as if he were rehearsing a speech from a play. "I always speak frankly," said Don Miguel in an angry tone. "And I," said the captain in a polite measured voice, "am also accustomed to speak my mind with extreme frankness. I regret, however, that I did not at the moment perceive the Señora at the door, otherwise," etc. At length the two little men, who with their arms and sarapes looked like bundles of ammunition, and who, half asleep, had been by some zealous person, probably by our friend Bruno, tumbled upon the diligence like packages, were now rolled off it, and finally tumbled upon mules, and we got into the coach. Don Miguel, with his head out of the window, and not very easy in his mind, called up the two bundles and gave them directions as to their line of conduct in a stage whisper, and they trotted off, primed with valour, while we, very cold, and, I answer for myself, rather frightened, proceeded on our way. The earliness of the hour was probably our salvation, as we started 2 hours before the usual time, and thus gained a march upon the gentlemen of the road. We were not sorry, however, when at our first halting place, and whilst we were changing horses, we descried a company of lancers at full gallop, with a very good looking officer at their head, coming along the road, though when first I heard the sound of horses' hoofs clattering along, and by the faint light discerned the horsemen enveloped as they were in a cloud of dust, I felt sure they were a party of robbers. The captain made many apologies for the delay, and proceeded to inform us that the alcaldes of Tepeyagualco, La Ventilla, and of some other villages, whose names I forgot, had for 20 days prepared a breakfast in expectation of his Excellency's arrival; whether 20 breakfasts, or the same one cold, or réchauffé, we may never know. The captain had a very handsome horse, which he caused to caracoler by the side of the diligence, and put at my disposal with a low bow every time I looked at it. He discoursed with C n of robbers and wars, and of the different sights which these gentry most affected, and told him how his first wife had been shot by following him in some engagement, yet how his second wife invariably followed him also. Arrived at Tepeyagualco, after having passed over a succession of sterile plains covered with scanty pasture, an alcalde advanced to meet the diligence, and hospitably made C n an offer of the before mentioned 20 days' entertainment, which he with many thanks declined. Who ate that breakfast is buried in the past. Whether the alcalde was glad or sorry, did not appear. He vanished with a profusion of bows, and was followed by a large good looking Indian woman, who stood behind him while he made his discourse. Perhaps they ate together the long prepared feast, which was at least one of the many tributes paid to the arrival of the first messenger of peace from the mother country. At La Ventilla, however, we descended with a good appetite, and found several authorities waiting to give C n a welcome. Here they gave us delicious chirimoyas, a natural custard, which we liked even upon a first trial; also granaditas, bananas, sapotes, etc. Here also I first tasted pulque, and on a first impression it appears to me, that as nectar was the drink in Olympus, we may fairly conjecture that Pluto cultivated the maguey in his dominions. The taste and smell combined took me so completely by surprise, that I am afraid my look of horror must have given mortal offence to the worthy alcalde, who considers it the most delicious beverage in the world; and in fact it is said that when one gets over the first shock it is very agreeable. The difficulty must consist in getting over it. After a tolerable breakfast, hunger making chile and garlic supportable, we continued our route, and were informed that the robbers having grown very daring, and the next stage being very dangerous, our escort was to be doubled. Since we left Perote, the country had gradually become more dreary, and we had again got into the mal pais, where nothing is to be seen but a few fir trees and pines, dark and stunted, black masses of lava, and an occasional white cross, to mark either where a murder had been committed, or where a celebrated robber has been buried. Of each Don Miguel gave us a succinct account. Some lines of Childe Harold suit this scene as if written for it. And here and there, as up the crags you spring, mark many rude carved crosses near the path. Yet deem not these devotion's offering, these are memorials frail of murderous wrath. For wheresoe'er the shrieking victim hath poured forth his blood beneath the assassin's knife, some hand erects a cross of mouldering lath, and grove and glen with thousand such are rife, throughout this purple land where law secures not life. The whole scene was wild and grand, yet dreary and monotonous, presenting the greatest contrast possible to our first day's journey. The only signs of life to be met with were the long strings of arrieros with their droves of mules, and an occasional Indian hut with a few miserable half-naked women and children. At one small wild-looking inn, where, very cold and miserable, we stopped, some hot wine was brought us, which was very acceptable. The tavern keeper, for it was no more than a spirit shop, if not a robber, had all the appearance of one, wild, melancholy, and with a most sinister expression of countenance. Salvator never drew a more bandit-looking figure, as he stood there with his blanket and slouched hat, and a knife in his belt, tall and thin and muscular, with his sallow visage and his sad, fierce eyes. However, he showed us the marks on his door, where a band of 20 robbers had broken in one night and robbed some travellers who were sleeping there of a large sum of money. C n asked him how the robbers treated the women when they fell into their power. "La saludan," said he, "and sometimes carry them off to the mountains, but rarely, and chiefly when they are afraid of their giving information against them." At Ojo de Agua, where we changed horses, we saw the accommodations which those who travel in private coach or litera must submit to, unless they bring their own beds along with them, and a stock of provisions besides a common room like a barn, where all must herd together, and neither chair nor table nor food to be had. It was a solitary looking house, standing lonely on the plain, with a few straggling sheep nibbling the brown grass in the vicinity. A fine spring of water from which it takes its name, and Orizaya, which seems to have travelled forward, and stands in bold outline against the sapphire sky, were all that we saw there worthy notice. We changed horses at Nopaluca, Acajete, and Amosoque, all small villages with little more than the posada, and a few poor houses, and all very dirty. The country, however, improves in cultivation and fertility, though the chief trees are the sombre pines. Still accompanied by our 2 escorts, which had a very grandiloquent effect, we entered, by 4 o'clock, Puebla de los Angeles, the second city to Mexico, after Guadalajara, in the Republic, where we found very fine apartments prepared for us in the inn, and where, after a short rest and a fresh toilet, we went out to see what we could of the city before it grew dusk, before it actually became what it now is, Christmas Eve. It certainly does require some time for the eye to become accustomed to the style of building adopted in the Spanish colonies. There is something at first sight exceedingly desolate looking in these great wooden doors, like those of immense barns, the great iron barred windows, the ill paved courtyards, even the flat roofs, and then the streets, where, though this is a fête day, we see nothing but groups of peasants or of beggars; the whole gives the idea of a total absence of comfort. Yet the streets of Puebla are clean and regular, the houses large, the cathedral magnificent, and the plaza spacious and handsome. The cathedral was shut, and is not to be opened till midnight mass, which I regret the less, as we must probably return here some day. The dress of the Poblana peasants is pretty, especially on fête days. A white muslin chemise trimmed with lace around the skirt, neck, and sleeves, which are plaited neatly, a petticoat shorter than the chemise, and divided into 2 colours, the lower part made generally of a scarlet and black stuff, a manufacture of the country, and the upper part of yellow satin, with a satin vest of some bright colour, and covered with gold or silver, open in front and turned back. This vest may be worn or omitted, as suits the taste of the wearer. It is without sleeves, but has straps, the hair plaited in two behind, and the plaits turned up and fastened together by a diamond ring, long earrings and all sorts of chains and medals and tinkling things worn round the neck. A long, broad, collared sash, something like an officer's belt, tied behind after going twice or thrice round the waist, into which is stuck a silver cigar case. A small coloured handkerchief like a broad ribbon crossing over the neck is fastened in front with a brooch, the ends trimmed with silver, and going through the sash. Over all is thrown a rebozo, not over the head, but thrown on like a scarf, and they wear silk stockings, or more commonly, no stockings and white satin shoes trimmed with silver. This is on holidays. On common occasions the dress is the same, but the materials are more common; at least the vest with silver is never worn, but the chemise is still trimmed with lace, and the shoes are satin. Christmas Eve in Puebla. The room is filled with visitors, who have come to congratulate C n on his arrival, and a wonderfully handsome room it is, to do it justice, with chairs and sofas of scarlet stuff. But I was anxious to see something. As we are to leave Puebla very early, I am prohibited from going to the midnight mass. I propose a theatre, where there is to be a nacimiento, a representation in figures of various events connected with the birth of Christ, such as the Annunciation, the Holy Family, the arrival of the wise men of the East, etc. But after some deliberation, it was agreed that this would not do, so finding that there is nothing to be done, and tired of polite conversation, I betake myself to bed. Christmas Day. It is now about 3 o'clock, but I was awakened an hour ago by the sounds of the hymns which ushered in Christmas morning, and looking from the window, saw, by the faint light, bands of girls dressed in white, singing in chorus through the streets. We have just taken chocolate, and amidst a profusion of bows and civilities from the landlord, are preparing to set off for Mexico. End of Letter the 5th. Letter the 6th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 6th. Departure from Puebla. Chirimoyas. Rio Frio. Indian game. Black Forest, Valley of Mexico. Recollections of Tenochtitlan. Mexican officer. Reception. Scenery. Variety of dresses. Cheers. Storm of rain. Entry to Mexico. Buena Vista. House by daylight. Sights from the windows. Visits. Mexican etiquette. Countess C. Flowers in December. Serenade. Patriotic hymn. Mexico, 26th December. We left Puebla between 4 and 5 in the morning, as we purposely made some delay, not wishing to reach Mexico too early, and in so doing acted contrary to the advice of Don Miguel, who was generally right in these matters. The day was very fine when we set off, though rain was predicted. Some of the gentlemen had gone to the theatre the night before, to see the Nacimiento, and the audience had been composed entirely of gentuza, the common people, who were drinking brandy and smoking, so it was fortunate that we had not shown our faces there. The country was now flat but fertile, and had on the whole more of a European look than any we had yet passed through. At Rio Prieto, a small village, where we changed horses, I found that I had been sitting very comfortably with my feet in a basket of chirimoyas, and that Marborequin's white gown and cloak had all been drenched with the milky juice, and then made black by the floor of the diligence. With no small difficulty a trunk was brought down, and another dress procured, to the great amusement of the Indian women, who begged to know if my gown was the latest fashion, and said it was muy guapa, very pretty. Here we found good hot coffee, and it being Christmas Day, every one was cleaned and dressed for mass. At Rio Frio, which is about 13 leagues from Mexico, and where there is a pretty good posada, in a valley surrounded by woods, we stopped to dine. The inn was kept by a Bordelaise and her husband, who wish themselves in Bordeaux 20 times a day. In front of the house some Indians were playing at a curious and very ancient game, a sort of swing, resembling el juego de los voladores, the game of the flyers, much in vogue amongst the ancient Mexicans. Our French hostess gave us a good dinner, especially excellent potatoes and jelly of various sorts, regaling us with plenty of stories of robbers and robberies and horrid murders all the while. On leaving Rio Frio, the road became more hilly and covered with woods, and we shortly entered the tract known by the name of the Black Forest, a great haunt for banditti, and a beautiful specimen of forest scenery, a succession of lofty oaks, pines, and cedars, with wild flowers lighting up their gloomy green. But I confess that the impatience which I felt to see Mexico, the idea that in a few hours we should actually be there, prevented me from enjoying the beauty of the scenery, and made the road appear interminable. But at length we arrived at the heights looking down upon the great valley, celebrated in all parts of the world with its framework of everlasting mountains, its snow-crowned volcanoes, great lakes, and fertile plains, all surrounding the favoured city of Montezuma, the proudest boast of his conqueror, one of Spain's many diadems, the brightest. But the day had overcast, nor is this the most favourable road for entering Mexico. The innumerable spires of the distant city were faintly seen. The volcanoes were enveloped in clouds, all but their snowy summits, which seemed like marble domes towering into the sky. But as we strained our eyes to look into the valley, it all appeared to me rather like a vision of the past than the actual breathing present. The curtain of time seemed to roll back, and to discover to us the great panorama that burst upon the eye of Cortes when he first looked down upon the tableland, the king-loving, God-fearing conqueror, his loyalty and religion so blended after the fashion of ancient Spain, that it were hard to say which sentiment exercised over him the greater sway. The city of Tecnotitlan, standing in the midst of the five great lakes, upon verdant and flower-covered islands, a western Venice, with thousands of boats gliding swiftly along its streets, long lines of low houses, diversified by the multitudes of pyramidal temples, the teocalli or houses of God, canoes covering the mirrored lakes, the lofty trees, the flowers, and the profusion of water now wanting to the landscape. The whole fertile valley enclosed by its eternal hills and snow-crowned volcanoes. What scenes of wonder and of beauty to burst upon the eyes of these wayfaring men! Then the beautiful gardens surrounding the city, the profusion of flowers and fruit, and birds, the mild bronze-coloured emperor himself advancing in the midst of his Indian nobility, with rich dress and unshod feet, to receive his unbidden and unwelcome guest. The slaves and the gold and the rich plumes, all to be laid at the feet of his most sacred majesty. What pictures are called up by the recollection of the simple narrative of Cortes, and how forcibly they return to the mind now, when, after a lapse of 3 centuries, we behold for the first time the city of palaces raised upon the ruins of the Indian capital. It seemed scarcely possible that we were indeed so near the conclusion of our journey, and in the midst of so different a scene. Only 2 months, minus 2 days, since leaving New York and stepping aboard the Norma. How much land and sea we had passed over since then! How much we had seen! How many different climates, even in the space of the last 4 days! But my thoughts, which had wandered 3 centuries into the past, were soon recalled to the present by the arrival of an officer in full uniform at the head of his troop, who came out by order of the government to welcome the bearer of the olive branch from ancient Spain, and had been on horseback since the day before, expecting our arrival. As it had begun to rain, the officer, Colonel Miguel Andrade, accepted our offer of taking shelter in the diligence. We had now a great troop galloping along with us, and had not gone far before we perceived that in spite of the rain, and that it already began to grow dusk, there were innumerable carriages and horsemen forming an immense crowd, all coming to welcome us. Shortly after the diligence was stopped, and we were requested to get into a very splendid carriage, all crimson and gold, with the arms of the Republic, the eagle and nopal, embroidered in gold on the roof inside, and drawn by 4 handsome white horses. In the midst of this immense procession of troops, carriages, and horsemen, we made our entry into the city of Montezuma. The scenery on this side of Mexico is arid and flat, and where the waters of the lagunas, covered with their gay canoes, once surrounded the city, forming canals through its streets, we now see melancholy marshy lands, little enlivened by great flights of wild duck and waterfowl. But the bleakness of the natural scenery was concealed by the gay appearance of the procession, the scarlet and gold uniforms, the bright coloured sarapes, the dresses of the gentlemen, most, I believe, Spaniards, with their handsome horses, high Mexican saddles, gold embroidered anqueras, generally of black fur, their Mexican hats ornamented with gold, richly furred jackets, pantaloons with hanging silver buttons, stamped leather boots, silver stirrups, and graceful mangas with black or coloured velvet capes. At the gates of Mexico the troops halted, and 3 enthusiastic cheers were given as the carriage entered. It was now nearly dusk, and the rain was falling in torrents, yet we met more carriages full of ladies and gentlemen, which joined the others. We found that a house in the suburbs at Buenavista had been taken for us provisoriamente by the kindness of the Spaniards, especially of a rich merchant who accompanied us in the carriage, Don M. del C. Consequently, we passed all through Mexico before reaching our destination, always in the midst of the crowd, on account of which and of the ill-paved streets we went very slowly. Through the rain and the darkness we got an occasional faint lamplight glimpse of high buildings, churches, and convents. Arrived at length in the midst of torrents of rain. C n got out of the carriage and returned thanks for his reception, giving some ounces to the sergeant for the soldiers. We then entered the house, accompanied by the Mexican officer and by a large party of Spaniards. We found the house very good, especially considering that it had been furnished for us in 48 hours, and we also found an excellent supper smoking on the table, after doing justice to which we took leave of our friends, and, very tired, prepared for sleep. The servants and luggage arrived late. They had been left with the diligence under the guardianship of Don Miguel, and it appeared that the robbers had mingled with the crowd and followed in hopes of plunder, insomuch that he had been obliged to procure 2 carriages, one for the servants, while into another he put the luggage, mounting in front himself to look out. Tired enough the poor man was, and drenched with rain, and we found that much of this confusion and difficulty, which was chiefly caused by the storm and darkness, would have been avoided had we left Puebla some hours sooner. However, all's well that ends well. I thought of Christmas in merry England, and of our family gatherings in the olden time, and as if one had not travelled enough in the body, began travelling in the mind, away to far different and distant and long gone by scenes, fell asleep at length with my thoughts in Scotland, and wakened in Mexico. By daylight we find our house very pretty, with a large garden adjoining, full of flowers and rose bushes in the courtyard, but being all on the ground floor, it is somewhat damp, and the weather, though beautiful, is so cool in the morning, that carpets, and I sometimes think even a soupcon of fire would not be amiss. The former we shall soon procure, but there are neither chimneys nor grates, and I have no doubt a fire would be disagreeable for more than an hour or so in the morning. The house stands alone with a large court before it, and opposite to it passes the great stone aqueduct, a magnificent work of the Spaniards, though not more so, probably, than those which supplied the ancient Tenochtitlan with water. Behind it we see nothing but several old houses with trees, so that we seem almost in the country. To the right is one large building with garden and olive ground, where the English legation formerly lived, a palace in size, since occupied by Santa Anna, and which now belongs to Señor Perez Galvez, a house which we shall be glad to have, if the proprietor will consent to let it. But what most attracts our attention are the curious and picturesque groups of figures which we see from the windows. Men, bronze colour, with nothing but a piece of blanket thrown round them, carrying lightly on their heads earthen basins, precisely the colour of their own skin, so that they look altogether like figures of terra cotta, these basins filled with sweetmeats, or white pyramids of grease (mantequilla), women with rebosos, short petticoats of two colours, generally all in rags, yet with a lace border appearing on their undergarment. No stockings, and dirty white satin shoes, rather shorter than their small brown feet. Gentlemen on horseback with their Mexican sandals and sarapes, lounging léperos, moving bundles of rags, coming to the windows and begging, with a most piteous but false sounding whine, or lying under the arches and lazily inhaling the air and the sunshine, or sitting at the door for hours, basking in the sun or under the shadow of the wall. Indian women, with their tight petticoat of dark stuff and tangled hair, plaited with red ribbon, laying down their baskets to rest, and meanwhile deliberately examining the hair of their copper-coloured offspring. We have enough to engage our attention for the present. Several visitors came early, gentlemen, both Spaniards and Mexicans. Señor A z, decidedly the ugliest man I ever beheld, with a hump on his back and a smile of most portentous hideosity, yet celebrated for his bonnes fortunes. Señor de G a, ex-Minister of the Treasury, extremely witty and agreeable, and with some celebrity as a dramatic writer. Count C a, formerly attached to the bedchamber in Spain, married to a pretty Andalusian, and entirely Mexicanized, his heart where his interests are. He is very gentlemanlike and distinguished looking, with good manners, and extremely eloquent in conversation. I hear him called inconsequente and capricious, but he has welcomed C n, who knew him intimately in Madrid, with all the warmth of ancient friendship. We are told that a great serenade has been for some time in contemplation, to be given to C n, the words, music, and performance by the young Spaniards here. 27th. A day or two must elapse before I can satisfy my curiosity by going out, while the necessary arrangements are making concerning carriage and horses or mules, servants, etc. Our vehicles from the United States not having yet arrived, nor is it difficult to foresee, even from once passing through the streets, that only the more solid built English carriages will stand the wear and tear of a Mexican life, and that the comparatively flimsy coaches which roll over the well-paved streets of New York, will not endure for any length of time. Meanwhile we have constant visits, but chiefly from gentlemen and from Spaniards, for there is one piece of etiquette entirely Mexican, nor can I imagine from whence derived, by which it is ordained that all new arrivals, whatever be their rank, foreign ministers not excepted, must in solemn print give notice to every family of any consideration in the capital, that they have arrived, and offer themselves and their house to their disposición, failing in which etiquette the newly arrived family will remain unnoticed and unknown. Our cards to this effect are consequently being printed under the auspices of Count C a. I have, however, received the visits of some ladies who have kindly waived this ceremony in my favour, and amongst others from the Dowager and the young Countess of C a. The eldest, a very distinguished woman, of great natural talent, one of the true ladies of the old school, of whom not many specimens now remain in Mexico. The other extremely pretty, lively, and amiable, a true Andalusian both in beauty and wit. The old Countess was dressed in black velvet, black blonde mantilla, diamond rings and brooch, her daughter-in-law also in black, with a mantilla, and she had a pretty little daughter with her, whose eyes will certainly produce a kindling effect on the next generation. They were both extremely kind and cordial. If there are many such persons in Mexico, we shall have no reason to complain. I hope I am not seeing the cream before the milk. Some Mexican visits appeared to me to surpass in duration all that one can imagine of a visit, rarely lasting less than 1 hour, and sometimes extending over a greater part of the day. And gentlemen at least arrive at no particular time. If you are going to breakfast, they go also; if to dinner, the same; if you are asleep, they wait till you awaken; if out, they call again. An indifferent sort of man, whose name I did not even hear, arrived yesterday, a little after breakfast, sat still, and walked in to a late dinner with us. These should not be called visits, but visitations, though I trust they do not often occur to that extent. An open house and an open table for your friends, which includes every passing acquaintance, these are merely Spanish habits of hospitality transplanted. Had a visit from Señor and his wife, very civil and obliging people, always agreeing with each other, and with you, and with all the world, almost to the extent of Polonius to Hamlet. Our conversation reminded me of that the whole time they were here. I have just brought from the garden a lapful of pink roses, clove carnations, and sweet peas. Rosetta could not sing here, for June and December will never agree. The weather is lovely, the air fresh and clear, the sky one vast expanse of bright blue, without a single cloud. Early this morning it was cool, but now by 10 o'clock the air is as soft and balmy as on a summer day with us. 28th. Day of the memorable serenade. After dinner some ladies paid me a visit, amongst others the wife and daughter of the Spanish consul, Señor M.Y., who were accompanied by the sister of Count A. They and a few gentlemen arrived about 6 o'clock, and it was said that the serenade would not begin till 12. It may be supposed that our conversation, however agreeable it might be, would scarcely hold out that time. In fact, by 9 o'clock we were all nearly overcome by sleep, and by 10 I believe we were already in a refreshing slumber, when we were awakened by the sound of crowds assembling before the door, and of carriages arriving and stopping. Not knowing who the occupants might be, we could not invite them in, which seemed very inhospitable, as the night, though fine, was cold and chilly. About 11 the Count and Countess C.A. arrived, and the Señora D.G., a remarkably handsome woman, a Spaniard, looking nearly as young as her daughters, also the pretty daughters of the proprietress of this house, who was a beauty and is married to her third husband, and a lively little talkative person, the Señora D.L.N., all Spanish, and who, some on that account and others from their husbands, having been former friends of C.N.'s, have not waited for the ceremony of receiving cards. Gradually, however, several Mexican ladies whom we had sent out to invite came in. Others remained in their carriages, excusing themselves on the plea of their not being en toilette. We had men à discrétion, and the rooms were crowded. About midnight arrived a troop of Mexican soldiers carrying torches, and a multitude of musicians, both amateur and professional, chiefly the former, and men carrying music stands, violins, violoncellos, French horns, etc., together with an immense crowd, mingled with numbers of léperos, so that the great space in front of the house, as far as the aqueduct, and all beyond and along the street as far as we could see, was covered with people and carriages. We threw open the windows, which are on a level with the ground, with large balconies and wide iron gratings, and the scene by the torchlight was very curious. The Mexican troops holding lights for the musicians, and they of various countries, Spanish, German, and Mexican, the léperos with their ragged blankets and wild eyes that gleamed in the light of the torches, the ladies within and the crowd without, all formed a very amusing spectacle. At length the musicians struck up in full chorus, accompanied by the whole orchestra. The voices were very fine, and the instrumental music so good, I could hardly believe that almost all were amateur performers. A hymn which had been composed for the occasion, and of which we had received an elegantly bound copy in the morning, was particularly effective. The music was composed by Señor Retes, and the words by Señor Covo, both Spaniards. Various overtures from the last operas were played, and at the end of what seemed to be the first act, in the midst of deafening applause from the crowd, C n made me return thanks from the window in beautiful impromptu Spanish. Then came shouts of "Viva la España!" and "Viva Isabel Segunda! Viva el Ministro de España!" Great and continued cheering. Then C n gave in return "Viva la República Mexicana! Viva Bustamente!" and the shouting was tremendous. At last an Andalusian in the crowd shouted out "Viva todo el mundo!" Long live everybody, which piece of wit was followed by general laughter. After hot punch and cigars had been handed about out of doors, a necessary refreshment in this cold night, the music recommenced, and the whole ended with the national hymn of Spain, with appropriate words. A young Spanish girl, whose voice is celebrated here, was then entreated by those within, and beseeched by those without, to sing alone the hymn composed in honour of C n, which she naturally felt some hesitation in doing before such an immense audience. However, she consented at last, and in a voice like a clarion, accompanied by the orchestra, sung each verse alone, joined in the chorus by the whole crowd. I give you a copy. Himno patriótico que varios españoles residentes en México dedican al mismo señor Don A. C. de la Barca, ministro plenipotenciario de S.M.C. en la República, con motivo de su llegada a dicha capital. Música del señor J. N. de Retes, palabras del señor D. N. Juan Covo. Coro. Triunfamos, amigos, triunfamos en fin, y libre respir la patria del Cid. La justa Cristina de España embelezo, el más tierno beso imprime a Isabel. Y reina le dice, no es sobre esclavos, sobre iberos bravos, sobre un pueblo fiel. Triunfamos, amigos, etc. ¿Dónde está de Carlos, la perfida hueste? Un rayo celeste, pulvo al torno, rayo que al malvado hundió en el abismo, rayo que al carlismo libertad lanzó. Triunfamos, amigos, etc. Al bravo caudillo, al bueno, al valiente, ciñamos la frente de mirto y laurel, tu diestra animosa, heroico guerrero, tu diestra es partero, su juzgo al infiel. Triunfamos, amigos, etc. Veránse acatadas nuestras santas leyes, temblarán los reyes de España al pudor, y el cetro de oprobio si impuna en tirano, de su infame mano le haremos caer. Triunfamos, amigos, etc. Saluda a Isabela, saluda a Cristina, que él al cielo destina la patria a salvar, y el lebri corone la candida frente de aquella inocente que juró amparar. Triunfamos, amigos, etc. Y tú, mensajero de paz y ventura, oye la voz pura de nuestra lealtad, oye los acentos que al cielo elevamos. Oye cuál gritamos, patria, libertad, triunfamos, amigos, etc. Tú el símbolo digno serás cien, de grata reunión, de eterna amistad, que ya en ambos mundos la insana discordia trucose en concordia y fraternidad. Triunfamos, amigos, etc. Translation. patriotic hymn which various Spaniards resident in Mexico dedicate to His Excellency Señor Don A. C. de la Barca, Minister Plenipotentiary and Envoy Extraordinary from H.C.M. to the Republic, to celebrate his arrival in this capital. The music by Señor Don J. N. de Retes, the words by Señor Don Juan Covo. Chorus. Let us triumph, my friends, let us triumph at length, and let the country of the Cid breathe freely again. The august Christina, the ornament of Spain, imprinted the most tender kiss on the cheek of Isabel. And reign, she said to her, not now over slaves, but over brave Iberians, over a faithful people. Let us triumph, my friends, etc. Where is the perfidious army of Carlos? A celestial thunderbolt has turned it to dust, a thunderbolt which plunged the wicked one into the abyss, a thunderbolt which liberty launched against Carlism. Let us triumph, my friends, etc. Of the brave chief, of the good, the valiant, let us gird the forehead with myrtle and laurel. Thy brave right hand, heroic warrior, thy right hand, Espartero, subdued the disloyal one. Let us triumph, my friends, etc. Our holy laws will be acknowledged, and kings will tremble at the power of Spain, and should a tyrant grasp the sceptre of opprobrium from his infamous hand, we shall cause it to fall. Let us triumph, my friends, etc. Health to Isabella, health to Christina, whom heaven has destined to save the country, and may he freely crown the white forehead of the innocent princess he swore to protect. Let us triumph, my friends, etc. And thou, messenger of peace and joy, hear the pure voice of our loyalty, hear the accents which we raise to heaven, hear what we cry, country, liberty. Let us triumph, my friends, etc. Thou, C N, shalt be the worthy symbol of grateful reunion, of eternal friendship, which already has changed in both worlds insane discord into concord and fraternity. Let us triumph, my friends, etc. The air was rent with vivas and bravos as the Señorita de F concluded. Her voice was beautiful, and after the first moment of embarrassment she sang with much spirit and enthusiasm. This was the finale of the serenade, and then the serenaders were invited in, and were in such numbers that the room could scarcely hold them all. More cigars, more punch, more giving of thanks. About 3 o'clock the crowd began to disperse, and at length, after those Spanish leave-takings, which are really no joke, had ended, Captain E, C n, and I, all three excessively cold and shivering, having passed the night at the open windows, consoled ourselves with hot chocolate and punch, and went to dream of sweet-sounding harmonies. Altogether, it was a scene which I would not have missed for a great deal. The enthusiasm caused by the arrival of the first Minister from Spain seems gradually to increase. The actors are to give him a función extraordinaria in the theatre, the matadors a bullfight extraordinary with fireworks. But in all this you must not suppose there is any personal compliment. It is merely intended as a mark of goodwill towards the first representative of the Spanish monarchy, who brings from the mother country the formal acknowledgment of Mexican independence. End of letter the 6th. Letter the 7th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 7th. Debut in Mexico. Cathedral. Temple of the Aztecs. Congregation. Stone of Sacrifices. Palace. Importunate leperos. Visit to the President. Countess C.A. Street cries. Tortilleras. Sartores artus. I made my debut in Mexico by going to mass in the cathedral. We drove through the Alameda, near which we live, and admired its noble trees, flowers, and fountains, all sparkling in the sun. We met but few carriages there, an occasional gentleman on horseback, and a few solitary looking people, resting on the stone benches, also plenty of beggars, and the forçats in chains, watering the avenues. We passed through the Calle San Francisco, the handsome street in Mexico, both as to shops and houses, containing, amongst others, the richly carved, but now half ruined palace of Yturbide, and which terminates in the great square where stand the cathedral and the palace. The streets were crowded, it being a holiday, and the purity of the atmosphere, with the sun pouring down upon the bright coloured groups, and these groups so picturesque, whether of soldiers or monks, peasants or veiled ladies, the very irregularity of the buildings, the number of fine churches and old convents, and everything on so grand a scale, even though touched by the finger of time, or crushed by the iron heel of revolution, that the attention is constantly kept alive, and the interest excited. The carriage drew up in front of the cathedral, built upon the site of part of the ruins of the great temple of the Aztecs, of that pyramidal temple constructed by Ahuitzotli. The sanctuary so celebrated by the Spaniards, and which comprehended with all its different edifices and sanctuaries, the ground on which the cathedral now stands, together with part of the plaza and streets adjoining. We are told that within its enclosure were 500 dwellings, that its hall was built of stone and lime, and ornamented with stone serpents. We hear of its 4 great gates, fronting the 4 cardinal points of its stone-paved court, great stone stairs, and sanctuaries dedicated to the gods of war, of the square destined for religious dances, and the colleges for the priests, and seminaries for the priestesses, of the horrible temple, whose door was an enormous serpent's mouth, of the temple of mirrors, and that of shells, of the house set apart for the emperor's prayers, of the consecrated fountains, the birds kept for sacrifice, the gardens for the holy flowers, and of the terrible towers composed of the skulls of the victims, strange mixture of the beautiful and the horrible. We are told that 5,000 priests chanted night and day in the great temple to the honour and in the service of the monstrous idols, who were anointed thrice a day with the most precious perfumes, and that of these priests the most austere were clothed in black, their long hair dyed with ink, and their bodies anointed with the ashes of burnt scorpions and spiders. Their chiefs were the sons of kings. It is remarkable, by the way, that their god of war, Mehetli, was said to have been born of a woman, a holy virgin, who was in the service of the temple, and that when the priests, having knowledge of her disgrace, would have stoned her, a voice was heard saying, "Fear not, mother, for I shall save thy honour and my glory," upon which the god was born, with a shield in his left hand, an arrow in his right, a plume of green feathers on his head, his face painted blue, and his left leg adorned with feathers. Thus was his gigantic statue represented. There were gods of the water, of the earth, of night, fire, and hell, goddesses of flowers and of corn. There were oblations offered of bread and flowers and jewels, but we were assured that from 20 to 50,000 human victims were sacrificed annually in Mexico alone. That these accounts are exaggerated, even though a bishop is among the narrators, we can scarcely doubt, but if the 10th part be true, let the memory of Cortes be sacred who, with the cross, stopped the shedding of innocent blood, founded the cathedral on the ruins of the temple which had so often resounded with human groans, and in the place of these blood-smeared idols enshrined the mild form of the Virgin. Meanwhile we enter the Christian edifice, which covers an immense space of ground, is of the Gothic form, with two lofty ornamented towers, and is still immensely rich in gold, silver, and jewels. A balustrade running through it, which was brought from China, is said to be very valuable, but seems to me more curious than beautiful. It is a composition of brass and silver. Not a soul was in the sacred precincts this morning, but miserable léperos, in rags and blankets, mingled with women in ragged rebosos; at least a sprinkling of ladies with mantillas was so very slight, that I do not think there were half a dozen in all. The floor is so dirty that one kneels with a feeling of horror, and an inward determination to effect as speedy a change of garments afterwards as possible. Besides, many of my Indian neighbours were engaged in an occupation which I must leave to your imagination. In fact, relieving their heads from the pressure of the colonial system, or rather eradicating and slaughtering the colonists, who swarm there like the emigrant Irish in the United States. I was not sorry to find myself once more in the pure air after mass, and have since been told that, except on peculiar occasions and at certain hours, few ladies perform their devotions in the cathedral. I shall learn all these particulars in time. We saw, as we passed out, the Aztec calendar, a round stone covered with hieroglyphics, which is still preserved and fastened on the outside of the cathedral. We afterwards saw the stone of sacrifices, now in the courtyard of the university, with a hollow in the middle, in which the victim was laid, while 6 priests, dressed in red, their heads adorned with plumes of green feathers (they must have looked like macaws), with gold and green earrings and blue stones in their upper lips, held him down while the chief priest cut open his breast, threw his heart at the feet of the idol, and afterwards put it into his mouth with a golden spoon. They then cut off his head, to make use of it in building the Tower of Skulls, eat some parts of him, and either burnt the rest or threw it to the wild beasts who were maintained in the palace. These interesting particulars occurred to us as we looked at the stone, and we were not sorry to think that it is now more ornamental than useful. After leaving the cathedral, C n fastened on his orders in the carriage, as this day was appointed for his presentation to the president, and we drove to the place where I left him, and returned home. He was received with great etiquette, a band of music playing in the court, the president in full uniform, surrounded by all his ministers and aides de camp, standing before a throne, under a velvet dais, his feet upon a tabouret, the whole being probably the same as was used by the viceroys. Viva la República! C n made a discourse to him, and he made one in return, both of which may be found by those who are curious in these matters, in the Diario of the 31st December. Whilst I am writing, a horrible lépero, with great leering eyes, is looking at me through the windows, and performing the most extraordinary series of groans, displaying at the same time a hand with 2 long fingers, probably the other 3 tied in. "Señorita, Señorita, for the love of the most Holy Virgin, for the sake of the most pure blood of Christ, by the miraculous conception." The wretch! I dare not look up, but I feel that his eyes are fixed upon a gold watch and seals lying on the table. That is the worst of a house on the ground floor. There come more of them. A paralytic woman mounted on the back of a man with a long beard. A sturdy looking individual, who looks as if, were it not for the iron bars, he would resort to more effective measures, is holding up a deformed foot, which I verily believe is merely fastened back in some extraordinary way. What groans! What rags! What a chorus of whining! This concourse is probably owing to our having sent them some money yesterday. I try to take no notice, and write on as if I were deaf. I must walk out of the room without looking behind me, and send the porter to disperse them. There are no bell ropes in these parts. I come back again to write, hardly recovered from the start that I have just got. I had hardly written the last words when I heard a footstep near me, and looking up, lo, there was my friend with the foot standing within a yard of me, his hand stretched out for alms. I was so frightened that for a moment I thought of giving him my watch to get rid of him. However, I glided past him with a few unintelligible words, and rushed to call the servant, sending him some money by the first person who came. The porter, who had not seen him pass, is now dispersing the crowd. What vociferous exclamations! A has come in and drawn the curtains, and I think they are going off. Yesterday evening I was taken to visit the president. The palace is an immense building, containing, besides the apartments of the president and his ministers, all the chief courts of justice. It occupies one side of the square, but is no way remarkable in its architecture. At the end of every flight of steps that we mounted we came upon lounging soldiers in their yellow cloaks, and women in reboso standing about. We passed through a hall filled with soldiers into the antechamber, where we were received by several aides de camp, who conducted us into a very well furnished room, where we sat a few minutes till an officer came to lead us into the reception room, which is a handsome apartment, about 100 feet long, and fitted up with crimson and gold, also well lighted. General Bustamante, now in plain clothes, gave us a very cordial reception. He looks like a good man, with an honest, benevolent face, frank and simple in his manners, and not at all like a hero. His conversation was not brilliant, indeed I do not know apropos to what, I suppose to the climate, but it chiefly turned on medicine. There cannot be a greater contrast, both in appearances and reality, than between him and Santa Anna. There is no lurking devil in his eyes. All is frank, open, and unreserved. It is impossible to look in his face without believing him to be an honest and well-intentioned man. An unprincipled but clever writer has said of him, that he has no great capacity or superior genius, but that, whether from reflection or from slowness of comprehension, he is always extremely calm in his determinations. That, before entering into any project, he inquires and considers deeply as to whether it be just or not, but that once convinced that it is or appears to be so, he sustains his ground with firmness and constancy. He adds that it suits him better to obey than to command, for which reason he was always so devoted a servant of the Spaniards and of Iturbide. He is said to be a devoted friend, is honest to a proverb, and personally brave, though occasionally deficient in moral energy. He is therefore an estimable man, and one who will do his duty to the best of his ability, though whether he has severity and energy sufficient for those evil days in which it is his lot to govern, may be problematical. Having made a sufficiently long visit to his Excellency, we went to return that of the Countess C., who has a magnificent house, with suites of large rooms, of which the drawing room is particularly handsome, of immense size, the walls beautifully painted, the subjects religious, and where I found one of Broadwood's finest grand pianos. But although there are cabinets inlaid with gold, fine paintings, and hundreds of rich and curious things, our European eyes are struck with numerous inconsistencies in dress, servants, etc., in all of which there is a want of keeping very remarkable. Yet this house and the one adjoining, which also belongs to the family, are palaces in vastness, and the Countess receives me more as if I were her daughter than a person with whom she has been acquainted but a few days. There are an extraordinary number of street cries in Mexico, which begin at dawn and continue till night, performed by hundreds of discordant voices, impossible to understand at first. But Señor has been giving me an explanation of them, until I begin to have some distant idea of their meaning. At dawn you are awakened by the shrill and desponding cry of the carbonero, the coalman. "Carbón, señor," which, as he pronounces it, sounds like "carbochu." Then the greaseman takes up the song, "Mantequilla," lard, lard, at 1 real and a half. "Salt beef, good salt beef." Cecina, buena!" interrupts the butcher in a hoarse voice. "Hi, Sebo!" This is the prolonged and melancholy note of the woman who buys kitchen stuff, and stops before the door. Then passes by the cambista, a sort of Indian sheet trader or exchanger, who sings out, "Tejocotes por venas de Chile," a small fruit which she proposes exchanging for hot peppers. No harm in that. A kind of ambulating peddler drowns the shrill treble of the Indian cry. He calls aloud upon the public to buy needles, pins, thimbles, shirt buttons, tape, cotton balls, small mirrors, etc. He enters the house and is quickly surrounded by the women, young and old, offering him the tenth part of what he asks, and which, after much haggling, he accepts. Behind him stands the Indian with his tempting baskets of fruit, of which he calls out all the names, till the cook or housekeeper can resist no longer, and putting her head over the balustrade, calls him up with his bananas and oranges and granaditas, etc. A sharp note of interrogation is heard, indicating something that is hot, and must be snapped up quickly before it cools. "Gorditas de horna caliente!" Little fat cakes from the oven, hot? This is in a female key, sharp and shrill. Follows the mat seller. "Who wants mats from Puebla? Mats of 5 yards." These are the most matinal cries. At midday the beggars begin to be particularly importunate, and their cries and prayers and long recitations form a running accompaniment to the other noises. Then above all rises the cry of "Honey cakes! Cheese and honey! Requesón and good honey!" Requesón being a sort of hard curd sold in cheeses. Then come the dulce men, the sellers of sweetmeats, of merengues which are very good, and of all sorts of candy. "Caramelos de esperma! Bocadillo de coco!" Then the lottery men, the messengers of fortune, with their shouts of "The last ticket yet unsold, for half a real!" A tempting announcement to the lazy beggar, who finds it easier to gamble than to work, and who may have that sum hid about his rags. Towards evening rises the cry of "Tortillas de cuajada!" "Curd cakes!" or "Do you take nuts?" succeeded by the night cry of "Chestnuts hot and roasted!" and by the affectionate vendors of ducks, "Ducks, oh my soul, hot ducks! Maize cakes!" etc., etc. As the night wears away, the voices die off, to resume next morning in fresh vigour. Tortillas, which are the common food of the people, and which are merely maize cakes mixed with a little lime, and of the form and size of what we call scones, I find rather good when very hot and fresh baked, but insipid by themselves. They have been in use all through this country since the earliest ages of its history, without any change in the manner of baking them, excepting that, for the noble Mexicans, in former days, they used to be kneaded with various medicinal plants, supposed to render them more wholesome. They are considered particularly palatable with chile, to endure which, in the quantities in which it is eaten here, it seems to me necessary to have a throat lined with tin. In unpacking some books today, I happened to take up "Sartor Resartus," which, by a curious coincidence, opened of itself, to my great delight, at the following passage: "The simplest costume," observes our professor, "which I anywhere find alluded to in history, is that used as regimental by Bolivar's cavalry in the late Columbian wars. A square blanket, 12 feet in diagonal, is provided. Some were wont to cut off the corners and make it circular. In the centre a slit is effected, 18 inches long; through this the mother naked trooper introduces his head and neck, and so rides, shielded from all weather, and in battle from many strokes, for he rolls it about his left arm, and not only dressed, but harnessed and draperied." Here then we find the true old Roman contempt of the superfluous, which seems rather to meet the approbation of the illustrious Professor Teufelsdrockh. End of letter the 7th. Letter the 8th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 8th. Ball in preparation. Agreeable family. Fine voices. Theatre. Smoking. Castle of Chapultepec. Viceroy Galvez. Montezuma's Cypress. Vice Queen. Valley of Mexico. New Year's Day. Opening of Congress. Visits from the Diplomatic Corps. Poblana Dress. Function Extraordinaria. Theatre. Visit to the Cathedral of Guadalupe. Divine Painting. Bishop Beggars. Mosquitoes' Eggs. A great ball is to be given on the 8th of January in the theatre for the benefit of the poor, which is to be under the patronage of the most distinguished ladies of Mexico. After much deliberation amongst the patronesses, it is decided that it shall be a ball costume, and I have some thoughts of going in the Poblana dress, which I before described to you. As I am told that the Señora G a wore it at a ball in London, when her husband was minister there, I have sent my maid to learn the particulars from her. We called to-day on a family nearly related to the C.A.'s, and who have been already excessively kind to us. Señor A.D., who is married to a daughter of Don Francisco Tagle, a very distinguished Mexican. We found a very large, very handsome house, the walls and roof painted in the old Spanish style, which, when well executed, has an admirable effect. The lady of the house, who is only 19, I took a fancy to at first sight. She is not regularly beautiful, but has lovely dark eyes and eyebrows, with fair complexion and fair hair, and an expression of the most perfect goodness, with very amiable manners. I was surprised by hearing her sing several very difficult Italian songs with great expression and wonderful facility. She has a fine contralto, which has been cultivated, but some Spanish ballads, and little songs of the country, she sang so delightfully, and with so much good nature and readiness, that had it not been a first visit, I should have begged her to continue during half the morning. Fine voices are said to be extremely common, as is natural in a country peopled from Spain, and the opera, while it lasted, contributed greatly to the cultivation of musical taste. In the evening we went to the theatre. Such a theatre! Dark, dirty, redolent of bad odours. The passages leading to the boxes so ill lighted that one is afraid in the dark to pick one's steps through them. The acting was nearly of a piece. The first actress, who is a favourite, and who dresses well, and bears a high reputation for good conduct, is perfectly wooden, and never frightened out of her proprieties in the most tragical scenes. I am sure there is not a fold deranged in her dress when she goes home. Besides, she has a most remarkable trick of pursing up her mouth in a smile, and frowning at the same time with tears in her eyes, as if personifying an April day. I should like to hear her sing, "Set a smile to a tear." There was no applause, and half the boxes were empty, whilst those who were there seemed merely to occupy them from the effect of habit, and because this is the only evening amusement. The prompter spoke so loud, that as coming events cast their shadows before, every word was made known to the audience in confidence, before it came out upon the stage officially. The whole pit smoked, the galleries smoked, the boxes smoked, the prompter smoked, a long stream of smoke curling from his box, giving something oracular and Delphic to his prophecies. The force of smoking could no further go. The theatre is certainly unworthy of this fine city. 31st. We have spent the day in visiting the castle of Chapultepec, a short league from Mexico, the most haunted by recollections of all the traditionary sites of which Mexico can boast. Could these hoary cypresses speak, what tales might they not disclose, standing there with their long gray beards, and outstretched venerable arms, century after century, already old when Montezuma was a boy, and still vigorous in the days of Bustamante. There has the last of the Aztec emperors wandered with his dark-eyed harem. Under the shade of these gigantic trees he has rested, perhaps smoked his tobacco mingled with amber, and fallen to sleep, his dreams unhaunted by visions of the stern traveller from the far East, whose sails even then might be within sight of the shore. In these tanks he has bathed. Here were his gardens, and his aviaries, and his fish ponds. Through these now tangled and deserted woods he may have been carried by his young nobles in his open litter, under a splendid dais, stepping out upon the rich stuffs with his slaves spread before him on the green and velvet turf. And from the very rock where the castle stands he may have looked out upon his fertile valley and great capital, with its canoe-covered lakes, and outspreading villages, and temples, and gardens of flowers, no care for the future darkening the bright vision. Tradition says that now these caves and tanks and woods are haunted by the shade of the conqueror's Indian love, the far-famed Doña Marina, but I think she would be afraid of meeting with the wrathful spirit of the Indian emperor. The castle itself, modern though it be, seems like a tradition. The Viceroy Galvez, who built it, is of a bygone race. The apartments are lonely and abandoned, the walls falling to ruin. The glass of the windows and the carved work of the doors have been sold, and standing at this great height, exposed to every wind that blows, it is rapidly falling to decay. We were accompanied by Count C a, and received by a Mexican governor, who rarely resides there, and who very civilly conducted us everywhere. But Chapultepec is not a show place. One must go there early in the morning, when the dew is on the grass, or in the evening, when the last rays of the sun are gilding with rosy light the snowy summits of the volcanoes, and dismount from your horse, or step out of your carriage, and wander forth without guide or object, or fixed time for return. We set off early, passing over a fine paved road, divided by a great and solid aqueduct of 900 arches, one of the two great aqueducts by which fresh water is conveyed to the city, and of which the two sources are in the hill of Chapultepec, and in that of Santa Fe, at a much greater distance. When we arrived, the sleepy soldiers who were lounging before the gates threw them open to let the carriage enter, and we drew up in front of the great cypress, known by the name of Montezuma's cypress, a most stupendous tree, dark, solemn, and stately, its branches unmoved as the light wind played amongst them, of most majestic height, and 41 feet in circumference. A second cypress standing near, and of almost equal size, is even more graceful, and they, and all the noble trees which adorn these speaking solitudes, are covered with a creeping plant, resembling gray moss, hanging over every branch like long gray hair, giving them a most venerable and druidical look. We wandered through the noble avenues, and rested under the trees, and walked through the tangled shrubberies, bright with flowers and coloured berries, and groped our way into the cave, and stood by the large clear tank, and spent some time in the old garden, and then got again into the carriage, that we might be dragged up the precipitous ascent on which stands the castle, the construction of which aroused the jealousy of the government against the young count, whose taste for the picturesque had induced him to choose this elevated site for his summer palace. The interior was never finished, yet, even as it stands, it cost the Spanish government $300,000. When we look at its strong military capabilities and commanding position, fortified with salient walls and parapets towards Mexico, and containing on its northern side great moats and subterraneous vaults capable of holding a vast supply of provisions, the jealousy of the government and their suspicions that it was a fortress masked as a summer retreat are accountable enough. The Vice Queen Galvez was celebrated for her beauty and goodness, and was universally adored in Mexico. A sister of hers, who still survives, and who paid me a visit the other day, says that her beauty chiefly consisted in the exceeding fairness of her complexion, very few blondes having then been seen in this part of the world. From the terrace that runs round the castle, the view forms the most magnificent panorama that can be imagined. The whole valley of Mexico lies stretched out as in a map, the city itself with its innumerable churches and convents, the two great aqueducts which cross the plain, the avenues of elms and poplars which lead to the city, the villages, lakes, and plains which surround it. To the north, the magnificent cathedral of Our Lady of Guadalupe; to the south, the villages of San Agustin, San Angel, and Tacubaya, which seem embosomed in trees, and look like an immense garden. And if in the plains below there are many uncultivated fields, and many buildings falling to ruin, yet with its glorious enclosure of mountains above which tower the two mighty volcanoes, Popocatepetl and Iztaccíhuatl, the Gog and Magog of the valley, off whose giant sides great volumes of misty clouds were rolling, and with its turquoise sky for ever smiling on the scene, the whole landscape, as viewed from this height, is one of nearly unparalleled beauty. 1st January, 1840. New Year's Day. The birth of the young year is ushered in by no remarkable signs of festivity. More ringing of bells, more chanting of mass, gayer dresses amongst the peasants in the streets, and more carriages passing along, and the ladies within rather more dressed than apparently they usually are, when they do not intend to pay visits. In passing through the plaza this morning, our carriage suddenly drew up, and the servants took off their hats. At the same moment the whole population, men, women, and children, vendors and buyers, peasant and señora, priest and layman dropped on their knees, a picturesque sight. Presently a coach came slowly along through the crowd, with a mysterious eye painted on the panels, drawn by piebald horses, and with priests within bearing the divine symbols. On the balconies, in the shops, in the houses, and on the streets every one knelt while it passed, the little bell giving warning of its approach. We were then at the door of the palace, where we went this morning to see the opening of Congress, the two houses being included in this building. The House of Representatives, though not large, is handsome and in good taste. Opposite to the presidential chair is a full-length representation of Our Lady of Guadalupe. All round the hall, which is semicircular, are inscribed the names of the heroes of independence, and that of the Emperor Agustin Yturbide is placed on the right of the presidential chair, with his sword hanging on the wall, while on the left of the chief magistrate's seat there is a vacant space, perhaps destined for the name of another emperor. The multitude of priests with their large shovel hats, and the entrance of the president in full uniform, announced by music and a flourish of trumpets, and attended by his staff, rendered it as anti-republican looking an assembly as one could wish to see. The utmost decorum and tranquillity prevailed. The president made a speech in a low and rather monotonous tone, which in the diplomate's seat where we were was scarcely audible. No ladies were in the house, myself exempted, which I am glad I was not aware of before going, or I should perhaps have stayed away. Yesterday I received visits from the gentlemen of the diplomatic corps, who are not in great numbers here. England, Belgium, Prussia, and the United States are the only countries at present represented, Spain excepted. The French Minister has not arrived yet, but is expected in a few days. I was not sorry to hear English spoken once more, and to meet with so gentlemanly a person as the Minister who for the last 14 years has represented our island in the Republic. His visit and a large packet of letters just received from Paris and from the United States have made me feel as if the distance from home were diminished by one half. This morning a very handsome dress was forwarded to me with the compliments of a lady whom I do not know, the wife of General , with a request that if I should go to the fancy ball as a Poblana peasant, I may wear this costume. It is a Poblana dress, and very superb, consisting of a petticoat of maroon-coloured merino, with gold fringe, gold bands and spangles, an under petticoat embroidered and trimmed with rich lace to come below it. The first petticoat is trimmed with gold up the sides, which are slit open, and tied up with coloured ribbon. With this must be worn a chemise, richly embroidered round the neck and sleeves, and trimmed with lace, a satin vest, open in front, and embroidered in gold, a silk sash tied behind, the ends fringed with gold, and a small silk handkerchief, which crosses the neck with gold fringe. I had already another dress prepared, but I think this is the handsomer of the two. The actors have just called to inform C n that their función extraordinaria in his honour is to be given on the third, that a box is prepared for us, and that the play is to be Don John of Austria. Footnote 1. Translated from the French of Casimir de la Vigne. 4th. Having sat through 5 acts last evening in the theatre, we came home very tired. The play was awfully long, lasting from 8 o'clock till 1 in the morning. At the end of the first act, the prefect and other dignitaries came round with much precipitation and carried off C n to a large box in the centre, intended for him, for not knowing which it was, we had gone to that of the Countess C a. The theatre looked much more decent than before, being lighted up, and the boxes hung with silk draperies in honour of the occasion. The ladies also were in full dress, and the boxes crowded, so that one could scarcely recognize the house. This morning we drove out to see the cathedral of Our Lady of Guadalupe, C n in one carriage, with our Count C a, and the Señora C a and I in another, driven by Señor A d, who is a celebrated whip. The carriage open, with handsome white horses, frisones, as they here call the northern horses, whether from England or the United States, and which are much larger than the spirited little horses of the country. As usual, we were accompanied by 4 armed outriders. We passed through miserable suburbs, ruined, dirty, and with a commingling of odours which I could boldly challenge those of Cologne to rival. After leaving the town, the road is not particularly pretty, but is for the most part a broad straight avenue, bounded on either side by trees. At Guadalupe, on the hill of Tepayac, there stood, in days of yore, the temple of Tonatzin, the goddess of earth and of corn, a mild deity who rejected human victims, and was only to be propitiated by the sacrifices of turtle doves, swallows, pigeons, etc. She was the protectress of the Totonoqui Indians. The spacious church, which now stands at the foot of the mountain, is one of the richest in Mexico. Having put on veils, no bonnets being permitted within the precincts of a church, we entered this far-famed sanctuary, and were dazzled by the profusion of silver with which it is ornamented. The divine painting of the Virgin of Guadalupe represents her in a blue cloak covered with stars, a garment of crimson and gold, her hands clasped, and her foot on a crescent, supported by a cherub. The painting is coarse, and only remarkable on account of the tradition attached to it. We afterwards visited a small chapel covered by a dome, built over a boiling spring, whose waters possess miraculous qualities, and bought crosses and medals which have touched the holy image, and pieces of white ribbon marked with the measure of the Virgin's hands and feet. We climbed, albeit very warm, by a steep path to the top of the hill, where there is another chapel, from which there is a superb view of Mexico, and beside it a sort of monument in the form of the sails of a ship, erected by a grateful Spaniard to commemorate his escape from shipwreck, which he believed to be owing to the intercession of Our Lady of Guadalupe. We then went to the village to call on the bishop, the Illustrimo Señor Campos, whom we found in his canonicals, and who seems a good little old man, but no conjurer, although I believe he had the honour of bringing up his cousin, Señor Posada, destined to be Archbishop of Mexico. We found him quietly seated in a large, simply furnished room, and apparently buried over some huge volume, so that he was not at first aware of our entrance. A picture of the Virgin of Guadalupe hung on the wall, which C n having noticed, he observed that he could not answer for its being a very faithful resemblance, as Our Lady did not appear often, not so often as people supposed. Then folding his hands and looking down, he proceeded to recount the history of the miraculous apparition pretty much as follows. In 1531, 10 years and 4 months after the conquest of Mexico, the fortunate Indian whose name was Juan Diego, and who was a native of Cuautitlan, went to the suburb of Tlatelolco to learn the Christian doctrine which the Franciscan monks taught there. As he was passing by the mountain of Tepeyac, the Holy Virgin suddenly appeared before him and ordered him to go, in her name, to the bishop, the Ilustrísimo D. Fr. Juan de Zumárraga, and to make known to him that she desired to have a place of worship erected in her honour on that spot. The next day the Indian passed by the same place, when again the Holy Virgin appeared before him, and demanded the result of his commission. Juan Diego replied that in spite of his endeavours he had not been able to obtain an audience of the bishop. "Return," said the Virgin, "and say that it is I, the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God, who sends thee." Juan Diego obeyed the divine orders, yet still the bishop would not give him credence, merely desiring him to bring some sign or token of the Virgin's will. He returned with this message on the 12th of December, when for the third time he beheld the apparition of the Virgin. She now commanded him to climb to the top of the barren rock of Tepeyac, to gather the roses which he should find there, and to bring them to her. The humble messenger obeyed, though well knowing that on that spot were neither flowers nor any trace of vegetation. Nevertheless, he found the roses, which he gathered and brought to the Virgin Mary, who, throwing them into his tilma, said, "Return, show these to the bishop, and tell him that these are the credentials of thy mission." Juan Diego set out for the episcopal house, which stood on the ground occupied by the hospital now called San Juan de Dios, and when he found himself in the presence of the prelate, he unfolded his tilma to show him the roses, when there appeared imprisoned on it the miraculous image which had existed for more than 3 centuries. When the bishop beheld it, he was seized with astonishment and awe, and conveyed it in a solemn procession to his own oratory, and shortly after, this splendid church was erected in honour of the patroness of New Spain. From all parts of the country, continued the old bishop, people flocked in crowds to see Our Lady of Guadalupe, and esteemed it an honour to obtain a sight of her. What then must be my happiness who can see her most gracious majesty every hour and every minute of the day! I would not quit Guadalupe for any part of the world, nor for any temptation that could be held out to me." And the pious man remained for a few minutes as if wrapped in ecstasy. That he was sincere in his assertions there could be no doubt. As evening prayers were about to begin, we accompanied him to the cathedral. An old woman opened the door for us as we passed out. "Have my chocolate ready when I return," said the bishop. "Si, padrecito," said the old woman, dropping upon her knees, in which posture she remained for some minutes. As we passed along the street, the sight of the reverend man had the same effect; all fell on their knees as he passed, precisely as if the host were carried by, or the shock of an earthquake were felt. Arrived at the door of the cathedral, he gave us his hand, or rather his pastoral amethyst, to kiss. The organ sounded fine as it pealed through the old cathedral, and the setting sun poured his rays in through the Gothic windows with a rich and glowing light. The church was crowded with people of the village, but especially with léperos, counting their beads, and suddenly in the midst of an Ave María Purissima, flinging themselves and their rags in our path with a "Por el amor de la Santísima Virgen." And if this does not serve their purpose, they appeal to your domestic sympathies. From men they entreat relief, by the life of the Señorita; from women, by the life of the little child; from children, it is, by the life of your mother. And a mixture of piety and superstitious feeling makes most people, women at least, draw out their purses. Count C a has promised to send me to-morrow a box of mosquitoes' eggs, of which tortillas are made, which are considered a great delicacy. Considering life in Mexico, mosquitoes as small-winged cannibals, I was rather shocked at the idea, but they pretend that these which are from the Laguna are a superior race of creatures which do not sting. In fact, the Spanish historians mention that the Indians used to eat bread made of the eggs which the fly called agayacatl laid on the rushes of the lakes, and which they, the Spaniards, found very palatable. End of letter the 8th. Letter the Ninth of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the Ninth. Visits from Spaniards. Visit from the President. Disquisition. Poblana dress. Bernardo the Matador. Bullfight extraordinary. Plaza de Toros. Fireworks. Portrait of C.N. Fancy ball. Dress. Costume of the patronesses. Beauty in Mexico. Doctor's visit. Cards of fair part. Marquesa de San Roman. Toilette in morning visits of ceremony. Attempt at robbery. Murder of a consul. La Guerra Rodriguez. Doctor plan. M.D. Humboldt. Anecdote. Former customs. 5th January. Yesterday, Sunday, a great day here for visiting after mass is over. We had a concourse of Spaniards, all of whom seemed anxious to know whether or not I intended to wear a poblana dress at the fancy ball, and seemed wonderfully interested about it. 2 young ladies or women of Puebla, introduced by Señor , came to proffer their services in giving me all the necessary particulars, and dressed the hair of Josefa, a little Mexican girl, to show me how it should be arranged, mentioned several things still wanting, and told me that every one was much pleased at the idea of my going in a poblana dress. I was rather surprised that every one should trouble themselves about it. About 12 o'clock, the president, in full uniform, attended by his aides de camp, paid me a visit, and sat about half an hour, very amiable as usual. Shortly after came more visits, and just as we had supposed they were all concluded, and we were going to dinner, we were told that the Secretary of State, the Ministers of War and of the Interior, and others were in the drawing room. And what do you think was the purport of their visit? To adjure me, by all that was most alarming, to discard the idea of making my appearance in a poblana dress. They assured us that poblanas generally were femmes de reine, that they wore no stockings, and that the wife of the Spanish Minister should by no means assume, even for one evening, such a costume. I brought in my dresses, showed their length and their propriety, but in vain, and in fact, as to their being in the right, there could be no doubt, and nothing but a kind motive could have induced them to take this trouble, so I yielded with a good grace, and thanked the Cabinet Council for their timely warning, though fearing that in this land of procrastination it would be difficult to procure another dress for the fancy ball, for you must know that our luggage is still toiling its weary way on the backs of mules from Vera Cruz to the capital. They had scarcely gone when Señor brought a message from several of the principal ladies here, whom we do not even know, and who had requested that as a stranger I should be informed of the reasons which render the poblana dress objectionable in this country, especially on any public occasion like this ball. I was really thankful for my escape. Just as I was dressing for dinner, a note was brought, marked reservada, private, the contents of which appeared to me more odd than pleasant. I have since heard, however, that the writer, Don José Arnaiz, is an old man and a sort of privileged character, who interferes in everything, whether it concerns him or not. I translate it for your benefit. The dress of a poblana is that of a woman of no character. The lady of the Spanish Minister is a lady in every sense of the word. However much she may have compromised herself, she ought neither to go as a poblana nor in any other character but her own. So says to the Señor de C.N. José Arnaiz, who esteems him as much as possible. 6th. Early this morning, this being the day of the bullfight extraordinary, placards were put up, as I understand, on all the corners of the streets, announcing it, accompanied by a portrait of C.N. Count C.A. came soon after breakfast, accompanied by Bernardo, the first matador, whom he brought to present to us. I send you the white satin note of invitation, with its silver lace and tassels, to show you how beautifully they can get up such things here. The matador is a handsome but heavy-looking man, though said to be active and skilful. To-morrow I shall write you an account of my first bull-fight. 7th. Yesterday, towards the afternoon, there were great fears of rain, which would have caused a postponement of the combat. However, the day cleared up, the bulls little knowing how much their fate depended upon the clouds. A box in the centre, with a carpet and a silver lamp, had been prepared for us, but we went with our friends, the C.A.'s, into their box adjoining. The scene, to me especially, who have not seen the magnificence of the Madrid arena, was animating and brilliant in the highest degree. Fancy an immense amphitheatre, with four great tiers of boxes, and a range of uncovered seats in front. The whole crowded almost to suffocation. The boxes filled with ladies in full dress, and the seats below by gaily dressed and most enthusiastic spectators. Two military bands of music, playing beautiful airs from the operas, an extraordinary variety of brilliant costumes, all lighted up by the eternally deep blue sky. Ladies and peasants and officers in full uniform, and you may conceive that it must have been altogether a varied and curious spectacle. About 6:30 a flourish of trumpets announced the president, who came in uniform with his staff and took his seat to the music of Guerra, Guerra, y Bellici Trombi. Shortly after the matadors and picadors, the former on foot, the latter on horseback, made their entry, saluting all around the arena, and were received with loud cheering. Bernardo's dress of blue and silver was very superb, and cost him $500. The signal was given, the gates were thrown open, and a bull sprang into the arena. Not a great fierce-looking animal, as they are in Spain, but a small, angry, wild-looking beast, with a troubled eye. Thrice sounds the clarion, and lo! the signal falls. The den expands, and expectation mute gapes round the silent circle's peopled walls. Bounds with one lashing spring the mighty brute, and wildly staring spurns with sounding foot the sand, nor blindly rushes on his foe. Here, there, he points his threatening front to suit his first attack, wide waving to and fro his angry tail, red rolls his eyes' dilated glow. A picture equally correct and poetical. That first pose of the bull is superb. Pasta in her media did not surpass it. Meanwhile the matadors and the banderilleros shook their colored scarfs at him, the picadors poked at him with their lances. He rushed at the front and tossed up the scarfs which they threw at him, while they sprung over the arena, galloped after the others, striking the horses, so that, along with their riders, they occasionally rolled in the dust, both, however, almost instantly recovering their equilibrium, in which there is no time to be lost. Then the matadors would throw fireworks, crackers adorned with streaming ribbons, which stuck on his horns, as he tossed his head, enveloped him in a blaze of fire. Occasionally the picador would catch hold of the bull's tail, and passing it under his own right leg, wheel his horse around, force the bullock to gallop backwards, and throw him on his face. Maddened with pain, streaming with blood, stuck full of darts, and covered with fireworks, the unfortunate beast went galloping round and round, plunging blindly at man and horse, and frequently trying to leap the barrier, but driven back by the waving hats and shouting of the crowd. At last, as he stood at bay and nearly exhausted, the matador ran up and gave him the mortal blow, considered a peculiar proof of skill. The bull stopped as if he felt that his hour were come, staggered, made a few plunges at nothing, and fell. A finishing stroke, and the bull expired. The trumpets sounded, the music played, 4 horses galloped in tied to a yoke to which the bull was fastened, and swiftly dragged out of the arena. This last part had a fine effect, reminding one of the Roman sacrifices. In a similar manner 8 bulls were done to death. The scene is altogether fine, the address amusing, but the wounding and tormenting of the bull is sickening, and as here the tips of his horns are blunted, one has more sympathy with him than with his human adversaries. It cannot be good to accustom a people to such bloody sights. Yet let me confess that though at first I covered my face and could not look, little by little I grew so much interested in the scene that I could not take my eyes off it, and I can easily understand the pleasure taken in these barbarous diversions by those accustomed to them from childhood. The bullfight having terminated amidst loud and prolonged cheering from the crowd, a tree of fireworks erected in the midst of the arena was lighted, and amidst a blaze of coloured light appeared, first the arms of the Republic, the eagle and nopal, and above a full-length portrait of C n, represented by a figure in a blue and silver uniform. Down fell the Mexican eagle with a crash at his feet, while he remained burning brightly, and lighted up the fireworks in the midst of tremendous shouts and cheers. Thus terminated this fonction extraordinaria, and when all was over, we went to dine at Countess C a's, and had some music in the evening, and afterwards returned home tolerably tired. 10th. The fancy ball took place last evening in the theatre, and although owing either to the change of climate or to the dampness of the house, I have been obliged to keep my room since the day of the bullfight, and to decline a pleasant dinner at the English Minister's, I thought it advisable to make my appearance there. Having discarded the costume of the light-headed Poblamanas, I adopted that of a virtuous Roman contadina, simple enough to be run up in one day. A white skirt, red bodice, with blue ribbons, and lace veil put on square behind, apropos to which headdress it is very common amongst the Indians to wear a piece of stuff folded square and laid flat upon the head, in this Italian fashion, and as it is not fastened, I cannot imagine how they trot along without letting it fall. We went to the theatre about 11, and found the entrée, though crowded, with carriages very quiet and orderly. The coup d'oeil on entering was extremely gay, and certainly very amusing. The ball given for the benefit of the poor was under the patronage of the ladies C a, G a, Guerre, and others, but such was the original dirtiness and bad condition of the theatre, that to make it decent they had expended nearly all the proceeds. As it was, and considering the various drawbacks, the arrangements were very good. Handsome lustres had superseded the lanterns with their tallow candles, the boxes were hung with bright silk draperies, and a canopy of the same, drawn up in the form of a tent, covered the whole ballroom. The orchestra also was tolerably good. The boxes were filled with ladies, presenting an endless succession of China crape shawls of every colour and variety, and a monotony of diamond earrings, while in the theatre itself, if ever a ball might be termed a fancy ball, this was that ball. Of Swiss peasants, Scotch peasants, and all manner of peasants, there were a goodly assortment, as also of Turks, Highlanders, and men in plain clothes. But being public, it was not of course select, and amongst many well-dressed people there were hundreds who, assuming no particular character, had exerted their imagination to appear more fanciful, and had succeeded. One, for example, would have a scarlet satin petticoat, and over it a pink satin robe, with scarlet ribbons to match. Another a short blue satin dress, beneath which appeared a handsome purple satin petticoat, the whole trimmed with yellow bows. They looked like the signs of the zodiac. All had diamonds and pearls, old and young and middle-aged, including little children, of whom there were many. The lady patronesses were very elegant. The Señora de Guerra wore a headdress in the form of a net, entirely composed of large pearls and diamonds, in itself a fortune. The Señora de C a as Madame de la Vallière, in black velvet and diamonds, looking pretty as usual, but the cold of the house obliged her to muffle up in furs and boas, and so to hide her dress. The Señora de G a as Mary, Queen of Scots, in black velvet and pearls, with a splendid diamond necklace, was extremely handsome. She wore a cap, introduced by the Albini, in the character of the Scottish Queen, but which, though pretty in itself, is a complete deviation from the beautiful simplicity of the real Queen Mary cap. She certainly looked as if she had arrived at her prime without knowing Fotheringay. Various ladies were introduced to me, who are only waiting to receive our cards of fair part before they call. Amongst the girls, the best dresses that I observed were the Señoritas de F d, the one handsome, with the figure and face of a Spanish peasant, the other much more graceful and intelligent looking, though with less actual beauty. However, so many of the most fashionable people were in their boxes, that I am told this is not a good occasion on which to judge of the beauty or style of toilette of the Mexican women, besides which, these fancy balls being uncommon, they would probably look better in their usual costume. Upon the whole, I saw few striking beauties, little grace, and very little good dancing. There was too much velvet and satin, and the dresses were too much loaded. The diamonds, though superb, were frequently ill set. The dresses, compared with the actual fashion, were absurdly short, and the feet, naturally small, were squeezed into shoes still smaller, which is destructive to grace whether in walking or dancing. There was a young gentleman pointed out to me as being in the costume of a Highlander. How I wished that Sir William Cumming, Macleod of Macleod, or some veritable Highland chieftain, could suddenly have appeared to annihilate him, and show the people here what the dress really is. There were various unfortunate children bundled up in long satin or velvet dresses, covered with blonde and jewels, and with artificial flowers in their hair. The room was excessively cold, nor was the ancient odour of the theatre entirely obliterated, nor indeed do I think that all the perfumes of Arabia would overpower it. Having walked about and admired all the varieties of fancy costumes, I, being nearly frozen, went to the Countess C 's box on the pit tier, and enveloped myself in a cloak. They pointed out the most distinguished persons in the boxes, amongst others the family of the E s, who seem very handsome, with brilliant colours and fine teeth. We remained until 3 in the morning, and declined all offers of refreshment, though, after all, a cup of hot chocolate would not have been amiss. There was supper somewhere, but I believe attended only by gentlemen. I had the satisfaction in passing out to see numerous ladies on their partners' arms, and all bedizened as they were with finery, stop under the lamps and light their cigars, cool and pretty. 16th. I have passed nearly a week in a slight fever, shivering and hot. I was attended by a doctor of the country, who seems the most harmless creature imaginable. Every day he felt my pulse and gave me some little innocent mixture. But what he especially gave me was a lesson in polite conversation. Every day we had the following dialogue as he rose to take leave. "Madame," this by the bedside, "I am at your service." "Many thanks, sir." "Madame," this at the foot of the bed, "know me for your most humble servant." "Good morning, sir." "Madame," here he stopped beside a table, "I kiss your feet." "Sir, I kiss your hand." "Madame," this near the door, "my poor house and all in it, myself though useless, all I have, is yours." "Many thanks, sir." He turns round and opens the door, again turning round as he does so. "Adieu, madame, your servant." "Adieu, sir." He goes out, partly reopens the door, and puts in his head. "Good morning, madame." This civility, so lengthened out, as if parting were such sweet sorrow, between doctor and patient, seems rather misplaced. It is here considered more polite to say "Señorita" than "Señora," even to married women, and the lady of the house is generally called by her servants "La Niña," the little girl, even though she be over 80. This last custom is still more common in Havana, where the old negresses, who have always lived in the family, and are accustomed to call their young mistresses by this name, never change, whatever be her age. I have received a packet of letters which have done me more good than the old doctor's visits. The captain left us yesterday, and took charge of a box of chocolates stamped with various figures, and of some curious dulces for you. Our cards, giving the Mexicans the tardy information of our arrival, were sent out some days ago. I copy one, that you may have a specimen of the style, which looks for all the world like that of a shop advertisement, purporting that Don makes wigs, dresses hair, and so forth, while Doña washes lace and does up fine linen. Don A. C. de la Barca, enviado extraordinario y ministro plenipotenciario de H.M.C. cerca de la República Mexicana, y su esposa, Doña F. E. C. de la Barca, participan a su llegada a esta capital y se ofrecen a su disposición en la plazuela de Buenavista número 2. Footnote 1. Don A. C. de la Barca, Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary from H.C.M. and his lady, Doña F. E. C. de la Barca, inform you of their arrival in this capital, and put themselves at your disposal in the street of Buenavista, No. 2. 18th. For the last few days our rooms have been filled with visitors, and my eyes are scarcely yet accustomed to the display of diamonds, pearls, silks, satins, and blondes, and velvets, in which the ladies have paid their first visits of etiquette. A few of the dresses I shall record for your benefit, not as being richer than the others, but that I happen to recollect them best. The Marquesa de San Roman, an old lady who has travelled a great deal in Europe, and is very distinguished for talents and information. She has the Grand Cross of Maria Louisa of Spain, is of a noble Venetian family, and aunt to the Duke of Canizzaro. Her dress was a very rich black Genoa velvet, black blonde mantilla, and a very splendid parure of diamonds. She seems in exceedingly delicate health. She and her contemporaries are fast fading away, the last record of the days of viceroyalty. In their place a new race have started up, whose manners and appearance have little of the vieille cour about them. Chiefly, it is said, wives of military men sprung from the hotbeds of the revolutions, ignorant and full of pretensions, as parvenus who have risen by chance and not by merit must be. I continue my list after the fashion of the court journal. Countess de S o, under dress of rich violet satin, gown of black blonde, mantilla of black blonde, diamond earrings, 5 or 6 large diamond brooches fastening the mantilla, necklace of large pearls and diamond zivegni. The Señora S., dress of white satin, gown of white blonde mantilla, pearls, diamonds, and white satin shoes. Madame S. R., black velvet dress, white blonde mantilla, pearls, diamonds, short sleeves, and white satin shoes. The Señora D. A. D., fawn colored satin dress, black blonde mantilla, diamonds, and black satin shoes. The Señora B. A., the wife of a general, extremely rich, and who has the handsomest house in Mexico. Dress of purple velvet, embroidered all over with flowers of white silk, short sleeves, and embroidered corsage, white satin shoes, and has bas à jour, a deep flounce of Mechlin appearing below the velvet dress, which was short. A mantilla of black blonde, fastened by 3 diamond aigrettes. Diamond earrings of extraordinary size. A diamond necklace of immense value, and beautifully set. A necklace of pearls, valued at $20,000. A diamond Sévigné. A gold chain going 3 times around the neck and touching the knees. On every finger 2 diamond rings like little watches. As no other dress was equally magnificent with her, I conclude my description, only observing that no Mexican lady has yet paid me her first morning visit without diamonds. They have few opportunities for displaying their jewels, so that were it not on the occasion of some such morning visit of etiquette, the diamonds would lie in their cases, wasting their serene rays in darkness. Last night an attempt was made to break into the house, but our fine little bulldog Hercules, a present from Señor A. D., kept his ground so well, and barked so furiously that the servants were awakened, even the porter, the soundest slumberer amongst them, and the robbers escaped without doing further mischief than inflicting a severe wound on the poor animal's paw, which has made him for the present quite lame. Apropos to which matters, a most cruel murder, of which I have just been hearing the particulars, was committed not very long ago in this neighbourhood, upon Mr. M., the Swiss consul. He was also a leather merchant, and one morning having sent out his porter on some commission, a carriage drove up to the door, and 3 gentlemen presented themselves to Mr. M., requesting to speak to him on business. He begged them to walk in, and there entered a general in uniform, a young officer, and a monk. Mr. M. requested to be informed of their business, when suddenly the general, seizing hold of him whilst the others went to secure the door, exclaimed, "We have not come to hear about your goods, we want your money." The poor man, astounded at perceiving the nature of his customers, assured them he kept but little money in the house, but proceeded instantly to open his private drawers, and empty their contents, amounting, in fact, to a trifle of some few $100. Finding that he had indeed no more to give them, they prepared to depart, when the monk said, "We must kill him, or he will recognize us." "No," said the officers, "leave him and come along, there is no danger." "Go on," said the monk, "I follow," and turning back, stabbed the consul to the heart. The three then re-entered the carriage and drove off at full speed. A few minutes afterwards the porter, returning, found his master bathed in blood, and rushing out to a neighbouring gambling house gave the alarm. Several gentlemen ran to his assistance, but he died in an hour after, having given all the particulars of the dress and appearance of his murderers, and that of their carriage. By these tokens they were soon afterwards discovered, and by the energy of the governor, then Count C a, they were arrested and hanged upon the trees in front of our house, together with the real Mexican colonel, who had kindly lent the ruffians his carriage for the occasion. It is seldom that crime here meets with so prompt a punishment. Our friend Count C a, when governor of Mexico, was celebrated for his energy in el perseguimiento de los ladrones, persecuting the robbers, as it is called. It is said upon one occasion his zeal carried him rather far. Various robberies having been committed in the city, he had received a hint from the government that the escape of the perpetrators was considered by them as a proof that he had grown lukewarm in the public service. A few days afterwards, riding in the streets, he perceived a notorious robber, who, the moment he observed himself recognized, darted down another street with the swiftness of an arrow. The governor pursued him on horseback. The robber made all speed towards the square, and rushed into the sanctuary of the cathedral. The count galloped in after him, and dragged him from his place of refuge near the altar. This violation of the church's sanctity was of course severely reprimanded, but, as the governor remarked, they could no longer accuse him of want of zeal in the discharge of his duty. He took as his porter the captain of a gang of robbers, ordering him to stand at the door, and to seize any of his former acquaintances who might pass his own pardon depending on his conduct in this respect. Riding out one day to his country place with his lady, this man accompanying them as a servant, they were overtaken by a messenger who desired the return of the count to the city upon some urgent and important business. It was already dusk, yet the count, trusting to the honour of the robber, ordered him to conduct his lady to the hacienda, and she alone on horseback with this alarming guide performed her journey in safety. Before I conclude this letter, I must tell you that I received a visit this morning from a very remarkable character, well known here by the name of La Guera, the fair Rodriguez, said to have been many years ago celebrated by Humboldt as the most beautiful woman he had seen in the whole course of his travels. Considering the lapse of time which has passed since that distinguished traveller visited these parts, I was almost astonished when her card was sent up with a request for admission, and still more so to find that in spite of years and of the furrows which it pleases time to plough in the loveliest faces, La Guera retains a profusion of fair curls, without one gray hair, a set of beautiful white teeth, very fine eyes, and great vivacity. Her sister, the Marquesa de Juluapa, lately dead, is said to have been also a woman of great talent and extraordinary conversational powers. She is another of the ancient noblesse who has dropped off. The physician who attended her in her last illness, a Frenchman of the name of Plan, in great repute here, has sent in a bill to her executors of $10,000, which, although it does not excite any great astonishment, the family refuse to pay, and there is a lawsuit in consequence. The extortions of medical men in Mexico, especially of foreign physicians, have arrived at such a height that a person of moderate fortune must hesitate before putting himself into their hands. 1. A rich old lady in delicate health, and with no particular complaint, is a surer fund for them than a silver mine. Footnote 1. The Mexican government has since taken this matter into consideration, and is making regulations which render it necessary for a medical man to possess a certain degree of knowledge, and to have resided a specified time in the city, before he is permitted to practise. They are also occupied in fixing a certain sum for medical attendance. I found La Guera very agreeable, and a perfect living chronicle. She is married to her third husband, and had 3 daughters, all celebrated beauties. The Countess de Regla, who died in New York, and was buried in the cathedral there; the Marquesa de Guadalupe, also dead; and the Marquesa de A, now a handsome widow. We spoke of Humboldt, and talking of herself as of a third person, she related to me all the particulars of his first visit, and his admiration of her; that she was then very young, though married, and the mother of two children, and that when he came to visit her mother, she was sitting sewing in a corner, where the Baron did not perceive her, until talking very earnestly on the subject of cochineal, he inquired if he could visit a certain district where there was a plantation of nopals. "To be sure," said La Güera from her corner, "we can take M.D. Humboldt there;" whereupon he first perceiving her, stood amazed, and at length exclaimed, "Valgame Dios! Who is that girl?" Afterwards he was constantly with her, and more captivated, it is said, by her wit than by her beauty, considering her a sort of western Madame de Stael; all which leads me to suspect that the grave traveller was considerably under the influence of her fascinations, and that neither mines nor mountains, geography nor geology, petrified shells nor alpencalstein, had occupied him to the exclusion of a slight stratum of flirtation. It is a comfort to think that sometimes even the great Humboldt nods. One of La Guera's stories is too original to be lost. A lady of high rank having died in Mexico, her relatives undertook to commit her to her last resting place, habited according to the then prevailing fashion, in her most magnificent dress, that which she had worn at her wedding. This dress was a wonder of luxury even in Mexico. It was entirely composed of the finest lace, and the flounces were made of a species of point which cost $50 a vara (the Mexican yard). Its equal was unknown. It was also ornamented and looped up at certain intervals with bows of ribbon very richly embroidered in gold. In this dress the Condesa de was laid in her coffin, thousands of dear friends crowding to view her beautiful costume de mort, and at length she was placed in her tomb, the key of which was entrusted to the sacristan. From the tomb to the opera is a very abrupt transition, nevertheless both have a share in this story. A company of French dancers appeared in Mexico, a 20th rate ballet, and the chief danseuse was a little French damsel, remarkable for the shortness of her robes, her coquetry, and her astonishing pirouettes. On the night of a favourite ballet, Mademoiselle Pauline made her entrée in a succession of pirouettes, and poising on her toe, looked round for approbation, when a sudden thrill of horror, accompanied by a murmur of indignation, pervaded the assembly. Mademoiselle Pauline was equipped in the very dress in which the defunct Countess had been buried. Lace, point flounces, gold ribbons, impossible to mistake it. Hardly had the curtain dropped, when the little danseuse found herself surrounded by competent authorities, questioning her as to where and how she had obtained her dress. She replied that she had bought it at an extravagant price from a French modiste in the city. She had rifled no tomb, but honestly paid down golden ounces in exchange for her lawful property. To the modistes went the officers of justice. She also pleaded innocent. She had bought it of a man who had brought it to her for sale, and had paid him much more than a pois d'or, as indeed it was worth. By dint of further investigation the man was identified, and proved to be the sacristan of San Blanc. Short-sighted sacristan! He was arrested and thrown into prison, and one benefit resulted from his cupidity. Since in order to avoid throwing temptation in the way of future sacristans, it became the custom, after the body had lain in state for some time in magnificent robes, to substitute a plain dress, previous to placing the coffin in the vault. A poor vanity after all. I was told by a lady here, that on the death of her grandchild, he was not only enveloped in rich lace, but the diamonds of 3 condesas and 4 marquesas were collected together and put on him, necklaces, bracelets, rings, brooches, and tiaras, to the value of several $100,000. The street was hung with draperies, and a band of music played, whilst he was visited by all the titled relatives of the family in his dead splendour, poor little baby. Yet his mother mourned for him as for all her blighted hopes, and the last scion of a noble house. Grief shows itself in different ways, yet one might think that when it seeks consolation in display, it must be less profound than when it shuns it. End of letter the 9th. Letter the 10th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 10th. San Fernando. House of Pérez de Galvez. A removal. Size of the houses. Old monastery. View by sunset. Evening visits. Mexican etiquette. A night view from the azotea. Tacubaya. Maguey's. Making of pulque. Organos and nopal. Environs of Mexico. Miracle. Hacienda. View from the Countess C.A.'s house. Arzobispado. Anecdote. Comparative view of beauty. Indians rancheritas. Mexican cordiality. Masses for the dead. San Agustin. Form of invitation. Death of a senator. A mistake. San Fernando, 25th February. We have been engaged for some time past in the disagreeable occupations, first of finding, then of furnishing, and lastly of entering into a new house. We were very anxious to hire that of the Marquesa de Juluapa, which is pretty, well situated, and has a garden, but the agent, after making us wait for his decision more than a fortnight, informed us that he had determined to sell it. House rent is extremely high, nothing tolerable to be had under $2,500 per annum, unfurnished. There is also an extraordinary custom of paying a sum called traspaso, sometimes to the amount of $14,000, taking your chance of having the money repaid you by the next person who takes the house. We next endeavoured to procure a house not far from our present residence, a palace in fact, which I mentioned to you before as having been occupied at one time by Santa Anna, and at another by the English legation, but the present proprietor cannot be prevailed upon to let it. It has a beautiful garden and olive ground, but is not a very secure abode, except with a guard of soldiers. We at length came to the determination of taking up our quarters here. It is a handsome new house, built by General G, and has the fault of being only too large. Built in a square, like all Mexican houses, the ground floor, which has a stone-paved court, with a fountain in the middle, contains about 20 rooms, besides outhouses, coach-house, stables, pigeon-house, garden-house, etc. The second story, where the principal apartments are, the first floor being chiefly occupied by servants, has the same number of rooms, with coal-room, wood-room, bath-room, and water everywhere, in the court below, in the garden, and on the azotea, which is very spacious, and where, were the house our own, we might build a mirador, and otherwise ornament it, but to build for another is too heroic. The great defect in all these houses is their want of finish, the great doors that will not shut properly, and the great windows down to the ground, which in the rainy season will certainly admit water, making these residences appear something like a cross breed between a palace and a barn, the splendour of the one, the discomfort of the other. I will not inflict upon you the details of all our petty annoyances caused by procrastinating tradesmen. Suffice it to say that the Mexican mañana, tomorrow, if properly translated, means never. As to prices, I conclude we pay for being foreigners and diplomats, and will not believe in a first experience. However, we are settled at last, and find the air here much purer than in the heart of the city, while the maladies and epidemics so common there are here almost unknown. Behind this house is a very small garden, bounded on one side by the great wall, which encloses the orchard of the old monastery of San Fernando, within whose vast precincts only 7 or 8 monks now linger. It is an immense building, old and gray and time-worn, with a church adjoining, and spacious lands appertaining to it. At all times it is picturesque, but by moonlight or sunset it forms a most olden-time vision. At that hour, standing alone in the high walled garden, when the convent bells are tolling, and the convent itself with its iron barred, Gothic windows, and its gray green olive trees that look so unreal and lifeless, is tinged by the last rays of the sun, the whole seems like a vision, or a half remembered sketch, or a memory of a romance. Then the sun sets behind the snow-crowned mountains with a bright fiery red, covering their majestic sides with a rosy glow, while great black clouds come sailing along like the wings of night, and then is the hour for remembering that this is Mexico, and in spite of all the evils that have fallen over it, the memory of the romantic past hovers there still. But the dark clouds sail on, and envelop the crimson tints, yet lingering and blushing on the lofty mountains, and like monstrous night birds brood there in silent watch, and gradually the whole landscape, mountains and sky, convent and olive trees, look gray and sad, and seem to melt away in the dim twilight. Then the bright moon rises and flings her silver veil over the mountains, and lights up the plains, glittering and quivering upon the old gray stones, and a sound of military music is heard in the distance far and faint, and all the bells are tolling, from old San Fernando, that repeats himself like a sexagenarian, from the towers of the cathedral, from many a distant church and convent, and above the rumbling of carriages and the hum of the city are heard the notes of a hymn, now rising, now falling on the ear, as a religious procession passes along to some neighbouring temple. But it grows late. A carriage enters the courtyard, a visit. There is no romance here. Men and women are the same everywhere, whether enveloped in the graceful mantilla, or wearing her ball's last, whether wrapped in Spanish cloak, or Mexican sarape, or Scottish plaid. The manners of the ladies here are extremely kind, but Spanish etiquette and compliments are beyond measure tiresome. After having embraced each lady who enters, according to the fashion, which after all seems cordial, to say the least of it, and seated the lady of most consequence on the right side of the sofa, a point of great importance, the following dialogue is de rigueur. "How are you? Are you well?" "At your service, and you?" "Without novelty, sin novedad, at your service." "I am rejoiced, and how are you, Señora?" "At your disposal, and you?" "A thousand thanks, and the Señor?" "At your service, without novelty," etc., etc., etc. Besides, before sitting down there is "Pray be seated." "Pass first, Señorita." "No, madame, pray pass first." "Vaya! Well, to oblige you, without further ceremony, I dislike compliments and etiquette." And it is a fact that there is no real etiquette but the most perfect laissez aller in the world. All these are mere words, tokens of goodwill. If it is in the morning, there is the additional question of "How have you passed the night?" and the answer "In your service." Even in Mexico the weather affords a legitimate opening for a conversation battery, but this chiefly when it rains or looks dull, which, occasioning surprise, gives rise to observation. Besides a slight change in the degree of heat or cold which we should not observe, they comment upon. The visit over, the ladies re-embrace, the lady of the house following her guest to the top of the staircase, and again compliments are given and received. "Madame, you know that my house is at your disposal." "A thousand thanks, madame." "Mine is at yours, and though useless, know me for your servant, and command me in everything that you may desire." "Adieu. I hope you may pass a good night," etc., etc., etc. At the bottom of the first landing place, the visitors again turn round to catch the eye of the lady of the house, and the adieus are repeated. All this, which struck me at first, already appears quite natural, and would scarce be worth mentioning, but as affording a contrast to our slight and indifferent manner of receiving and taking leave of our guests. All the ladies address each other, and are addressed by gentlemen by their Christian names, and those who have paid me more than one or two visits, use the same familiar mode of address to me. Amongst women I rather like this, but it somewhat startles my ideas of the fitness of things to hear a young man address a married woman as Maria, Antonia, Anita, etc. However, things must be taken as they are meant, and as no familiarity is intended, none should be supposed. But these visitors are gone, and into the open court the consolatory moon is shining. All clouds have passed away, and the blue sky is so blue as to dazzle the eyes even in the moonlight. Each star shines out bright, golden, and distinct, and it seems a sin to sleep and to lose so lovely a night. But for a true night view, mount upon the azotea and see all Mexico sleeping at your feet, the whole valley and the city itself floating in moonlight, the blue vault above gemmed with stars, and the mountains all bathed in silver, the white volcanoes seeming to join earth and sky. Here even Salvator's genius would fail. We must evoke the ghost of Byron. The pencil can do nothing. Poetry alone might give a faint idea of a scene so wondrously beautiful. 26th. We went yesterday with Mr. M , his wife and daughter, and a padre, to visit the Archbishop's palace at Tacubaya, a pretty village about 4 miles from Mexico, and a favourite ride of ours in the morning. The country round Mexico, if not always beautiful, has the merit of being original, and on the road to Tacubaya, which goes by Chapultepec, you pass large tracts of country, almost entirely uncultivated, though so near the city, or covered by the mighty maguey plant, the American agave, which will flourish on the most arid soil, and, like a fountain in a desert place, furnishes the poorest Indian with the beverage most grateful to his palate. It seems to be to them what the reindeer is to the equinox, fitted by nature to supply all his wants. The maguey and its produce, pulque, were known to the Indians in the most ancient times, and the primitive Aztecs may have become as intoxicated on their favourite octli, as they called it, as the modern Mexicans do on their beloved pulque. It is not often that we see the superb flower with its colossal stem, for the plant that is in blossom is a useless beauty. The moment the experienced Indian becomes aware that his maguey is about to flower, he cuts out the heart, covers it over with the side leaves of the plant, and all the juice which should have gone to the great stem of the flower, runs into the empty basin thus formed, into which the Indian thrice a day, and during several months in succession, inserts his acojote or gourd, a kind of siphon, and applying his mouth to the other end, draws off the liquor by suction, a curious looking process. First it is called honey water, and is sweet and scentless, but easily ferments when transferred to the skins or earthen vases where it is kept. To assist in its fermentation, however, a little old pulque, madre pulque as it is called, which has fermented for many days, is added to it, and in 24 hours after it leaves the plant, you may imbibe it in all its perfection. It is said to be the most wholesome drink in the world, and remarkably agreeable when one has overcome the first shock occasioned by its rancid odour. At all events, the maguey is a source of unfailing profit, the consumption of pulque being enormous, so that many of the richest families in the capital owe their fortune entirely to the produce of their magueys. When the owners do not make the pulque themselves, they frequently sell their plants to the Indians, and a maguey, which costs a real when first planted, will, when ready to be cut, sell for $12 or $18, a tolerable profit, considering that it grows in almost any soil, requires little manure, and, unlike the vine, no very special or periodical care. They are planted in rows like hedges, and though the individual plant is handsome, the general effect is monotonous. Of the fibres is made an excellent strong thread called pita, of which pita they make a strong brownish paper, and might make cloth if they pleased. There is, however, little improvement made by the Mexicans upon the ingenuity of their Indian ancestors in respect to the maguey. Upon paper made of its fibres, the ancient Mexicans painted their hieroglyphical figures. The strong and pointed thorns which terminate the gigantic leaves they used as nails and pins, and amongst the abuses, not the uses of these, the ancient sanguinary priests were in the habit of piercing their breasts and tearing their arms with these, in acts of expiation. Besides, there is a very strong brandy distilled from pulque, which has the advantage of producing intoxication in an infinitely shorter period. Together with the maguey grows another immense production of nature, the organos, which resemble the barrels or pipes of an organ, and being covered with prickles, the plants growing close together, and about 6 feet high, makes the strongest natural fence imaginable, besides being covered with beautiful flowers. There is also another species of cactus, the nopal, which bears the tuna, a most refreshing fruit, but not ripe at this season. The plant looks like a series of flat green pincushions fastened together and stuck full of diminutive needles. But though the environs of Mexico are flat, though there are few trees, little cultivation, and uninhabited haciendas, and ruined churches in all directions, still, with its beautiful climate and ever smiling sky, the profusion of roses and sweet peas, and the deserted gardens, the occasional clumps of fine trees, particularly the graceful arbol de Peru, Chinemol, the Peruvian pepper tree, its bending branches loaded with bunches of coral colored berries, the old orchards with their blossoming fruit trees, the conviction that everything necessary for the use of man can be produced with scarcely any labor, all contributes to render the landscape one which it is impossible to pass through with indifference. A magnificent ash tree, the Mexican fresno, the pride of Tacubaya, which throws out its luxuriant branches covering a large space of ground, was pointed out to us as having a tradition attached to it. It had nearly withered away, when the Ilustrísimo Señor Fonti, the last of the Spanish archbishops, gave it his solemn benediction, and prayed that its vigour might be restored. Heaven heard his prayer, new buds instantly shot forth, and the tree has since continued to thrive luxuriantly. Tacubaya is a scattered village, containing some pretty country houses, and some old gardens with stone fountains. The word country house must not, however, be understood in the English acceptation of the word. The house, which is in fact merely used as an occasional retreat during the summer months, is generally a large empty building, with innumerable lofty rooms, communicating with each other, and containing the scantiest possible supply of furniture. One room will have in it a deal table and a few chairs. You will then pass through 5 or 6 quite empty. Then you will arrive at 2 or 3 with green painted bedsteads and a bench, the walls bare, or ornamented with a few old pictures of saints and virgins, and bare floors ornamented with nothing. To this add a kitchen and outhouses, a garden running to waste and overrunning with flowers, with stiff stone walks and a fountain in the middle, an orchard and an olive ground; such are most of the haciendas that I have yet seen. That of the Countess C a, which seems to be the handsomest in Tacubaya, is remarkable for commanding from its windows one of the most beautiful views imaginable of Mexico, the volcanoes and Chapultepec. From her azotea there is also a splendid view of the whole valley, and as her garden is in good order, that she has an excellent billiard table, a piano, but above all a most agreeable society in her own family, and that her house is the very centre of hospitality, one may certainly spend many hours there without regretting the absence of the luxurious furniture, which in Mexico seems entirely confined to the town houses. The Countess herself assured us that she had twice completely furnished the house, but as in 2 revolutions everything was thrown out of the windows and destroyed, she was resolved in future to confine herself to le stricte nécessaire. We went to see a house and garden which has fallen in chance succession to a poor woman who, not being able to occupy her unexpected inheritance, is desirous of selling it. The garden and grounds are a deserted wilderness of sweets. We were joined by several monks from a neighbouring convent, and with them went to visit the archbishop's palace. Chemin faisant, the padre informed us that he was formerly a merchant, a married man, and a friend of Yturbide's. He failed, his wife died, his friend was shot, and he joined a small community of priests, who lived retired in the convent of La Profesa, which with its church is one of the richest in Mexico. The arzobispado is a large, handsome, but deserted building, commanding the same fine view as from the house of the countess, and with a garden and fine olive ground, of which the trees were brought from Europe. The garden was filled with large double pink roses and bunches of the millefleur rose, which are disposed in arches, a favourite custom here; also with a profusion of sweet peas and jessamine, and a few orange trees. The gardener gave us some beautiful bouquets, and we lingered here till sunset, admiring the view. There is no point from which Mexico is seen to such advantage. It is even a finer prospect than that from Chapultepec, since it embraces the castle itself, one of the most striking features in the landscape. But just as the sun sunk behind the mountains, a sudden change took place in the weather. The wind rose, great masses of dark clouds came driving over the sky, and the rain fell in torrents, forcing us to make a hasty retreat to our carriages, and having omitted to take any precautions, and this road not being particularly safe at night, we were probably indebted for our safe return more to good luck than guidance, or perhaps we owed it in part to the padre, for the robbers are shy at attacking either soldiers or priests, the first from fear and the second from awe. Talking of robbers and robberies, rather a fertile theme of conversation, Señor told me the other day that, in the time of a former president, it came to pass that a certain gentleman went to take his leave at the palace previous to setting off for Vera Cruz. He was received by the president, who was alone with his aide de camp, General , and mentioned to him in confidence that he was about to take a considerable sum of money with him, but that it was so well concealed in the lining of a trunk which he described, that even if attacked by robbers it was impossible they should discover it, and that therefore he did not think it necessary to take an escort with him. The next day this confidential gentleman left Mexico in the diligence. Not far from the gates the coach was attacked, and strange to say, the robbers singled out the very trunk which contained the money, opened it, ripped up the lining, and having possessed themselves of the sum therein concealed, peaceably departed. It was a singular coincidence that the captain of the robbers, though somewhat disguised, bore a striking general resemblance to the president's aide de camp. These coincidences will happen. My chief occupation lately has consisted in returning visits, and it is certain that, according to our views of the case, there is too wide a distinction between the full dress style of toilette adopted by the ladies when they pay visits, and the undress in which they receive their visitors at home. To this there are some, nay, many exceptions, but in mass this is the case. On first arriving from the United States, where an ugly woman is a phoenix, one cannot fail to be struck at the first glance with the general absence of beauty in Mexico. It is only by degrees that handsome faces begin to dawn upon us, but, however, it must be remarked that beauty without colour is apt to be less striking, and to make less impression on us at first. The brilliant complexion and fine figure of an English woman strike every one. The beauty of expression and finely chiselled features of a Spaniard steal upon us like a soft moonlight, while a Frenchwoman, however plain, has so graceful a manner of saying agreeable things, so charming a tournure, such a piquant way of managing her eyes and even her mouth, that we think her a beauty after half an hour's acquaintance, and even lose our admiration for the quiet and high-bred, but less graceful, Anglaise. The beauty of the woman here consists in superb black eyes, very fine dark hair, a beautiful arm and hand, and small well-made feet. The defects are, that they are frequently too short and too fat, that their teeth are often bad, and their complexion not the clear olive of the Spaniards, nor the glowing brown of the Italians, but a bilious looking yellow. Their notion of inserting the foot into a shoe half an inch shorter, ruins the foot, and destroys their grace in walking, and consequently in every movement. This fashion is, fortunately, beginning to fall into disuse. It is therefore evident that when a Mexicana is endowed with white teeth and a fine complexion, when she has not grown too fat, and when she does not torture her small foot to make it smaller, she must be extremely handsome. The general carelessness of their dress in the morning is, however, another great drawback to beauty. A woman without stays, with uncombed hair and rebozo, had need to be very lovely if she retain any attraction at all. This indolence, indeed, is growing out of fashion, especially among the younger part of the community, owing perhaps to their more frequent intercourse with foreigners, though it will probably be long before the morning at home is not considered a privileged time and place for déshabillé. Notwithstanding, I have made many visits where I have found the whole family in a perfect state of order and neatness, but I have observed that there the fathers, and what is more important, the mothers had travelled in Europe and established a new order of things on their return. Upon the whole, the handsomest women here are not Mexicans, that is, not born in the capital, but in the provinces. From Puebla and Jalapa and Vera Cruz we see many distinguished by their brilliant complexions and fine teeth, and who are taller and more graceful than those born in the city of Mexico, precisely as in Spain, where the handsomest women in Madrid are said to be those born out of it. The common Indians, whom we see every day bringing in their fruit and vegetables to market, are, generally speaking, very plain, with an humble, mild expression of countenance, very gentle and wonderfully polite in their manners to each other; but occasionally, in the lower classes, one sees a face and form so beautiful, that we might suppose such another was the Indian who enchanted Cortes, with eyes and hair of extraordinary beauty, a complexion dark but glowing, with the Indian beauty of teeth like the driven snow, together with small feet and beautifully shaped hands and arms, however embrowned by sun and toil. In these cases it is more than probable that, however Indian in her appearance, there must have been some intermarriages in former days between her progenitors and the descendants of the conquerors. We also occasionally observe very handsome rancheritas, wives or daughters of the farmers, riding in front of their farm servants on the same horse, with the white teeth and fine figures which are preserved by the constant exercise that country women must perforce take, whatever be their natural indolence; while the early fading of beauty in the higher classes, the decay of teeth, and the over corpulency so common amongst them, are no doubt the natural consequences of want of exercise and of injudicious food. There is no country in the world where so much animal food is consumed, and there is no country in the world where so little is required. The consumers are not the Indians, who cannot afford it, but the better classes, who generally eat meat 3 times a day. This, with the quantities of chile and sweetmeats in a climate which every one complains of as being irritating and inflammatory, probably produces those nervous complaints which are here so general, and for which constant hot baths are the universal and agreeable remedy. In point of amiability and warmth of manner, I have met with no women who can possibly compete with those in Mexico, and it appears to me that women of all other countries will appear cold and stiff by comparison. To strangers this is an unfailing charm, and it is to be hoped that whatever advantages they may derive from their intercourse with foreigners, they may never lose this graceful cordiality, which forms so agreeable a contrast with English and American frigidity. C n received an invitation some time ago to attend the honras of the daughter of the Marquis of S a, that is, the celebration of mass for the repose of her soul. M was observing to day, that if this Catholic doctrine be firmly believed, and that the prayers of the church are indeed availing to shorten the sufferings of those who have gone before us, to relieve those whom we love from thousands of years of torture, it is astonishing how the rich do not become poor, and the poor beggars, in furtherance of this object; and that, if the idea be purely human, it showed a wonderful knowledge of human nature, on the part of the inventor, as what source of profit could be more sure? Certainly no expense was spared on this occasion. San Agustin, in itself a beautiful church, was fitted up with extraordinary splendour. The walls and pillars were covered with draperies of rich crimson velvet. Innumerable wax candles were lighted, and an invisible band of music played during the intervals of the deep rolling organ. All the monks of San Agustin, with their white hoods and sandalled feet, and carrying lighted tapers, were ranged near the altar. All the male relatives of the family, dressed in deep mourning, occupied the high backed chairs placed along one side of the church, the floor of which was covered with a carpet, on which various veiled and mourning figures were kneeling, whom I joined. The whole service, the chanting, the solemn music, and the prayers, were very impressive, yet more joyous than sad, perhaps from the pervading feeling that each note, as it rose to heaven, carried some alleviation to the spirit of the young and beloved one for whose repose they played, and brought her nearer to the gates of the holy city. She was but 20 when she died, and our first house is close to that of the Marquis de S a, her father, so that we were shocked to learn that she had expired on the night of our great serenade. We, of course, not aware of her illness, actually to the sound of that gay music, and amidst the shouting and clapping of hands of the multitude. When the service was over, the procession passed out, every one kissing the hand of the bishop as he went along, and we found some difficulty in making our way through the crowds of léperos, who, though not allowed to enter the church on this occasion, were swarming at the gates. Our carriage, as we returned home, formed one of a file of at least 100. We found on our table another invitation to a very splendid mass, which is to be performed in San Francisco, on account of the death of a friend of ours, a senator of a distinguished family. The style of these invitations is as follows: a device is engraved on the paper, such as a tomb and cypress, and below is printed José María A., José G. de la C.A., and Basilio G., brothers and uncles of the Senator de Agustin T., who died on the 28th of last month, request you to assist at the suffrage of the funeral honours, which, by the desire of his wife, Doña J. A., will be celebrated in the church of San Francisco on the morning of the 8th of this month of February, 1840, at 9 o'clock. Beside this invitation was a piece of information of a different description. General A. and Ana R. beg to inform you that they have contracted matrimony, and have the honour of offering themselves to your disposal. M. Street, number 24, Mexico, 1840. Here, as in Spain, a lady, after her marriage, retains her maiden name, and though she adds to it that of her husband, she is more commonly known by her own. Footnote. From ignorance of another Mexican custom, I made rather an awkward blunder the other day, though I must observe, in my justification, that I had lately been in the agonies of searching for servants, and had just filled all the necessary departments pretty much to my satisfaction. Therefore, when the porter of the Señora de brought me the compliments of his mistress, and that she begged to inform me that she had another servant at my disposal, otra criada a mi disposición, I returned for answer that I was greatly obliged, but had just hired a recamerera chambermaid. At this the man, stupid as he was, opened his great eyes with a slight expression of wonder. Fortunately, as he was turning away, I bethought me of inquiring of the Señora's health, and his reply that she and the baby were coming on very well, brought the truth suddenly before me, that the message was merely the etiquette used on informing the friends of the family of the birth of a child, a conviction which induced me slightly to alter the style of my answer. Experiencia docet. End of footnote. End of letter the 10th. Letter the 11th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 11th. Calle de Tacuba. The Leap of Alvarado. The Noche Triste. Sale of a curate's goods. Padre Leon. Leprosy. Pictures. The Annunciation. The Alameda. Paseo de Bucareli. The Viga. Indians in canoes. A murder. A country fete. Visit to the Colegio Vizcaíno. The Jota Aragonesa. Old soldiers. The street in which we live forms part of the Calle de Tacuba, the ancient Tlacopan, one of the great causeways by which ancient Mexico communicated with the continent. The other two were Tepayayac, now Guadalupe, and Iztapalapan, by which last the Mexican emperor and his nobles went out to receive Cortes on his entrance to Tenochtitlan. The ancient city was divided into 4 districts, and this division is still preserved, with a change from the Indian names to those of San Pablo, San Sebastian, San Juan, and Santa Maria. The streets run in the same direction as they did in former times. The same street frequently changes its name in each division, and this part of the Calle de Tacuba is occasionally called the Plazuela del Sopilote, San Fernando, and the Puente de Alvarado, which is the more classic of the three, as celebrating the valour of a hero, while a ditch, crossed by a small bridge near this, still retains the name of El Salto del Alvarado, in memory of the famous leap given by the valiant Spaniard Pedro de Alvarado on the memorable night called the Noche Triste of the 1st of July, 1520, when the Spaniards were forced to retreat from Mexico to the mountains of Tepeyayac. On that sad night, the rain falling in torrents, the moon and the stars refusing their light, the sky covered with thick clouds, Cortes commanded the silent march of his troops. Sandoval, the unconquerable captain, led his vanguard, and the stern hero, Pedro de Alvarado, brought up the rear. A bridge of wood was carried by 40 soldiers to enable the troops to pass the ditches or canals, which must otherwise have impeded their retreat. It is said that in choosing the night for this march, Cortes was guided by the counsels of an astrologer. Be that as it may, the first canal was happily passed by means of the portable bridge. The sentinels who guarded that point were overcome, but the noise of the struggle attracted the attention of the vigilant priests, who in the silence of the night were keeping watch in the temple. They blew the holy trumpets, cried to arms, and awakened the startled inhabitants from their slumbers. In a moment the Spaniards were surrounded by water and by land. At the second canal, which they had already reached, the combat was terrible. All was confusion, wounds, groans, and death, and the canal became so choked with dead bodies that the rear guard passed over them as over a bridge. We are told that Cortes himself swam more than once over the canal, regardless of danger, cheering on his men, giving out his orders, every blow aimed in the direction of his voice, yet cool and intrepid as ever, in the midst of all the clamour and confusion and darkness. But arrived at the third canal, Alvarado, finding himself alone, and surrounded by furious enemies, against whom it was in vain for a single arm to contend, fixed his lance in the bottom of the canal, and leaning against it, gave one spring to the opposite shore. An Aztec author and contemporary of Cortes says that when the Indians beheld this marvellous leap, and that their enemy was safe, they bit the dust (comieron tierra), and that the children of Alvarado, who was ever after known as Alvarado of the Leap, proved in the course of a lawsuit before the judges of Tezcuco, by competent witnesses, the truth of this prowess of their father. In a hitherto unpublished manuscript which has come to light this year, in an annual called the Mosaico Mexicano, there are some curious particulars concerning the Noche Triste. It is said that the alarm was given by an old woman who kept a stall, and mention is made of the extraordinary valour of a lady called María de Estrada, who performed marvellous deeds with her sword, and who was afterwards married to Don Pedro Sanchez Farfan. It is also said that when the Indians beheld the leap, they called out, "Truly this man is the offspring of the sun," and that this manner of tearing up the ground and eating earth by handfuls was a common Indian mode of expressing admiration. However, Mexico is so rich in traditions that when I particularize this one, it is only because we live on the site where the event took place. We went a few days ago to see some effects which are for sale, belonging to a cura who died lately, having heard that he has left some good paintings amongst them. We went in the evening and found no one but the agent, an individual in the Daniel Lambert style, an old woman or two, and the Padre Leon, a Jesuit, capellan of the Capuchin nuns, and whose face, besides being handsome, looks the very personification of all that is good, and mild, and holy. What a fine study for a painter his head would be! The old priest who died, and who had brought over various valuables from Spain, had a sister who was a leper, and who died in the hospital of San Lazaro. This dreadful scourge is by no means wholly unknown here, and though it is ordained that all who are afflicted by it shall be shut up in this hospital, I have met 2 persons, and one of these in society, who have the disease. For this house, which is very large, the executors ask a preposterous rent. The goods of the defunct, which were for sale, were ranged on long tables in a very large apartment. There were virgins and saints, surplices, candlesticks and snuffer trays, boxes of all sorts and sizes, an ill set parure of emeralds and diamonds, several good paintings, especially one of the Annunciation. There was the Death of San José, various saints, etc., all religious subjects, as may be supposed. Two C.N. bought, one I greatly coveted. There were also two pieces of embroidered velvet, on which were the arms of Castile, said to have been hung on a portrait of Queen Christina when she entered Madrid. The agent begged C.N. to buy them, asking at the same time an impossible price therefor. There was, moreover, a large box full of relics from Jerusalem, which the padre told me could not be sold, but that I might choose whatever I liked, so that I returned home with various Agnus Deis, crucifixes, and rosaries. The next day a messenger from Padre Leon brought me the painting of the Annunciation, which I had admired so much, and which is a sketch of Bayo, a Valencian painter, from his own painting of the Annunciation in the Royal Chapel of Aranjuez, also the embroidered velvet, begging my acceptance of both. We have since wished to show our sense of the padre's politeness, but he will neither accept presents, nor will he visit any one but such as in the hour of need require his spiritual services. In the house of sickness and by the bed of death he is ever to be found, but chiefly if it is also the abode of poverty. In the house of the rich man he rarely visits, and then only when his presence has been requested, when he has been called in to administer spiritual consolation to the sick or the dying. But in the dwelling of the lowly, in the meanest and most wretched hovels, he has never to be sought. The guardian and friend of the poor, his charities are equally extensive and judicious. Yesterday being a fête day, the Paseo was very full of carriages, and consequently more brilliant and amusing than usual. This Paseo is the Mexican Prado or Hyde Park, while the Viga may be reckoned the Kensington Gardens or the Metropolis, only however as succeeding to the other, for there is no walking, which in Mexico is considered wholly unfashionable, and though a few ladies in black gowns and mantillas do occasionally venture forth on foot very early to shop or to attend mass, the streets are so ill kept, the pavements so narrow, the crowds so great, and the multitude of léperos in rags and blankets so annoying, that all these inconveniences, added to the heat of the sun in the middle of the day, form a perfect excuse for their non-appearance in the streets of Mexico. In the Alameda, however, which is so pretty and shady, it is very agreeable to walk, but though I have gone there frequently in the morning, I have met but 3 ladies on foot, and of these 2 were foreigners. After all, every one has feet, but ladies alone have carriages, and it may be a mixture of aristocracy and indolence which prevents the Mexican Doñas from profaning the soles of their feet by a contact with their mother earth. The Paseo called de Bucareli, after a viceroy of that name, is a long and broad avenue, bounded by the trees which he planted, and where there is a large stone fountain, whose sparkling waters look cool and pleasant, ornamented by a gilded statue of Victory. Here every evening, but more especially on Sunday and fête days, which last are nearly innumerable, may be seen 2 long rows of carriages, filled with ladies, crowds of gentlemen on horseback riding down the middle between these carriages, soldiers at intervals attending to the preservation of public order, and multitudes of common people and léperos, mingled with some well-dressed gentlemen on foot. The carriages are 4, the most part extremely handsome European coaches, with fine horses and odd liveries, mingled with carriages made in the country, some in the old Mexican fashion, heavy and covered with gilding, or a modern imitation of an English carriage, strong but somewhat clumsy and ill-finished. Various hackney coaches drawn by mules are seen among the finer equipages, some very tolerable, and others of extraordinary form and dimensions, which bear tokens of having belonged in former days to some noble don. Horses, as being more showy, are more fashionable in these public promenades than mules, but the latter animal requires less care, and is capable of undergoing more fatigue than the horse. Most families have both mules and horses in their stable, and for those who visit much this is necessary. The carriages, of which the most fashionable seems to be the carratela, open at the sides with glass windows, are filled with ladies in full toilet, without mantillas, their heads uncovered, and generally coiffed with flowers or jewels, but the generality being close coaches, afford but an indistinct view of the inmates as they pass along saluting each other with their fingers or fan. The whole scene on the evening of a fête is exceedingly brilliant, but very monotonous. The equestrians, with their fine horses and handsome Mexican dresses, apparently take no notice of the ladies as they pass, rarely salute them, and never venture to enter into conversation with them. But they are well aware to whom each carriage belongs, and consequently, when it behooves them to make their horses curvet, and otherwise show off their horsemanship to advantage, black eyes are upon them, and they know it. When the carriages have made 2 or 3 turns, they draw up at different stations in a semicircle a little off the road, and there the inmates sit and view the passers by. Occasional streams of smoke may be seen issuing from the carriages, but chiefly, it must be confessed, from the most old-fashioned equipages and from the hackney coaches. Smoking amongst ladies in the higher classes is going very much out of fashion, and is rarely practised openly except by elderly or at least by married ladies. In a secondary class, indeed, young and old inhale the smoke of their cigaritos without hesitation, but when a custom begins to be considered vulgar, it will hardly subsist another generation. Unfeminine as it is, I do not think it looks ungraceful to see a pretty woman smoke. This paseo commands a fine view of the mountains, but I greatly prefer the Viga, which now begins to be the fashionable promenade. It is bordered by a canal shaded by trees, which leads to the Chinampas, and is constantly covered with Indians in their canoes, bringing in fruit and flowers and vegetables to the Mexican market. Early in the morning it is a pretty sight to see them in these canoes gliding along in a perfect bower of green branches and flowers. Yesterday, on returning from an evening drive there, having left C n and several gentlemen who had dined with us, taking coffee and smoking upon the balcony, I found that by good fortune I had escaped being witness of a murder which took place before our door. These gentlemen had observed after some time a group of persons, male and female, of the lower class, talking and apparently amusing themselves, sometimes laughing and at other times disputing and giving each other blows. Suddenly one of the number, a man, darted out from amongst the others, and tried to escape by clambering over the low wall which supports the arches of the aqueduct. Instantly and quite coolly another man followed him, drew his knife, and stabbed him in the back. The man fell backwards with a groan, upon which a woman of the party, probably the murderer's wife, drew out her knife and stabbed the man several times to the heart. The others, meanwhile, neither speaking nor interfering, but looking on with folded arms, with their usual placid smile of indifference. At the same time, some soldiers appeared in the distance, riding down the street, seeing which, the man and woman who had committed the murder endeavoured to take shelter in our house. The porter had fortunately barred the doors, and the soldiers riding up took them both into custody. No sensation was excited by this, which is an everyday occurrence. Yesterday I saw a dead man lying near the Lonja, the Exchange, and nobody took any notice of him. "You have been engaged in a very disagreeable business," said I to Colonel , who had come to pay us a visit, and was still en grande tenue, having just returned from the execution of one of his own soldiers who had stabbed a comrade. "Yes," said he, with an air of peculiar gaiety, "we have just been shooting a little tambor." We were invited lately to a dia de campo, a day in the country, a very common amusement here, in which, without any peculiar arrangement or etiquette, a number of people go out to some country place in the environs, and spend the day in dancing, breakfasting, walking about, etc. This was given at Tacubaya by Don B g, a senator, and was amusing enough. The music consisted of a band of guitars, from which the performers, common men, and probably self-taught, contrived to draw wonderfully good music, and in the intervals of dancing played airs from the Straniera and Puritani. The taste for music is certainly universal, the facilities wonderful, the science nearly at zero. The ladies in general wore neither diamonds nor pearls, but a sort of demi toilette, which would have been pretty if their dresses had been longer and their shoes not so tight. Some wore bonnets, which are considered full dress. The E family and the young Señora de C were beautifully dressed. Mexican women, when they sit, have an air of great dignity and the most perfect repose of feature. They are always to be seen to most advantage on their sofas, in their carriages, or in their boxes at the theatre. There were immensely long tables covered with Mexican cookery, which I begin to get accustomed to, and a great many toasts were given, and a great quantity of champagne drank. We danced a great deal, quadrillas, waltzes and Spanish country dances, walked about in the garden and orchard in the evening, and returned to dance again to the music of the indefatigable guitars, so that it was dusk when all the carriages set off, much about the same time, to bear each other company. The following day, the Countess C having been kind enough to procure an order for permission to visit the Colegio Vizcaino, which I was anxious to see, we went there with a large party. This college, founded by the gratuitous charities of Spaniards, chiefly from the province of Biscay, is a truly splendid institution. It is an immense building of stone, in the form of a square, on the model, they say, of the Palace of Madrid, and possesses in the highest degree the air of solidity and magnificence which distinguishes the Mexican edifices, and which, together with the width and regularity of the streets, the vastness of the public squares, the total absence of all paltry ornament, the balconies with their balustrades and window gratings of solid iron and bronze, render Mexico, in spite of its insufficient police, one of the noblest looking cities in the world. The object of this college is to provide for the education of the children of Spaniards, especially for the descendants of Biscayans, in Mexico, a certain number being admitted upon application to the directors. There are female teachers in all the necessary branches, such as reading, writing, sewing, arithmetic, etc. But besides this, there is a part of the building with a separate entrance, where the children of the poor, of whatever country, are educated gratis. These spend the day there and go home in the evening. The others are kept upon the plan of a convent, and never leave the institution while they belong to it; but the building is so spacious and airy, with its great galleries and vast court and fine fountains, garden and spacious azotea, that the children are perfectly well off. There are portieres and sisters, pretty much as in a convent, together with an old respectable rectora, and the most perfect order and cleanliness prevails through the whole establishment. We first visited the poor scholars, passing through the large halls, where they sat with their teachers, divided into classes, sewing, writing, reading, embroidering, or casting up accounts, which last accomplishment must, I think, be sorely against the Mexican genius. One of the teachers made a little girl present me with a hair chain which she had just completed. Great order and decorum prevailed. Amongst the permanent scholars in the upper part of the institution, there are some who embroider astonishingly well, surplices, altar hangings, in short, all the church vestments in gold or silk. In the room where these are kept are the confessionals for the pupils. The priests are in a separate room, and the penitents kneel before the grating which separates the two apartments. All the sleeping rooms are scrupulously neat and clean, with two green painted beds in each, and a small parlour off it, and frequently ornamented with flowers and birds. The girls are taught to cook and iron, and make themselves generally useful, thus being fitted to become excellent wives to respectable men in their own rank of life. We visited the chapel, which is extremely rich and handsome, incrusted with gilding, and very large. The pupils and their teachers attend mass in the gallery above, which looks down upon the chapel and has a grating before it. Here they have the organ, and various shrines, saints, nacimientos, etc. We were afterwards shown into a great hall devoted to a different purpose, containing at one end a small theatre for the pupils to act plays in. All the walls of the long galleries are covered with old paintings on holy subjects, but many of them falling to pieces from damp or want of care. The building seems interminable, and after wandering all through it for several hours, and visiting everything, from the garden below, where they gave me a large bunch of roses and carnations, to the azotea above, which looks down upon every street and church and convent in Mexico, we were not sorry to rest on the antique high-backed chairs of a handsome apartment, of which the walls were hung with the portraits of the different Spanish directors of the college in an ancient court costume. Here we found that the directors had prepared a beautiful collation for us, fruit, ices, cakes, custards, jellies, wines, etc., in great profusion. Rested and refreshed, we proceeded to visit the pupils at their different classes. At the writing class various specimens of that polite art were presented to us. That of the elder girls was generally bad, probably from their having entered the college late in life. That of the younger ones was much more tolerable. We saw some really beautiful specimens of embroidery. Having returned to the hall, where there was a piano, some of our party began to sing and play. The Señora G o sang an Italian air beautifully. She is evidently a scientific musician. The Señorita H s played one of Harris's most difficult combinations with great execution, and a pretty girl who is living in a convent, having been placed there by her novio to keep her out of harm's way till he is prepared to give her his hand, sang a duet with another young lady, which I accompanied. Both had fine voices, but no notion of what they were singing. My friend the Señora C delighted us with some of the innumerable and amusing verses of the Jota Aragonesa, which seems to have neither end nor beginning, all gay and all untranslatable, or at least losing their point and wit when put into an English dress. Such as "A poor man met with a sixpence, and for joy he gave up the ghost, and in the troubles of death even his sixpence was lost." The woman who loves two at once knows what is discreet and right, since if one of her candles goes out, still the other remains alight, etc. It is impossible to see any building of this size kept more perfectly clean and neat, generally the case here in all establishments which are under petticoat government. The old Spanish institutions are certainly on a magnificent scale, though now for the most part neglected and falling to ruin, nor has any work of great consequence been attempted since the independence. After various alarms and rumours in our house concerning robbers, some true, some exaggerated, and some wholly false, we have at length procured two old Spanish soldiers of the Invalidos, who have taken up their quarters downstairs, and spend their time in cleaning their guns, making shoes, eating and sleeping, but as yet have had no occasion to prove their valour. Perhaps the fact of there being soldiers in the house will be sufficient to keep off the more ordinary robbers. End of letter the 11th. Letter the 12th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 12th. The Viga during the Carnival. Variety of equipages. The millionaires. The monks. Masked ball. An alarming sight. Medical students. Dinner at the Prussian minister's. Rides on horseback. Indian love of flowers. Santa Anita. The Chinapas. Their origin. Indians in canoes. Songs of El Palomo. Fighting. The Great Lakes, the drain of Huehuetoca, the great market of Tlatelolco. 16th March. We are now in Lent in the midst of prayer, church-going and fasting. The Carnival was not very gay, with the exception of a few public masked balls and very brilliant paseos. The Viga is one of the most beautiful promenades imaginable, though it might easily be rendered still more so. But even as it is, with its fine shady trees and canal, along which the lazy canoes are constantly gliding, it would be difficult on a fine evening just before sunset, especially on the evening of a fête day, to find anywhere a prettier or more characteristic scene. Which rank of society shows the most taste in their mode of enjoyment must be left to the scientific to determine. The Indians, with their flower garlands and guitars, lying in their canoes and dancing and singing after their own fashion, as they glide along the water, inhaling the balmy breezes; or the ladies, who, shut up in their close carriages, promenade along in full dress and silence for a given space of time, acknowledging by a gentle movement of their fan the salutations of their fair friends from the recesses of their coaches, and seeming to dread lest the air of heaven should visit them too roughly, though the soft breeze, laden with balm, steals over the sleepy water, and the last rays of the sun are gilding the branches of the trees with a broken and flickering light. Then, at certain intervals of time, each carriage slowly draws up beside its neighbour, as in the other paseo, the elegant carratela beside the plebeian hackney coach, the splendid equipage of the millionaire beside the lumbering and antique vehicle whose fashion hath now departed. There sit the inmates in silence as if the business of life were over, and it was now their part to watch the busy world from the loopholes of their retreat, and see it rolling along whilst they take their rest. The gentlemen also draw up their prancing steeds, though not within hail of the carriages, but they in the fresh air and under the green trees have as much advantage over the Señoras, as the wandering friar has over the cloistered nun. Yet enter the Viga about 5 o'clock, when freshly watered, and the soldiers have taken their stand to prevent disturbance, and two long lines of carriages are to be seen going and returning as far as the eye can reach, and hundreds of gay plebeians are assembled on the sidewalks with flowers and fruit and dulces for sale, and innumerable equestrians in picturesque dresses and with spirited horses fill up the interval between the carriages, and the canoes are covering the canal, the Indians singing and dancing lazily as the boats steal along, and the whole under a blue and cloudless sky, and in that pure clear atmosphere; and could you only shut your eyes to the one disagreeable feature in the picture, the number of léperos busy in the exercise of their vocation, you would believe that Mexico must be the most flourishing, most enjoyable, and most peaceful place in the world, and moreover the wealthiest. Not a republic, certainly, for there is no well-dressed people, hardly a connecting link between the blankets and the satins, the poppies and the diamonds. As for the carriages, many would not disgrace Hyde Park, though there are some that would send a shiver all along Bond Street, but the very contrast is amusing, and upon the whole, both as to horses and equipages, there is much more to admire than to criticise. There, for example, is the handsome carriage of the rich , who has one of the finest houses in Mexico. His wife wears a velvet turban twisted with large pearls, and has at this moment a cigar in her mouth. She is not pretty, but her jewels are superb. How he made his fortune, partly by gambling, and partly by even less honourable means, let some abler chronicler relate. Or look at this elegant carratela, with its glass sides all open, giving to view a constellation of fair ones, and drawn by a handsome gray frisones. These ladies are remarkable as having a more European air than most others, brighter colours, longer and simpler dresses, and Paris bonnets. Perhaps they have been in Europe. It is remarkable that the horses of the gentlemen all appear peculiarly unmanageable every time they pass this carriage. Another handsome plain carriage, containing the family of one of the Ministers, mother and daughters, all beautiful, with Spanish eyes and dark glowing complexions, followed close by a hackney coach containing women with rebosos, and little children with their faces and fingers all bedaubed with candy. Some of the coachmen and footmen wear Mexican dresses, and others have liveries. But here come three carriages en suite, all with the same crimson and gold livery, all luxurious and all drawn by handsome white horses. It is the president? Certainly not, it is too ostentatious. Even royalty goes in simpler guise, when it condescends to mingle in the amusements of its subjects. In the first carriage appear the great man himself and his consort, rather withdrawing from the plebeian gaze. There is here much crimson and gold, much glass and well-stuffed cushions, much comfort and magnificence combined. Two handsome northern steeds, white and prancing, draw this commodious equipage. The next is a splendid coach, containing the children and servants, while in the third, equally magnificent, are the babies and nurses.
By the side of the first carriage rides an elderly gentleman who, were his seat firmer, might be mistaken for a picador. He wears a rich Mexican dress all covered with gold embroidery. His hat with gold rolls is stuck jauntily on one side, contrasting oddly enough with his uneasy expression of countenance, probably caused by the inward trepidation of which he cannot wholly repress the outward sign while managing his high-bred steed, and with his feet pressing his silver stirrups, cautiously touching him with a whip which has a large diamond in the handle. But the chief wonder of his equipment, and that which has procured him such a retinue of little ragged and shouting boys, is his saddle. This extraordinary piece of furniture, which cost the owner $5,000, is entirely covered with velvet, richly embossed in massive gold. He sometimes appears with another, inlaid with pure silver. His whole appearance is the most singular imaginable, and the perturbation of spirit in which he must return when it begins to grow dusk, and he reflects at once upon his own value and his countrymen's taste for appropriation, must balance the enjoyment which his vanity receives from the admiration of the little boys in the Paseo. Just as these millionaires pass by, an old hackney coach in their wake attracts our attention, exactly the sort of quaint old vehicle in which it sometimes pleases Lady Morgan to introduce her heroines. In it are 6 figures closely masked, their faces covered with shawls. After many conjectures, it is impossible to guess whether they are men or women. It was impossible, but as the carriages return, the wind suddenly blows aside the shawls of 2 of the party, and discloses the gowns and hoods of the friars. O tempora! O mores! There were 3 masked balls at the theatre, of which we only attended one. We went about 10 o'clock to a box on the pit tier, and although a pronunciamiento, a fashionable term here for a revolution, was prognosticated, we found everything very quiet and orderly, and the ball very gay and crowded. As we came in and were giving our tickets, a number of masks came springing by, shrieking out our names in their unearthly voices. Captain G., brother of Lord , came to our box, also a scion of La Jeune Française, M.D.C., who condescendingly kept his hat on during the whole evening. In a box directly above us were the French legation who arrived lately. Amongst the women the dresses were for the most part dominoes, adopted for greater concealment, as it was not considered very creditable to be there. There were also several in men's attire, chiefly French modistes, generally a most disreputable set here, and numerous men dressed as women. There were masked poblanas without stockings and with very short petticoats, knights in armour, innumerable dresses probably borrowed from the theatre, and even more than the usual proportion of odd figures. The music was very good, and the dancers waltzed and galloped and flew around the room like furies. There was at least no want of animation. Hundreds of masks spoke to us, but I discovered no one. One in a domino was particularly anxious to direct my attention to the poblana dress, and asked me if it would have done for me to attend a fancy ball in such a costume. Very angry at his absurdity, I began to explain how I should have dressed, when I recollected the folly of explaining anything to a creature whom I did not know. C n stepped out of the box to walk amongst the crowd, at which various masks showed great signs of joy, surrounding and shaking hands with him. The boxes were filled with ladies, and the scene was very amusing. Señor M., whose box we occupied, ordered in cakes and wine, and about 1 o'clock we left the ballroom and returned home, one of our soldiers acting as lackey. I paid a visit the other day, which merits to be recorded. It was to the rich Señora , whose first visit I had not yet returned. She was at home, and I was shown into a very large drawing room, where, to my surprise, I found the lamps, mirrors, etc., covered with black crape, as in cases of mourning here. I concluded that some one of the family was dead, and that I had made a very ill-timed first visit. However, I sat down, when my eyes were instantly attracted by something awful, placed directly in front of the sofa where I sat. There were 6 chairs ranged together, and on these lay stretched out a figure, apparently a dead body, about 6 feet long, enveloped in black cloth, the feet alone visible from their pushing up the cloth. Oh, horror! Here I sat, my eyes fixed upon this mysterious apparition, and lost in conjecture as to whose body it might be. The master of the house? He was very tall, and being in bad health might have died suddenly. My being perceived argued nothing against this, since the first 9 days after a death the house is invariably crowded with friends and acquaintances, and the widow or orphan or childless mother must receive the condolences of all and sundry in the midst of her first bitter sorrow. There seems to be no idea of grief wishing for solitude. Pending these reflections, I sat uneasily, feeling or fancying a heavy air in the apartment, and wishing most sincerely that some living person would enter. I thought even of slipping away, but feared to give offence, and in fact began to grow so nervous, that when the Señora D entered at length, I started up as if I had heard a pistol. She wore a coloured muslin gown and a blue shawl, no signs of mourning. After the complimentary preface, I asked particularly after her husband, keeping a side glance on the mysterious figure. He was pretty well. Her family? Just recovered from the smallpox after being severely ill. Not dangerously, said I, hesitatingly, thinking she might have a tall son, and that she alluded to the recovery of the others. No, but her sister's children had been alarmingly ill. Not lost any, I hope? None. Well, so taken up was I that conversation flagged, and I answered and asked questions at random, until at last I happened to ask the lady if she were going to the country soon. Not to remain, but tomorrow we are going to convey a Santo Cristo, a figure of the crucifixion, there, which has just been made for the chapel, glancing towards the figure, for which reason this room is, as you see, hung with black. I never felt so relieved in my life, and thought of the mysteries of Udolpho. The houses being so large, and the servants not drilled to announce visitors, besides that the entresols are frequently let to other families, it is a matter of no small difficulty for a stranger to pioneer him or herself into the presence of the people of the house. The mistakes that I have made, for not being aware of this fact concerning the entresols, which are often large and handsome, and the porter having begged me to walk up, I generally stopped at the first landing place, and then walked up to the first door that I saw. I did walk in one morning upon two gentlemen who seemed marvellously startled by my visit. They looked like two medical students, and were engaged before a table, heaven knows how, dissecting, I imagine. I inquired for the Señora , which astonished them still more, as well it might. However, they were very civil, and rushed downstairs to call up the carriage. After that adventure, I never entered a house unaccompanied by a footman until I had learnt my way through it. We had a pleasant dinner party a few days ago at the Prussian minister's, and met the C.'s family there. The Condesa de C. has been a long while in Europe and in the best society, and is now entirely devoted to the education of her daughters, giving them every advantage that Mexico can afford in the way of masters, besides having at home a Spanish governess to assist her, an excellent woman, whom they regard as a second mother. Though there is very little going on in Mexico at present, I amuse myself very well. There is so much to see, and the people are so kind and friendly. Having got riding horses, we have been making excursions all round the country, especially early in the morning, before the sun is high, when the air is delightfully cool and refreshing. Sometimes we go to the Viga at 6 in the morning, to see the Indians bringing in their flowers and vegetables by the canal. The profusion of sweet peas, double poppies, blue bottles, stock gilliflower, and roses I never saw equalled. Each Indian woman in her canoe looks as if seated in a floating flower garden. The same love of flowers distinguishes them now as in the time of Cortes, the same which Humboldt remarked centuries afterwards. In the evening, these Indian women in their canoes are constantly crowned with garlands of roses or poppies. Those who sit in the markets selling their fruit or their vegetables appear as if they sat in bowers formed of fresh green branches and coloured flowers. In the poorest village church the floor is strewn with flowers, and before the service begins fresh nosegays are brought in and arranged upon the altar. The baby at its christening, the bride at the altar, the dead body in its bier, are all adorned with flowers. We are told that in the days of Cortes a bouquet of rare flowers was the most valuable gift presented to the ambassadors who visited the court of Montezuma, and it presents a strange anomaly, this love of flowers having existed along with their sanguinary worship and barbarous sacrifices. We went the other evening on the canal, in a large canoe with an awning, as far as the little village of Santa Anita, and saw for the first time the far famed chinampas, or floating gardens, which have now become fixtures, and are covered with vegetables, intermingled with flowers, with a few poor huts beside them, occupied by the Indians, who bring these to the city for sale. There were cauliflowers, chile, tomatoes, cabbages, and other vegetables, but I was certainly disappointed in their beauty. They are, however, curious on account of their origin. So far back as 1245, it is said, the wandering Aztecs or Mexicans arrived first at Chapultepec, when, being persecuted by the princes of Taltocan, they took refuge in a group of islands to the south of the lake of Tezcuco. Falling under the yoke of the Tezcucan kings, they abandoned their island home and fled to Tezapan, where, as a reward for assisting the chiefs of that country in a war against other petty princes, they received their freedom, and established themselves in a city to which they gave the name of Mexicalcingo, from Mexitli, their god of war, now a collection of strong barns and poor huts. But they did not settle there, for to obey an oracle they transported themselves from this city to the islands east of Chapultepec, to the western side of the lake of Tezcuco. An ancient tradition had long been current amongst them, that wherever they should behold an eagle seated upon a nopal, whose roots pierced a rock, there they should found a great city. In 1325 they beheld this sign, and on the spot, in an island in the lake, founded the first house of God, the Teocalli, or Great Temple of Mexico. During all their wanderings, wherever they stopped, the Aztecs cultivated the earth and lived upon what nature gave them. Surrounded by enemies, and in the midst of a lake where there are few fish, necessity and industry compelled them to form floating fields and gardens on the bosom of the waters. They weaved together the roots of aquatic plants, intertwined with twigs and light branches, until they had formed a foundation sufficiently strong to support a soil formed of the earth which they drew from the bottom of the lake, and on it they sowed their maize, their chili, and all other plants necessary for their support. These floating gardens were about a foot above the water, and in the form of a long square. Afterwards, in their natural taste for flowers, they not only cultivated the useful but the ornamental, and these small gardens, multiplying, were covered with flowers and aromatic herbs, which were used in the worship of the gods, or were sent to ornament the palace of the emperor. The chinampas along the canal of the Viga are no longer floating gardens, but fixed to the mainland in the marshy grounds lying between the two great lakes of Chalco and Tezcuco. A small trench full of water separates each garden, and though now in this marshy land they give but a faint idea of what they may have been when they raised their flower-crowned heads above the clear waters of the lake, and when the Indians in their barks, wishing to remove their habitations, could tow along their little islands of roses, it is still a pretty and a pleasant scene. We bought numerous garlands of roses and poppies from the Indian children, both here and at Santa Anita, a little village where we landed, and as we returned towards evening we were amused by the singing and dancing of the Indians. One canoe came close up to ours and kept beside it for some time. A man was lying lazily at the bottom of the boat tingling his guitar, and one or two women were dancing monotonously and singing at the same time to his music. Sundry jars of pulque and earthen dishes with tortillas and chile and pieces of tasajo, long festoons of dried and salted beef, proved that the party were not without their solid comfort, in spite of the romantic guitar and the rose and poppy garlands with which the dancing nymphs were crowned. Amongst others they performed the palomo, the dove, one of their most favourite dances. The music is pretty, and I send it to you with the words. The music from ear, the words are given me by my friend the Señora A.D., who sings all these little Indian airs in perfection. If we may form some judgment of a people's civilization by their ballads, none of the Mexican songs give us a very high idea of theirs. The words are generally a tissue of absurdities, nor are there any patriotic songs which their new-born freedom might have called forth from so musical a people. At least I have as yet only discovered one air of which the words bear reference to the glorious Grito de Dolores, and which asserts in rhyme that on account of that memorable event the Indian was able to get as drunk as a Christian. The translation of the Palomo is as follows: "What are you doing, little dove, there in the wine shop? Waiting for my love until Tuesday, my life. A dove in flying hurt her little wing. If you have your dove, I have my little dove too. A dove in flying, all her feathers fell off. Women pay badly, not all, but some of them. Little dove of the barracks, you will tell the drummers when they beat the retreat to strike up the march of my loves. Little dove, what are you doing there leaning against that wall? Waiting for my dove till he brings me something to eat." At the end of each verse the chorus of Palomita, Palomo, Palomo. Yes, monotonous as it is, the air is so pretty, the women sang so softly and sleepily, the music sounded so soothingly as we glided along the water, that I felt in a pleasant half dreamy state of perfect contentment, and was sorry when, arriving at the landing place, we had to return to a carriage and civilized life, with nothing but the garlands of flowers to remind us of the Chinampas. Unfortunately, these people generally end by too frequent applications to the jarro of pulque, or what is worse, to the pure spirit known by the name of Chinturite, the consequence of which is, that from music and dancing and rose becrowning, they proceed to quarrelling and jealousy and drunkenness, which frequently terminates in their fighting, stabbing each other, or throwing each other into the canal. The end crowns the work. Noble as this present city of Mexico is, one cannot help thinking how much more picturesque the ancient Tenochtitlan was, and how much more fertile its valley must have been, on account of the great lakes. Yet, even in the time of Cortes, these lakes had no great depth of water, and still further back, in the time of the Indian emperors, navigation had been so frequently interrupted in seasons of drought, that an aqueduct had been constructed in order to supply the canals with water. After this the Spaniards, like all new settlers, hewed down the fine trees in this beautiful valley, both on plain and mountain, leaving the bare soil exposed to the vertical rays of the sun. Then their well-founded dread of inundation caused them to construct the famous Desague of Huehuetoca, the drain of subterranean conduit or channel in the mountain for drawing off the waters of the lakes, thus leaving marshy lands or sterile plains covered with carbonate of soda, where formerly were silver lakes covered with canoes. This last was a necessary evil, since the Indian emperors themselves were sensible of its necessity and had formed great works for draining the lakes, some remains of which works still exist in the vicinity of the Peñon. The great Desague was begun in 1607, when the Marquis of Salinas was Viceroy of Mexico, and the operations were commenced with great pomp, the Viceroy assisting in person, mass being said on a portable altar, and 1,500 workmen assembled, while the Marquis himself began the excavation by giving the first stroke with a spade. From 1607 to 1830, 8 millions of dollars were expended, and yet this great work was not brought to a conclusion. However, the limits of the two lakes of Zumpango and San Cristobal, to the north of the valley, were thus greatly reduced, and the Lake Texcoco, the most beautiful of all the five, no longer received their contributions. Thus the danger of inundations has diminished, but water and vegetation have diminished also, and the suburbs of the city, which were formerly covered with beautiful gardens, now present to the eye an arid expanse of efflorescent salt. The plains near San Lazaro, especially in their arid whiteness, seem characteristic of the unfortunate victims of leprosy enclosed in the walls of that hospital. We rode out the other day by the barrio or ward of Santiago, which occupies part of the ancient Tlatelolco, which once constituted a separate state, had kings of its own, and was conquered by a Mexican monarch, who made a communication by bridges between it and Mexico. The great market mentioned by Cortes was held here, and its boundaries are still pointed out, whilst the convent chapel stands on the height where Cortes erected a battering engine when he was besieging the Indian Venice. End of letter the 12th. Letter the 13th. Of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 13th. Convent of San Joaquin. Mexico in the morning. Tacuba. Carmelite Prior. Convent Garden. Hacienda of Los Morales. El Olivar. A Guacamaya. Hummingbirds. Correspondence. Expected consecration. Visit to the Mineria. Botanic Garden. Arbol de las Manilas. The Museum. Equestrian Statue. Academy of Painting and Sculpture. Disappointment. Early this morning we rode to the convent of San Joaquin belonging to friars of the Carmelite order, passing through Tacuba, the ancient Tlalcopan, once the capital of a small kingdom, and whose monarch, Tetlepanquetzaltzin, short and convenient name, Cortes caused to be hung on a tree for a supposed or real conspiracy. The number of carts, the innumerable Indians loaded like beasts of burden, their women with baskets of vegetables in their hands and children on their backs, the long strings of arrieros with their loaded mules, the droves of cattle, the flocks of sheep, the herds of pigs, render it a work of some difficulty to make one's way on horseback out of the gates of Mexico at an early hour of the morning. But it must be confessed that the whole scene is lively and cheerful, enough to make one forget that there is such a thing as care in the world. There is an indifferent, placid smile on every face, and the bright blue sky smiling over them all. Dogs bark and asses bray, and the Indian, with near a mule's load on his back, drags his hat off to salute a bevy of his bronze-coloured countrymen, nearly equally laden with himself, and they all show their teeth and talk their liquid Indian and pass on. These plains of Tacuba, once the theatre of fierce and bloody conflicts, and where, during the siege of Mexico, Alvarado of the Leap fixed his camp, now presents a very tranquil scene. Tacuba itself is now a small village of mud huts with some fine old trees, a few very old ruined houses, a ruined church, and some traces of a building which, assured us, had been the palace of their last monarch, whilst others declare it to have been the site of the Spanish encampment. San Joaquin, also a poor village, contains the fine convent and immense walled garden and orchard belonging to the rich monks of the Carmelite order. As C n knows the prior, he sent in our names, and I was admitted as far as the sacristy of the convent church. The prior received us with the utmost kindness. He is a good-looking man, extremely amiable and well informed, and still young. The gentlemen were admitted into the interior of the convent, which they describe as being a very large, handsome building, clean and airy, with a fine old library, chiefly composed of theological works; to the garden, which is immensely large, and though not much cultivated, full of flowers, and to the great orchard, celebrated for the profusion and excellence of its fruit. There is a mirador in the garden which can be seen from the road, and from which there is a very extensive view. I was very anxious for admission only to the garden, and pleaded the manly appearance of my riding hat, which would prevent all scandal were I seen from a distance; but the complaisance of the good prior would not go quite so far as that, so I sat in the sacristy and conversed with a good-natured old monk with a double chin, whilst the others wandered through the grounds. They afterwards gave us a very nice breakfast, simple but good, fish from the lake, different preparations of eggs, rissoles, coffee and fruit. The monks did not sit down with us, nor would they partake of anything themselves. We went in the evening to see a pretty hacienda called Los Morales, the mulberry tree, belonging to a Spaniard, which has a nice garden with a bath in it, and where they bestowed a quantity of beautiful flowers on us. The other day we set off early, together with the Belgian and French ministers and their families, in carriages to visit a beautiful deserted hacienda called El Olivar, belonging to the Marquis of Santiago. The house is perfectly bare, with nothing but the walls, but the grounds are a wilderness of tangled flowers and blossoming trees, rose bushes, sweet peas, and all manner of fragrant flowers. We passed an agreeable day, wandering about, breakfasting on the provisions brought with us, arranging large bouquets of flowers, and firing at a mark which must have startled the birds in this solitary and uncultivated retreat. We had a pleasant family dinner at the ease, and passed the evening at the Baron de 's. The gentlemen returned late, it being the day of a diplomatic dinner at the English Minister's. The Countess del V has just sent me a beautiful bird with the most gorgeous plumage of the brightest scarlet and blue. It is called a huacamaya, and is of the parrot species, but 3 times as large, being about 2 feet from the beak to the tip of the tail. It is a superb creature, but very wicked, gnawing not only its own pole, but all the doors, and committing great havoc amongst the plants, besides trying to bite every one who approaches it. It pronounces a few words very hoarsely and indistinctly, and has a most harsh, disagreeable cry. In fact, it presumes upon its beauty to be as unamiable as possible. I prefer some beautiful little humming birds, chumapirtos as they are called here, which have been sent me, and which I am trying to preserve alive, but I fear the cold will kill them, for though we see them occasionally here, hanging by their beaks upon the branches of the flowers like large butterflies, and shaking their brilliant little wings so rapidly that they seem to emit sparkles of coloured light, still this is not their home. Properly speaking, they belong to the tierra caliente. These little birds are of a golden green and purple, and are so tame, that whilst I am writing I have 2 on my shoulder, and one perched on the edge of a glass, diving out its long tongue for sugar and water. Our livestock is considerable. We have guinea fowls, who always remind me of old maiden ladies in half mourning, and whose screaming notes match those of the huacamaya; various little green parrots, a scarlet cardinal, 160 pigeons in the pigeon house, and 3 fierce dogs in conspicuous situations. I received a very polite letter to day from the Señora de Santa Anna, and as it was enclosed in a few lines from Santa Anna himself, I send you his autograph, for I doubt much whether we have seen the last of that illustrious personage, or whether his philosophic retirement will endure for ever. I have been endeavouring lately to procure permission from Señor Posada, who is shortly to be consecrated archbishop, to visit the convents of nuns in Mexico. Señor C.O., Secretary of State, our particular friend, has been kind enough to interest himself in the matter, though with indifferent hopes of success. A few days ago he sent me his correspondence with Señor Posada, who observes that the vice queens alone had the privilege of the entree, and seems to hesitate a good deal as to the advisableness of granting a permission which might be considered a precedent for others. However, I think he is too amiable to resist our united entreaties. I hold out as an argument that C.N. being the duplicado of the Queen herself, my visit is equal to that of the Vice Queen, which argument has at least amused him. His consecration is fixed for the 31st of May. Don Pedro Fonti, the last archbishop named in the time of the Spanish dominion, having renounced the mitre, 3 illustrious churchmen were proposed to fill the vacant place. This Don Manuel Posada, Don Antonio Campos, and Doctor Don José María de Santiago. The first was chosen by the Mexican government, and was afterwards proclaimed in the Roman consistory last December, with the approbation of Gregory XV. They are now only awaiting for the pontifical bulls, which are daily expected from Rome, and it is said that the ceremony which will take place in the cathedral will be very magnificent. April 3rd. Accompanied by the Minister, we spent yesterday in visiting the Mineria, the Botanic Garden, the Museum, etc., all which leave a certain disagreeable impression on the mind, since without having the dignity of ruins, they are fine buildings neglected. The Mineria, or School of Mines, the work of the famous architect and sculptor Tolsa, is a magnificent building, a palace whose fine proportions would render it remarkable amongst the finest edifices of any European country. All is on a great scale, its noble rows of pillars, great staircases, large apartments, and lofty roofs, but it reminds one of a golden aviary, containing a few common sparrows. Several rich Spaniards contributed more than $600,000 to its construction. We were shown through the whole of this admirable building by the director, who occupies a very handsome house attached to it. But however learned the professors may be, and amongst them is the scientific Señor del Rio, now very old, but a man of great learning and research, the collection of minerals, the instruments and models, are all miserable and ill kept. The botanic garden within the palace is a small ill-kept enclosure, where there still remain some rare plants of the immense collection made in the time of the Spanish government, when great progress was made in all the natural sciences, $400,000 having been expended in botanical expeditions alone. Courses of botanical lectures were then given annually by the most learned professors, and the taste for natural history was universal. El árbol de las manitas, the tree of the small hands, was the most curious which we saw in the garden. The flower is of a bright scarlet, in the form of a hand with 5 fingers and a thumb, and it is said that there are only 3 of these trees in the republic. The gardener is an old Italian, who came over with one of the viceroys, and though now 110 years old, and nearly bent double, possesses all his faculties. The garden is pretty from the age of the trees and luxuriance of the flowers, but melancholy as a proof of the decay of the science in Mexico. The palace itself, now occupied by the president, formerly belonged to Cortes, and was ceded by his descendants to the government. In exchange they received the ground formerly occupied by the palace of the Aztec kings, and built on it a very splendid edifice, where the state archives are kept, and where the Monte Pio, the office where money is lent on plate, jewels, etc., now is the director of which is Don Francisco Tagle, whose apartments within the building are very elegant and spacious. The museum within the university, and opposite the palace in the plaza called del Volador, contains many rare and valuable works, many curious Indian antiquities, but they are ill arranged. On the walls are the portraits of the vice kings, beginning with Hernan Cortes. We spent a long while here examining these antiquities, but we have seen nothing in Mexico to equal the beauty of the colossal equestrian statue in bronze of Charles IV, placed on a pedestal of Mexican marble, which stands in the court of the university, but formerly adorned the middle of the square. It is a magnificent picture of sculpture, the masterpiece of Tolosa, remarkable for the noble simplicity and purity of its style, and was made at the expense of an ex-viceroy, the Marquis of Branciforte. We also saw the goddess of war lying in a corner of the court, beside the stone of sacrifices which we had already been shown. Today we have been visiting the Academy of Painting and Sculpture, called the Academy of Fine Arts, of which I unfortunately recollected having read Humboldt's brilliant account in my forcibly prolonged studies on board the Jason, and that he mentions its having had the most favourable influence in forming the national taste. He tells us that every night in these spacious halls, well illumined by argand lamps, hundreds of young men were assembled, some sketching from the plaster casts or from life, and others copying designs of furniture, candelabras, and other bronze ornaments, and that here all classes, colours, and races were mingled together, the Indian beside the white boy, and the son of the poorest mechanic beside that of the richest lord. Teaching was gratis, and not limited to landscape and figures, one of the principal objects being to propagate amongst the artists a general taste for elegance and beauty of form, and to enliven the national industry. Plaster casts to the amount of $40,000 were sent out by the King of Spain, and as they possess in the Academy various colossal statues of basalt and porphyry, with Aztec hieroglyphics, it would have been curious, as the same learned traveller remarks, to have collected these monuments in the courtyard of the Academy, and compared the remains of Mexican sculpture, monuments of a semi-barbarous people, with the graceful creations of Greece and Rome. Let no one visit the Academy with these recollections or anticipations in his mind, that the simple and noble taste which distinguishes the Mexican buildings, their perfection in the cutting and working of their stones, the chaste ornaments of the capitals and relievos, are owing to the progress they made in this very Academy, is no doubt the case. The remains of these beautiful but mutilated plaster casts, the splendid engravings which still exist, would alone make it probable, but the present disorder, the abandoned state of the building, the non-existence of these excellent classes of sculpture and painting, and above all the low state of the fine arts in Mexico at the present day, are amongst the sad proofs, if any were wanting, of the melancholy effects produced by years of civil war and unsettled government. The Holy Week is now approaching, and already Indians are to be seen bringing in the palm branches and the flowers for the altars, and they are beginning to erect booths and temporary shops, and to make every preparation for the concourse of people who will arrive next Sunday from all the different villages and ranchos, far and near. End of letter the 13th. Letter the 14th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 14th. Palm Sunday, Holy Thursday, variety of costumes, San Francisco, Santo Domingo, Santa Teresa, nuns, stone bust, the Academy, religious procession, pilgrimage to the churches, Santa Clara, nun's voice, orange trees and rose bushes, the cathedral illuminated, our Saviour in chains, Good Friday, the great square towards evening, dresses of men, women, and children, approach of the host, Judas, great procession, Miserere, the square by moonlight, a lonely walk, Sábado de Gloria, ball in contemplation, weekly soirées, embroidered muslins, a tertulia at home. 21st April. On the morning of Palm Sunday I went to the cathedral accompanied by Mademoiselle de , daughter of the minister. We found it no easy matter to make our way through the crowd, but at last, by dint of patience and perseverance, and changing our place very often, we contrived to arrive very near the great altar, and there we had just taken up our position, when a disinterested man gave us a friendly hint that as the whole procession with their branches must inevitably squeeze past the spot where we were, we should probably be crushed or suffocated; consequently we followed him to a more convenient station, also close to the altar and defended by the railing, where we found ourselves tolerably well off. Two ladies to whom he made the same proposition and who rejected it, we afterwards observed in a sad condition, their mantillas nearly torn off and the palm branches sweeping across their eyes. In a short time the whole cathedral presented the appearance of a forest of palm trees, à la Birnam wood, moved by a gentle wind, and under each tree a half-naked Indian, his rags clinging together with wonderful pertinacity, long matted dirty black hair both in men and women, bronze faces with mild unspeaking eyes, or all with one expression of eagerness to see the approach of the priests. Many of them had probably travelled a long way, and the palms were from tierra caliente, dried and plaited into all manner of ingenious ways. Each palm was about 7 feet high, so as far to overshadow the head of the Indian who carried it, and whenever they are blessed, they are carried home to adorn the walls of their huts. The priests arrived at length, in great pomp, and also carrying palm branches. For 4 mortal hours we remained kneeling or sitting on the floor, and thankful we were when it was all over, and we could make our way once more into the fresh air. From this day, during the whole week, all business is suspended, and but one train of thought occupies all classes, from the highest to the lowest. The peasants flock from every quarter, shops are shut, churches are opened, and the divine tragedy enacted in Syria 1800 years ago, is now celebrated in land then undiscovered, and by the descendants of nations sunk in paganism for centuries after that period. But amongst the lower classes the worship is emphatically the worship of her who herself predicted, "From henceforth all nations shall call me blessed." Before her shrines, and at all hours, thousands are kneeling. With faces expressive of the most intense love and devotion, and with words of the most passionate adoration, they address the mild image of the Mother of God. To the Son their feelings seem composed of respectful pity, of humble but more distant adoration, while to the Virgin they appear to give all their confidence, and to look up to her as to a kind and bountiful Queen, who, dressed in her magnificent robes and jewelled diadem, yet mourning in all the agony of her divine sorrows, has condescended to admit the poorest beggar to participate in her woe, whilst in her turn she shares in the afflictions of the lowly, feels for their privations, and grants them her all-powerful intercession. On Holy Thursday nothing can be more picturesque than the whole appearance of Mexico. No carriages are permitted, and the ladies, being on foot, take the opportunity of displaying all the riches of their toilette. On this day velvets and satins are your only wear. Diamonds and pearls walk the streets. The mantillas are white or black blonde, the shoes white or coloured satin. The petticoats are still rather short, but it would be hard to hide such small feet, and such still smaller shoes. Il faut s'offrir pour être belle, but à quoi bon être belle if no one sees it? As for me, I ventured upon a lilac silk of Palmyre's and a black mantilla. The whole city was filled with picturesque figures. After the higher señoras were to be remarked the common women, chiefly in clear white, very stiffly starched muslins, some very richly embroidered, and the petticoat trimmed with lace, white satin shoes, and the dresses extremely short, which in them looks very well. A rebozo is thrown over all. Amongst these were many handsome faces, but in a still lower and more Indian class, with their gay coloured petticoats, the faces were sometimes beautiful, and the figures more upright and graceful. Also, they invariably walk well, whilst many of the higher classes, from tight shoes and want of custom, seem to feel pain in putting their feet to the ground. But none could vie with the handsome Poblana peasants in their holiday dresses, some so rich and magnificent that, remembering the warning of our ministerial friends, I am inclined to believe them more showy than respectable. The pure Indians with whom the churches in the whole city is crowded are as ugly as can be imagined, a gentle, dirty, and much enduring race. Still, with their babies at their backs, going along at their usual gentle trot, they add much to the general effect of the coup d'œil. We walked to San Francisco about 10 o'clock, and the body of the church being crowded, went upstairs to a private gallery with a gilded grating, belonging to the Countess de Santiago, and here we had the advantage of seats, besides a fine view of the whole. This church is very splendid, and the walls were hung with canvas paintings, representing different passages of our Saviour's life, his entry into Jerusalem, the woman of Samaria at the well, etc., which, with the palm trees, had a cool and oriental effect. Before the altar, which was dazzling with jewels, was a representation of the Lord's Supper, not in painting, but in sculptured figures as large as life, habited in the Jewish dresses. The bishops and priests were in a blaze of gold and jewels. They were assisted during the ceremony by the young Count of Santiago. The music was extremely good, and the whole effect impressive. We visited several churches in the course of the day, and continued walking until 4 o'clock, when we went to dine with our friends, the A.S. After dinner, one of their coachmen, a handsome Mexican, in a superb dress, all embroidered in gold, was called upstairs to dance the jarabe to us with a country girl. The dance is monotonous, but they acquitted themselves to perfection. We then continued our pilgrimage through the city, though as the sun had not yet set, we reserved our chief admiration until the churches should be illuminated. One, however, we entered at sunset, which is worthy of remark, Santo Domingo. It looked like a little paradise, or a story in the Arabian Nights. All the steps up the altar were covered with pots of beautiful flowers, orange trees loaded with fruit and blossom, and rose bushes in full bloom, glasses of coloured water, and all kinds of fruit. Cages full of birds singing delightfully hung from the wall, and really fine paintings filled up the intervals. A gay carpet covered the floor, and in front of the altar, instead of the usual representation of the Saviour crucified, a little infant Jesus, beautifully done in wax, was lying amidst the flowers with little angels surrounding him. Add to this the music of Romeo and Juliet, and you may imagine that it was more like a scene in an opera than anything in a church. But certainly as the rays of the setting sun streamed in with a rosy light through the stained windows, throwing a glow over the whole, birds and flowers and fruit, paintings and angels, it was the prettiest and most fantastic scene I ever beheld, like something expressly got up for the benefit of children. We did not kneel before each altar for more than 3 minutes, otherwise we should never have had time even to enter the innumerable churches which we visited in the course of the night. We next went to Santa Teresa la Nueva, a handsome church, belonging to a convent of strict nuns, which was now brilliantly illuminated, and here, as in all the churches, we made our way through the crowd with extreme difficulty. The number of léperos was astonishing, greatly exceeding that of well-dressed people. Before each altar was a figure, dreadful in the extreme, of the Saviour, as large as life, dressed in purple robe and crown of thorns, seated on the steps of the altar, the blood trickling from his wounds, each person before leaving the church devoutly kneeling to kiss his hands and feet. The nuns, amongst whom is a sister of Señor A., sung behind the grating of the gallery above, but were not visible. One of the churches we visited, that of Santa Teresa, called the Antigua, stands upon the site formerly occupied by the palace of the father of the unfortunate Montezuma. It was here that the Spaniards were quartered when they took Montezuma prisoner, and here Cortes found and appropriated the treasures of that family. In 1830 a bust of stone was found in the yard of the convent, which the workmen were digging up. Don Lucas Alaman, then Minister of Exterior Relations, offered a compensation to the nuns for the curious piece of antiquity which they gladly gave up to the government, on whose account he acted. It is said to be the idol goddess of the Indians, Centeotl, the goddess of medicine and medicinal herbs, also known by the name of Temaz Caltechi, or the grandmother of the baths. A full account is given of her in one of the numbers of the Mosaico Mexicano, as also of a square stone found in the same place, beautifully carved and covered with hieroglyphical characters. In the evening, towards the hour when the great procession was expected, we went to the balconies of the Academia, which command a fine view of the streets by which it was to pass. Till it arrived, we amused ourselves by looking over the beaux restes of former days, the collections of painting and sculpture, the fine plaster casts that still remain, and the great volumes of fine engravings. It was dark when the procession made its appearance, which rendered the effect less gaudy and more striking. The Virgin, the saints, the Holy Trinity, the Saviour in different passages of his life, imprisonment and crucifixion, were carried past in succession, represented by figures magnificently dressed, placed on lofty scaffoldings of immense weight, supported by different bodies of men. One is carried by the coachmen, another by the aguadores, water carriers, a third by the cargadores, porters, a Herculean race. First arrived the favourite protectress of all classes, the Virgin of Dolores, surmounted by a velvet canopy, seated on a glittering throne, attired in her sable robes, her brow surmounted by glittering rays, and contracted with an expression of agony. Of all representations of the Virgin, the only one which is always lovely, however rudely carved, with that invariably beautiful face of terrible anguish. Then followed the Saviour bearing the cross, the Saviour crucified, the Virgin supporting the head of her dying Son, the Trinity, the Holy Spirit, represented by a dove, all the apostles, from Saint Peter with the keys to Judas with the money bag, and a long train of saints, all brilliantly illuminated and attended by an amazing crowd of priests, monks, and laymen. However childish and superstitious all these may seem, I doubt whether it be not as well thus to impress certain religious truths on the minds of a people too ignorant to understand them by any other process. By the time the last saint and angel had vanished, the hour was advanced, and we had still to visit the illuminated churches. Being recommended to divest ourselves of our ornaments before wandering forth amongst the crowd, a matter of some moment to the Señora A., who wore all her diamonds, we left our earrings, brooches, etc., in charge of the person who keeps the Academia, and recommenced our pilgrimage. Innumerable were the churches we visited that evening. The Cathedral, La Ensenanza, Jesús María, Santa Clara, Santa Brigida, Santa Hipólito, La Encarnación, the 5 churches of San Francisco, etc., etc., a list without an end, kneeling for a short space of time before each blazing altar, for the more churches one visits, the more meritorious is the devotion. The cathedral was the first we entered, and its magnificence struck us with amazement. Its gold and silver and jewels, its innumerable ornaments and holy vessels, the rich dresses of the priests, all seemed burning in almost intolerable brightness. The high altar was the most magnificent, the second, with its pure white marble pillars, the most imposing. The crowd was immense, but we made our way slowly through it to the foot of each altar, where the people were devoutly kissing the Saviour's hand, or the hem of his garment, or beating their breasts before the mild image of Our Lady of Grief. Each church had vied with the other in putting forth all its splendour of jewellery, of lights, of dresses, and of music. In the church of Santa Clara, attached to the convent of the same name, small but elegant, with its pillars of white marble and gold, one voice of angelic sweetness was singing behind the grating alone, and in the midst of a most death-like stillness. It sounded like the notes of a nightingale in a cage. I could have listened for hours, but our time was limited, and we set off anew. Fortunately, the evening was delightful, and the moon shining brightly. We visited about 20 churches in succession. In all the organ was pealing, the blaze of lights overpowering, the magnificence of jewels and crimson velvet and silver and gold dazzling, the crowd suffocating, the incense blinding. The prettiest effect in every church was caused by the orange trees and rose bushes, which covered the steps of the altars, up to where the magnificence of the altar itself blazed out; and the most picturesque effect was produced by the different orders of monks in their gowns and hoods, either lying on their faces or standing ranged with torches like figures carved in stone. In the passage leading to most of the churches was a table, at which several ladies of the highest rank sat collecting alms for the poor. The fair quitessus had not been very successful, and that chiefly amongst the lower classes. The fatigue was terrible, walking for so many hours on that bad pavement with thin satin shoes, so that at length our feet seemed to move mechanically, and we dropped on our knees before each altar like machines touched by a spring, and rose again with no small effort. Of all the churches we entered that night, the cathedral was the most magnificent, but the most beautiful and tasteful was San Francisco. The crowd there was so dense that we were almost carried off our feet, and were obliged, in defiance of all rule, to take the arms of our caballeros. Still, it was worth the trouble of making our way through it to see such a superbly illuminated altar. It was now 11 o'clock, and the crowd were breaking up as the churches are shut before midnight. In one corner of the middle aisle, near the door, was the representation of a prison from which issued a stream of soft music, and at the window was a figure of Christ in chains, his eyes bandaged, and a Jew on each side, the chains hanging from his hands, and clanking as if with the motion of his arms. The rush here was immense. Numbers of people were kneeling before the window of the prison, and kissing the chains and beating their breasts with every appearance of contrition and devotion. This was the night before the crucifixion, and the last scene of the Holy Thursday. We reached home hardly able to stand. I never felt more dazzled, bewildered, and sleepy, but I was wakened by finding a packet of letters from home, which brought back my thoughts, or rather carried them away to very different lands. On Good Friday, a day of sorrow and humiliation, the scene in the morning is very different. The great sacrifice is complete. The immortal has died a mortal death. The ladies all issue forth in mourning, and the churches look sad and wan after their last night's brilliancy. The heat was intense. We went to San Francisco, again to the Tribuna of the Countess de Santiago, to see the Adoration and Procession of the Cross, which was very fine. But the most beautiful and original scene was presented towards sunset in the great square, and it is doubtful whether any other city in the world could present a coup d'œil of equal brilliancy. Having been offered the entree to some apartments in the palace, we took our seats on the balconies, which commanded a view of the whole. The plaza itself, even on ordinary days, is a noble square, and but for its one fault, a row of shops called the Parian, which breaks its uniformity, would be nearly unrivalled. Every object is interesting. The eye wanders from the cathedral to the house of Cortes, the Monte Pio, and from thence to a range of fine buildings with lofty arcades to the west. From our elevated situation we could see all the different streets that branch out from the square, covered with gay crowds pouring in that direction to see another great procession, which was expected to pass in front of the palace. Booths filled with refreshments, and covered with green branches and garlands of flowers, were to be seen in all directions, surrounded by a crowd who were quenching their thirst with orgeat, chia, lemonade, or pulque. The whole square, from the cathedral to the Portales, and from the Monte Pio to the palace, was covered with thousands and tens of thousands of figures, all in their gayest dresses, and as the sun poured his rays down upon their gaudy colours, they looked like armies of living tulips. Here was to be seen a group of ladies, some with black gowns and mantillas, others, now that their church-going duty was over, equipped in velvet or satin, with their hair dressed, and beautiful hair they have, some leading their children by the hand, dressed, alas, how they were dressed! Long velvet gowns trimmed with blonde, diamond rings, high French caps befurbelowed with lace and flowers, or turbans with plumes of feathers. Now and then the head of a little thing that could hardly waddle alone might have belonged to an English dowager duchess in her opera box. Some had extraordinary bonnets, also with flowers and feathers, and as they toddled along, top heavy, one would have thought they were little old women, till a glimpse was caught of their lovely little brown faces and black eyes. Now and then a little girl, simply dressed with a short frock and long black hair plaited down and uncovered, would trip along, a very model of grace amongst the small caricatures. The children here are generally beautiful, their features only too perfect and regular for the face to fulfill the promise of its spring. They have little colour, with swimming black or hazel eyes, and long lashes resting on the clear pale cheek, and a perfect mass of fine dark hair of the straight Spanish or Indian kind, plaited down behind. As a contrast to the Señoras with their overdressed beauties, were the poor Indian women trotting across the square, their black hair plaited with dirty red ribbon, a piece of woollen cloth wrapped about them, and a little mahogany baby hanging behind, its face upturned to the sky, and its head going, jerking along, somehow without its neck being dislocated. The most resigned expression on earth is that of an Indian baby. All the groups we had seen promenading the streets the day before were here collected by hundreds. The women of the shopkeeper class, or it may be lower, in their smart white embroidered gowns, with their white satin shoes, and neat feet and ankles, and rebosos or bright shawls thrown over their heads; the peasants and countrywomen, with their short petticoats of two colours, generally scarlet and yellow, for they are most anti-Quakerish in their attire; thin satin shoes and lace-trimmed chemises, or bronze-coloured damsels, all crowned with flowers, strolling along with their admirers, and tingling their light guitars; and above all, here and there, a flashing Poblana with a dress of real value and much taste, and often with a face and figure of extraordinary beauty, especially the figure, large and yet élancée, with a bold coquettish eye, and a beautiful little brown foot, shown off by the white satin shoes; the petticoat of her dress frequently fringed and embroidered in real massive gold, and a reboso either shot with gold, or a bright coloured China crape shawl, coquettishly thrown over her head. We saw several whose dresses could not have cost less than $500. Add to this motley crowd men dressed a la mexicane, with their large ornamented hats and serapes, or embroidered jackets, sauntering along, smoking their cigars; léperos in rags, Indians in blankets, officers in uniform, priests in their shovel hats, monks of every order, Frenchmen exercising their wit upon the passers-by, Englishmen looking cold and philosophical, Germans gazing through their spectacles, mild and mystical, Spaniards seeming pretty much at home, and abstaining from remarks; and it may be conceived that the scene at least presented variety. Sometimes the tinkling of the bell announced the approach of Nuestro Amo. Instantly the whole crowd are on their knees, crossing themselves devoutly. Two men who were fighting below the window suddenly dropped down side by side. Disputes were hushed, flirtations arrested, and to the busy hum of voices succeeded a profound silence. Only the rolling of the coach wheels and the sound of the little bell were heard. No sooner had it passed than the talkers and the criers recommenced with fresh vigour. The vendors of hot chestnuts and cooling beverages plied their trade more briskly than ever. A military band struck up an air from Semiramis, and the noise of the innumerable matracas, rattles, some of wood and some of silver, with which every one is armed during the last days of the Holy Week, broke forth again as if by magic, while again commenced the sale of the Judases, fireworks in the form of that arch traitor, which are sold on the evening of Good Friday, and left off on Saturday morning. Hundreds of these hideous figures were held above the crowd by men who carried them tied together on long poles. An ugly misshapen monster they represent the betrayer to have been. When he sold his master for 30 pieces of silver, did he dream that in the lapse of ages his effigies should be held up to the execration of a Mexican mob, of an unknown people in undiscovered countries beyond the seas? A secret bargain perhaps made whisperingly in a darkened chamber with the fierce Jewish rulers, but now shouted forth in the ears of the descendants of Montezuma and Cortes. But the sound of a distant hymn rose on the air, and shortly after there appeared, advancing towards the square, a long and pompous retinue of mitred priests, with banners and crucifixes and gorgeous imagery, conducting a procession in which figures representing scenes concerning the death of our Saviour were carried by on platforms as they were the preceding evening. There was the Virgin in mourning at the foot of the cross, the Virgin in glory, and more saints and more angels, Saint Michael and the Dragon, etc., etc. A glittering and innumerable train. Not a sound was heard as the figures were carried slowly onwards in their splendid robes, lighted by thousands of tapers, which mingled their unnatural glare with the fading light of day. As the Miserere was to be performed in the cathedral late in the evening, we went there, though with small hopes of making our way through the tremendous crowd. Having at length been admitted through a private entrance, per favor, we made our way into the body of the church, but the crowd was so intolerable that we thought of abandoning our position, when we were seen and recognized by some of the priests, and conducted to a railed-off enclosure near the shrine of the Virgin, with the luxury of a Turkey carpet. Here, separated from the crowd, we sat down in peace on the ground. The gentlemen were accommodated with high-backed chairs, besides some ecclesiastics, for men may sit on chairs or benches in church, but women must kneel or sit on the ground. Why? Quien sabe? Who knows? Is all the satisfaction I have ever obtained on that point. A lonely walk. The music began with a crash that wakened me out of an agreeable slumber into which I had gradually fallen. And such discordance of instruments and voices, such confusion worse confounded, such inharmonious harmony, never before deafened mortal ears. The very spheres seemed out of tune, and rolling and crashing over each other. I could have cried "Miserere!" with the loudest, and in the midst of all the undrilled band was a music master, with violin stick uplifted, rushing desperately from one to the other, in vain endeavouring to keep time, and frightened at the clamour he himself had been instrumental in raising, like Phaeton entrusted with his unmanageable coursers. The noise was so great as to be really alarming, and the heat was severe in proportion. The calm face of the Virgin seemed to look reproachfully down. We were thankful when, at the conclusion of this stormy appeal for mercy, we were able to make our way into the fresh air and soft moonlight, through the confusion and squeezing at the doors, where it was rumoured that a soldier had killed a baby with his bayonet. A bad place for poor little babies, decidedly. Outside in the square it was cool and agreeable. A military band was playing airs from Norma, and the womankind were sitting on the stones of the railing, or wandering about and finishing their day's work by a quiet flirtation au clair de la lune. It was now 11 o'clock, and the pulquerias were thrown open for the refreshment of the faithful, and though hitherto much order had prevailed, it was not likely to endure much longer. Notwithstanding which, we had the imprudence to walk unattended to our own house at San Fernando. In the centre of the city there seemed no danger. People were still walking, and a few still drinking, at the lighted booths, but when arrived at the lower part of the Alameda, all was still, and as we walked outside under the long shadows of the trees, I expected every moment to be attacked, and wished we were anywhere, even on the silvery top of Popocatepetl. We passed several crowded pulquerias, where some were drinking and others drunk. Arrived at the arches, we saw from time to time a suspicious blanketed figure, half hid by the shadow of the wall. A few doors from our own domicile was a pulque shop filled with léperos, of whom some were standing at the door shrouded in their blankets. It seemed to me we should never pass them, but we walked fast, and reached our door in safety. Here we thundered in vain. The porter was asleep, and for nearly 10 minutes we heard voices within, male and female, ineffectually endeavouring to persuade the heavy-headed Cerberus to relinquish his keys. It would have been a choice moment for our friends had any of them wished to accost us, but either they had not observed us, or perhaps they thought that C n, walking so late, must have been armed, or perhaps, more charitable construction, they had profited by the solemnities of the day. We got in at last, and I felt thankful enough for shelter and safety, and as wearied of the day's performance as you may be in reading a description of them. Next morning, Sábado de Gloria, I could not persuade myself to go as far as the plaza to see the escariots explode. At a distance, we listened to the hissing and crackling of the fireworks, the ringing of all the bells, and the thundering of artillery, and knew by the hum of busy voices and the rolling of carriages that the Holy Week was numbered with the past. We hear that it is in contemplation amongst the English here, headed by their minister, to give a ball in the Mineria, to celebrate the marriage of Queen Victoria which will be turning these splendid halls to some account. I have some intention of giving a series of weekly soirées, but am assured that they will not succeed, because hitherto such parties have failed. As a reason is given the extravagant notions of the ladies in point of dress, and it is said that nothing but a ball where they can wear jewels, and a toilette therewith consistent, will please them; that a lady of high rank who had been in Madrid, having proposed simple tertulias and white muslin dresses, half the men in Mexico were ruined that year by the embroidered French and India muslins bought by their wives during this reign of simplicity. The idea of a plain white muslin, a dress worn by any lépera, never having struck them as possible. Nevertheless, we can but make the attempt. We propose going next week to Tulansingo, where our friends the s have a country place; from thence we proceed to visit the mines of Real del Monte. 23rd. On Monday we gave a tertulia, which, notwithstanding all predictions, went off remarkably well, and consisted of nearly all the pleasantest people in Mexico. We had music, dancing, and cards, and at 3 in the morning the German cotillion was still in full vigour. Every one was disposed to be amused, and moreover the young ladies were dressed very simply, most of them in plain white muslins. There was but a small sprinkling of diamonds, and that chiefly among the elderly part of the community. Still it is said that the novelty alone induced them to come, and that weekly soirées will not succeed. We shall try; besides which, the lady of the Minister proposes being at home on Wednesday evenings, the lady of the Minister takes another evening, I a third, and we shall see what can be effected. End of letter the 14th. Letter the 15th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 15th. Letter from the Archbishop. Visit to the Encarnación. Reception. Description. The novices. Convent supper. Picturesque scene. Sonata on the organ. Attempt at robbery. Alarms of the household. Visit to San Agustin. Anonymous letter. The Virgen de los Remedios. Visit to the chapel. The Padre. The image. Anecdote of the large pearl. A mine. 24th. The Archbishop has not only granted me permission to visit the convents, but permits me to take 2 ladies along with me, of which I have been informed by the Minister, Señor C.O., in a very amiable note just received, enclosing one from Señor Posada, which I translate for your edification. To His Excellency Señor Don J. de C.O., April 24th, 1842. My dear friend and companion, the abbess and nuns of the convent of the Encarnación are now prepared to receive the visit of our 3 pilgrims, next Sunday, at 4:30 in the afternoon, and should that day not suit them, let them mention what day will be convenient. Afterwards we shall arrange their visit to the Concepción, Ensenanza, Antigua, and Jesús María, which are the best, and I shall let you know, and we shall agree upon the days and hours most suitable. I remain your affectionate friend and capellan, Manuel Posada. Accordingly, on Sunday afternoon we drove to the Encarnación, the most splendid and richest convent in Mexico, excepting perhaps La Concepción. If it were in any other country, I might mention the surpassing beauty of the evening, but as except in the rainy season, which has not yet begun, the evenings are always beautiful, the weather leaves no room for description. The sky always blue, the air always soft, the flowers always blossoming, the birds always singing. Thomson never could have written his seasons here. We descended at the convent gate, were admitted by the portress, and received by several nuns, their faces closely covered with a double crape veil. We were then led into a spacious hall, hung with handsome lustres, and adorned with various virgins and saints, magnificently dressed; and here the eldest, a very dignified old lady, lifted her veil, the others following her example, and introduced herself as the Madre Vicaria, bringing us many excuses from the old abbess, who having an inflammation in her eyes was confined to her cell. She and another reverend mother and a group of elderly dames, tall, thin, and stately, then proceeded to inform us that the archbishop had in person given orders for our reception, and that they were prepared to show us the whole establishment. The dress is a long robe of very fine white casimere, a thick black crape veil, and long rosary. The dress of the novices is the same, only that the veil is white. For the first half hour or so I fancied that along with their politeness was mingled a good deal of restraint, caused perhaps by the presence of a foreigner, and especially of an Englishwoman. My companions they knew well, the Señorita having even passed some months there. However this may have been, the feeling seemed gradually to wear away. Kindness or curiosity triumphed, their questions became unceasing, and before the visit was concluded, I was addressed as "mi vida," my life, by the whole establishment. Where was I born? Where had I lived? What convents had I seen? Which did I prefer, the convents in France or those in Mexico? Which were the largest? Which had the best garden? Etc., etc. Fortunately I could, with truth, give the preference to their convent, as to spaciousness and magnificence, over any I ever saw. The Mexican style of building is peculiarly advantageous for recluses, the great galleries and courts affording them a constant supply of fresh air, while the fountains sound so cheerfully, and the garden in this climate of perpetual spring affords them such a constant source of enjoyment all the year round, that one pities their secluded state much less here than in any other country. This convent is in fact a palace. The garden into which they led us first is kept in good order, with its stone walks, stone benches, and an ever playing and sparkling fountain. The trees were bending with fruit, and they pulled quantities of the most beautiful flowers for us, sweet peas and roses, with which all gardens here abound, carnations, jasmine, and heliotrope. It was a pretty picture to see them wandering about or standing in groups in this high walled garden, while the sun was setting behind the hills, and the noise of the city was completely excluded, everything breathing repose and contentment. Most of the halls in the convent are noble rooms. We visited the whole, from the refectory to the botica, and admired the extreme cleanness of everything, especially of the immense kitchen, which seems hallowed from the approach even of a particle of dust. This circumstance is partly accounted for by the fact that each nun has a servant, and some have two, for this is not one of the strictest orders. The convent is rich; each novice at her entrance pays $5,000 into the common stock. There are about 30 nuns and 10 novices. The prevailing sin in a convent generally seems to be pride, the pride that apes humility, and it is perhaps nearly inseparable from the conventual state. Set apart from the rest of the world, they from their little world are too apt to look down with contempt, which may be mingled with envy, or modified by pity, but must be unsuited to a true Christian spirit. The novices were presented to us, poor little entrapped things, who really believe they will be let out at the end of the year if they should grow tired, as if they would ever be permitted to grow tired. The two eldest and most reverend ladies are sisters, thin, tall, and stately, with high noses and remains of beauty. They have been in the convent since they were 8 years old, which is remarkable, as sisters are rarely allowed to profess in the same establishment, and consider La Encarnación as a small piece of heaven upon earth. There were some handsome faces amongst them, and one whose expression and eyes were singularly lovely, but truth to say, these were rather exceptions to the general rule. Having visited the whole building, and admired one virgin's blue satin and pearls, and another's black velvet and diamonds, sleeping holy infants, saints, paintings, shrines, and confessionals, having even climbed up the azotea, which commands a magnificent view, we came at length to a large hall, decorated with paintings and furnished with antique high-backed armchairs, where a very elegant supper, lighted up and ornamented, greeted our astonished eyes. Cakes, chocolate, ices, creams, custard tarts, jellies, blancmangers, orange and lemonade, and other profane dainties ornamented with gilt paper cut into little flags, etc. I was placed in a chair that might have served for a pope under a holy family. The Señora and the Señorita on either side. The elder nuns in stately array occupied the other armchairs, and looked like statues carved in stone. A young girl, a sort of pensionnaire, brought in a little harp without pedals, and while we discussed cakes and ices, sung different ballads with a good deal of taste. The elder nuns helped us to everything, but tasted nothing themselves. The younger nuns and the novices were grouped upon a mat à la Turque, and a more picturesque scene altogether one could scarcely see. The young novices in their white robes, white veils, and black eyes; the severe and dignified madres with their long dresses and mournful-looking black veils and rosaries; the veiled figures occasionally flitting along the corridor; ourselves in contrast, with our worldly dresses and coloured ribbons, and the great hall lighted by one immense lamp that hung from the ceiling, I felt transported 3 centuries back, and half afraid that the whole would flit away and prove a mere vision, a waking dream. A gossiping old nun, who hospitably filled my plate with everything, gave me the enclosed flag cut in gilt paper, which, together with her custards and jellies, looked less unreal. They asked many questions in regard to Spanish affairs, and were not to be consoled for the defeat of Don Carlos, which they feared would be an end of the true religion in Spain. Attempt at robbery. After supper we proceeded upstairs to the choir, where the nuns attend public worship, and which looks down upon the handsome convent church, to try the organ. I was set down to a sonata of Mozart's, the servants blowing the bellows. It seems to me that I made more noise than music, for the organ is very old, perhaps as old as the convent, which dates 3 centuries back. However, the nuns were pleased, and after they had sung a hymn we returned below. I was rather sorry to leave them, and I felt as if I could have passed some time there very contentedly. But it was near 9 o'clock, and we were obliged to take our departure, so having been embraced very cordially by the whole community, we left the hospitable walls of the Encarnación. 28th. Last evening we were sitting at home very quietly about 10 o'clock, C.N. Monsieur de of the Legation, and I, when A. rushed into the room all dishevelled. "Come quickly, sir! Robbers are breaking open the kitchen door!" A succession of feminine shrieks in the distance added effect to her words. C.N. jumped up, ran for his pistols, gave one to Monsieur de , called up the soldiers, but no robbers appeared. The kitchen door was indeed open, and the trembling Galopina attested that, being in the kitchen alone, dimly lighted by one small lamp, 3 men, all armed, had entered, and had rushed out again on hearing her give the alarm. We somewhat doubted her assertions, but the next morning found that the men had in fact escaped by the azotea, a great assistance to all Mexican depredators. At the end of this row of houses the people ran out and fired upon them, but without effect. The house of the old Countess of S F had been broken into, her porter wounded, report says killed, and her plate carried off. In the meantime our soldiers watch in the kitchen, a pair of loaded pistols adorn the table, a double-barreled gun stands in the corner, and a bulldog growls in the gallery. This little passing visit to us was probably caused by the arrival of some large boxes from London, especially of a very fine harp and piano, both Erard's, which I had the pleasure of seeing unpacked this morning, and which, in spite of jolting and bad roads, have arrived in perfect condition. Thus far I had written, it being now the evening, and I sitting alone, when a succession of shrieks arose even more awful than those which alarmed us last night. At the same time the old Galopina, her daughter, and a French girl who lives here, rushed shouting along the gallery; not a word they said comprehensible, but something concerning a robber in black, with men at his back, who had burst open the door. At the noise the whole household had assembled. One ran this way, one ran that. A little French teinturier, who, it appeared, had been paying the maids a polite visit, seized the loaded gun. The footman took a pistol and hid himself behind the porter. Abe, like a second Joan of Arc, appeared with a rusty sabre. The soldiers rushed up with their bayonets. The coachman stood aloof with nothing. The porter led up the rear, holding a large dog by the collar. But no robber appears, and the girls are all sobbing and crying because we doubt their having seen one. Galopina, the younger, shedding tears in torrents, swears to the man. Galopina, the elder, enveloped in her rebozo, swears to any number of men, and the recamarera has cried herself into a fit between fear and indignation. Such is the agreeable state of things about 9 o'clock this evening, for one real attempt to enter the house invariably gives rise to 1,000 imaginary attacks and fanciful alarms. After many attempts at walking, I have very nearly abandoned it, but take a great deal of exercise both on horseback and in the carriage, which last, on account of the ill-paved condition of the streets, affords rather more exercise than the former. I drove out this morning in an open carriage with the Señorita E to her country house at San Agustin, the gambling emporium. But the famous annual fête does not take place until Whitsunday, and the pretty country villas there are at present abandoned. We walked in the garden till the sun became insupportable. The fragrance of the roses and jasmine was almost overpowering. There are trees of millefleur roses, heliotrope and honeysuckle cover every pillar, and yellow jasmine trails over everything. Found on my return an anonymous letter begging me to beware of my cook, and signed Fernandez. Having shown it to some gentlemen who dined here, one thought it might be a plan of the robbers to get rid of the cook, whom they considered in their way; another, with more probability, that it was merely a plan of the attentive Señor Fernandez to get the cook's place for himself. We went lately to pay a visit to the celebrated Virgen de los Remedies, the Gachupina, the Spanish patroness and rival of Our Lady of Guadalupe. This Virgin was brought over by Cortes, and when he displaced the Indian idols in the great temple of Mexico, caused them to be broken in pieces, and the sanctuary to be purified, he solemnly placed there a crucifix and this image of the Virgin, then kneeling before it, gave solemn thanks to Heaven which had permitted him thus to adore the Most High in a place so long profaned by the most cruel idolatries. It is said that this image was brought to Mexico by a soldier of Cortes's army called Villafuerte, and that the day succeeding the terrible Noche Triste, it was concealed by him in the place where it was afterwards discovered. At all events, the image disappeared, and nothing further was known of it until, on the top of a barren and treeless mountain, in the heart of a large maguey, she was found by a fortunate Indian. Her restoration was joyfully hailed by the Spaniards. A church was erected on the spot. A priest was appointed to take charge of the miraculous image. Her fame spread abroad. Gifts of immense value were brought to her shrine. A treasurer was appointed to take care of her jewels, a camarista to superintend her rich wardrobe. No rich dowager died in peace until she had bequeathed to Our Lady of los Remedios her largest diamond or her richest pearl. In seasons of drought she is brought in from her dwelling in the mountain and carried in procession through the streets. The viceroy himself on foot used to lead the holy train. One of the highest rank drives the chariot in which she is seated. In succession she visits the principal convents, and as she is carried through the cloistered precincts, the nuns are ranged on their knees in humble adoration. Plentiful rains immediately follow her arrival. Who accompanied us, has on several occasions filled the office of her coachman, by which means he has seen the interior of most of the convents in Mexico. It is true that there came a time when the famous curate Hidalgo, the prime mover of the Revolution, having taken as his standard an image of the Virgin of Guadalupe, a rivalry rose between her and the Spanish Virgin, and Hidalgo having been defeated and forced to fly, the image of the Virgin de los Remedios was conducted to Mexico dressed as a general, and invoked as the patroness of Spain. Later still, the Virgin herself was denounced as a gachupina, her general's sash boldly torn from her by the valiant General , who also signed her passport with an order for her to leave the republic. However, she was again restored to her honours, and still retains her treasurers, her camarista and sanctum sanctorum. Being desirous of seeing this celebrated image, we set off one fine afternoon in a carriage of blanks, drawn by 6 unbroken horses, accompanied by him and his lady, and performed 4 leagues of bad road in an incredibly short space of time. The horses themselves were in an evident state of astonishment, for after kicking and plunging, and, as they imagined, running away, they found themselves driven much faster than they had the slightest intention of going. So after a little while they acknowledged in 's capital coachman, "une main de maître." The mountain is barren and lonely, but the view from its summit is beautiful, commanding the whole plain. The church is old and not very remarkable, yet a picturesque object as it stands in its gay solitariness, with 1 or 2 trees beside it, of which one without leaves was entirely covered with the most brilliant scarlet flowers. Señor having been the Virgin's coachman, the Señora being the daughter of her camarista, and C.N. the minister from the land of her predilection, we were not astonished at the distinguished reception which we met with from the Reverend Padre, the guardian of the mountain. The church within is handsome, and above the altar is a copy of the original Virgin. After we had remained there a little while, we were admitted into the sanctum, where the identical Virgin of Cortes, with a large silver maguey, occupies her splendid shrine. The priest retired, and put on his robes, and then returning, and all kneeling before the altar, he recited the Credo. This over, he mounted the steps, and opening the shrine where the Virgin was encased, knelt down and removed her into his arms. He then presented her to each of us in succession, every one kissing the hem of her satin robe. She was afterwards replaced with the same ceremony. The image is a wooden doll, about a foot high, holding in its arms an infant Jesus, both faces evidently carved with a rude penknife, the holes for the eyes and another for the mouth. This doll was dressed in blue satin and pearls, with a crown upon her head, and a quantity of hair fastened onto the crown. No Indian idol could be much uglier. As she has been a good deal scratched and destroyed in the lapse of ages, C.N. observed that he was astonished they had not tried to restore her a little. To this the padre replied that the attempt had been made by several artists, each one of whom had sickened and died. He also mentioned as one of her miracles that living on a solitary mountain she had never been robbed, but I fear the good padre is somewhat oblivious, as this sacrilege has happened more than once. On one occasion a crowd of léperos being collected, and the image carried round to be kissed, one of them, affecting intense devotion, bit off the large pearl that adorned her dress in front, and before the theft was discovered, he had mingled with the crowd and escaped. When reminded of the circumstance, the padre said it was true, but that the thief was a Frenchman. After taking leave of the Virgin, we visited the padre in his own old house, attached to the church, where his only attendant, as usual among padres, is an old woman. We then made our way on foot down a steep hill, stopping to admire some noble stone arches, the remains of an aqueduct built by the Spaniards for conveying water from one mountain to the other, and, with an Indian for our guide, visited a newly discovered, though anciently opened mine, said to be of silver, and which had until lately been covered with rubbish. We groped through it, and found vaults and excavations in a deep pit of water. C.N. got some Indians to break off pieces of stone for him, which were put into a sack and sent home for examination. We were so tired of our walk down the steep and mountainous path, that on our return I mounted a horse with a man's saddle belonging to one of the servants, and contrived to keep on while it climbed up the perpendicular ascent. As this seemed rather a selfish proceeding while the others walked, I invited Señora to mount also in front, which she did, and the path being almost perpendicular, my head nearly touched the ground, which certainly made the seat not over safe or easy. However, we reached the top of the mountain in safety, though somewhat exhausted with laughing, and were driven home with the speed of a rail car. End of letter the 15th. Letter the 16th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 16th. Mexico in May. Leave Mexico for Santiago. Coach of Charles X. Mexican traveling. General aspect of the country. Village of Santa Clara. Robber's house. Temples of the sun and moon. San Juan. Mexican posada. Schoolhouse. Skulls. Hard fare. Traveling dress. Sopayuca. Military administrador. Santiago. Matadors and picadors. Evening in the country. Dances. Mexican songs. Quempuala. Plaza de Toros. Skill of the horseman. Omatusco. Accident. Tulancingo. Beautiful garden. Mexican dishes. Fruits. Horses. Games of forfeits. Rancheras dress. Young girls and their admirers. Verses. Knowledge of simple medicine. Indian baths. Hidden treasures. Anecdote. Santiago, May 6th. Before the setting in of the rainy season, we accepted of the invitation of our friends the to visit the different haciendas, as in a short time the roads will become nearly impassable. The country in May is perhaps at its highest beauty, or even a little earlier, as already the great blow of roses is nearly over. Au reste, there are roses all the year round, though more in December than in July. And this, by the way, is rather a source of disappointment to the unwary traveller. He arrives in December and finds the gardens full of flowers. If this be the case in December, says he to himself, what will it be in May? May comes, the roses are over, and the chief flowers in the gardens are dahlias and marigolds, our autumnal flowers. September, and these autumnal flowers still bloom, and with them you have mignonette and roses, and then pinks and jasmine and other flowers. In fact, there seems to be no particular season for anything. The weather at present is neither warm nor cold, but colder here than in Mexico, and when it does not rain it is lovely. Already there has been much rain, and the torrents are so swelled that there was some doubt as to whether our carriages could pass them. Yesterday at 5 in the morning we left Mexico in a coach once the property of Charles X. Sic transit, etc., and a most luxurious travelling carriage is that of his Majesty, entirely covered with gilding, save where the lilies of France surmount the crown, sad emblems of the fallen dynasty, lined with white satin, with violet-coloured binding, the satin cushions most excellently stuffed, large, commodious, and with a movement as soft as that of a gondola. A Frenchman bought it on a speculation, and brought it here for sale. In former days, from its gilded and showy appearance, it would have brought any price, but the taste for gaudy equipages has gone by since the introduction of foreign, and especially of English carriages, and the present proprietor, who bought it for its intrinsic good qualities, paid but a moderate sum for it. In this carriage, drawn by 6 strong horses, with 2 first-rate coachmen and several outriders well armed, we went along at great speed. The drivers, dressed Mexican fashion, with all their accoutrements smart and new, looked very picturesque.
jackets and trousers of deerskin, and jackets embroidered in green, with hanging silver buttons, the trousers also embroidered and slit up the side of the leg, trimmed with silver buttons, and showing an underpair of unbleached linen; these with the postillion's boots, and great hats with gold rolls, form a dress which would faire fureur if some adventurous Mexican would venture to display it on the streets of London. We left the city by the gate of Guadalupe, and passed by the great cathedral, our road lying over the marshy plains once covered by the waters of Lake Tezcuco. To the east lay the great lake, its broad waters shining like a sheet of molten silver, and the two great volcanoes, the rising sun forming a crown of rays on the white brow of Popocatepetl. To describe once for all the general aspect of the country on this side of the valley of Mexico, suffice it to say, that there is a universal air of dreariness, vastness, and desolation. The country is flat, but always enlivened by the surrounding mountains, like an uninteresting painting in a diamond frame, and yet it is not wholly uninteresting. It has a character peculiar to itself. Great plains of maguey, with its huts with uncultivated patches that have once been gardens, still filled with flowers and choked with weeds; the huts themselves generally of mud, yet not unfrequently of solid stone, roofless and windowless, with traces of having been fine buildings in former days. The complete solitude, unbroken except by the passing Indian, certainly as much in a state of savage nature as the lower class of Mexicans were when Cortes first traversed these plains; with the same character, gentle and cowardly, false and cunning, as weak animals are apt to be by nature, and indolent and improvident as men are in a fine climate. Ruins everywhere; here a viceroy's country palace serving as a tavern, where the mules stop to rest, and the drivers to drink pulque; there a whole village crumbling to pieces, roofless houses, broken down walls and arches, an old church, the remains of a convent. 4 leagues, scarcely a tree to be seen; then a clump of the graceful arbol de Peru, or one great cypress; long strings of mules and asses with their drivers; pasture fields with cattle; then again whole tracts of maguey as far as the eye can reach. No roads worthy of the name, but a passage made between fields of maguey, bordered by crumbling down low stone walls, causing a jolting from which not even the easy movement of Charles X's coach can save us. But the horses go at full gallop, accustomed to go through and over everything. The first village we saw was Santa Clara, to our left, lying at the foot of some dark hills, with its white church and flat roofed or no roofed houses. There being no shade, frequently not a tree 4 leagues, the sun and dust very disagreeable, and became more so as the day advanced. Here it came to pass that, travelling rapidly over the hot and dusty plains, the wheels of our carriage began to smoke. No house was in sight, no water within ken. It was a case of difficulty, when suddenly recollected that not far from thence was an old rancho, a deserted farmhouse at present occupied by robbers, and having ordered the coachman to drive to within a few hundred yards of this house, he sent a servant on horseback with a medio, 4 pence, to bring some water, which was treating the robbers like honourable men. The men galloped off, and shortly returned with a can full of water, which he carried back when the fire was extinguished. Meanwhile we examined, as well as we could, the external appearance of the robbers' domicile, which was an old half ruined house, standing alone on the plain, with no tree near it. Several men with guns were walking up and down before the house, sporting looking characters, but rather dirty, apparently either waiting for some expected game, or going in search of it. Women with rebosos were carrying water and walking amongst them. There were also a number of dogs. The well-armed men who accompanied us, and the name of , so well known in these parts, that once when his carriage was surrounded by robbers, he merely mentioned who he was, and they retreated with many apologies for their mistake, precluded all danger of an attack; but woe to the solitary horseman, or the escorted carriage that should pass thereby. Nor indeed are they always in the same mood, for Señor 's houses having been frequently attacked in his absence, and his hacienda at Santiago once stood a regular siege, the robbers being at length repulsed by the bravery of his servants.
We set off again au grand galop, drivers and outriders giving, from time to time, the most extraordinary shrieks to encourage the horses and to amuse themselves, wild and shrill enough to frighten any civilized quadruped. The road grew more picturesque as we advanced, and at length our attention was arrested by the sight of the two great pyramids, which rise to the east of the town of San Juan Teotihuacan, which are mentioned by Humboldt, and have excited the curiosity and attention of every succeeding traveller. The huge masses were consecrated to the sun and moon, which in the time of Cortes were there represented by two vast stone idols covered with gold. The conquerors made use of the gold and broke the idols in pieces by order of the first bishop of Mexico. Unfortunately our time was too limited to give them more than a passing observation. Fragments of obsidian, in the form of knives and of arrows with which the priests opened the breasts of their human victims, are still to be found there, and numerous small idols made of baked clay are to be seen both there and in the plains adjoining. The Indians rather dislike to guide travellers to these pyramids, and their reluctance to do so has increased the popular belief of the existence of great concealed treasures near or in them. The whole plain on which these great pyramids stand was formerly called Micoatl, or the pathway of the dead, and the hundreds of smaller pyramids which surround the larger ones, the temples of the sun and moon, are symmetrically disposed in wide streets, forming a great burial plain, composed, perhaps, of the dust of their ancient warriors, an Aztec or Toltec Pere la Chaise, or rather a roofless Westminster Abbey. So few of the ancient teocallis now remain, and these being nearly the only traces now existing of that extraordinary race, we regretted the more not being able to devote some time to their examination. Fanatism and policy induced the Spanish conquerors to destroy these heathen temples, and when we recollect that at the time of the Reformation in civilized England, the most splendid Catholic edifices were made level with the ground, in compliance with the ferocious edict of John Knox, "Ding down the nests, and the rooks will fly off," we can have little wonder or blame to bestow upon Cortes, who, in the excitement of the siege, gave orders for the destruction of these blood-stained sanctuaries. In the afternoon we arrived at San Juan, a pretty village boasting of an inn, a schoolhouse, an avenue of fine trees, and a stream of clear water. It is true that the inn is a Mexican posada, bearing as much resemblance to what is generally called an inn, as an hacienda does to an English country house. The schoolhouse, a room with a mud floor and a few dirty benches, occupied by little ragged boys and girls, but the avenue is pretty, the grass as green as emeralds, and the water crystal. We walked out while they changed horses, of which Señor had fresh relays of his own prepared all along the road, and entered the schoolhouse, attracted by the noise and the invitingly open door. The master was a poor, ragged, pale, careworn looking young man, seemingly half dinned with the noise, but very earnest in his work. The children, all speaking at once, were learning to spell out of some old bills of Congress. Several moral sentences were written on the wall in very independent orthography. C.N. having remarked to the master that they were ill spelt, he seemed very much astonished, and even inclined to doubt the fact. I thought it was one of those cases where ignorance is bliss, and fear the observation may have cost the young man a night's rest. A row of grinning skulls was ranged round the wall of the churchyard, and the sexton, who gave us admittance to the church, taking up one to show it off, it all crumbled into dust, which filled the air like a cloud. At the posada they gave us rancid sheep's milk, cheese, and biscuits, so hard that C.N. asked the host if they were made in the same year with the church, at which he seemed mightily pleased, and could not stop laughing till we got into the carriage. Soon after leaving San Juan we were met by the Señora de in an open carriage, coming with her children to meet us, and though she had travelled since sunrise from her hacienda, she appeared as if freshly dressed for an evening party, her dress amber-coloured crape trimmed with white blonde, short sleeves and décolleté, a set of beautiful Neapolitan strawberry coral set in gold, straw-coloured satin shoes, and a little china crape shawl embroidered in bright flowers, her hair dressed and uncovered. We stopped at their hacienda of Sopayuca, an old house, standing solitary in the midst of great fields of maguey. It has a small deserted garden adjoining, amongst whose tangled bushes a pretty little tame deer was playing, with its half startled look and full wild eye. We found an excellent breakfast prepared, and here, for the first time, I conceived the possibility of not disliking pulque. We visited the large buildings where it is kept, and found it rather refreshing, with a sweet taste and a creamy froth upon it, and with a much less decided odour than that which is sold in Mexico. This hacienda is under the charge of an administrador, to whom pays a large annual sum, and whose place is by no means a sinecure, as he lives in perpetual danger from robbers. He is captain of a troop of soldiers, and as his life has been spent in persecuting robbers, he is an object of intense hatred to that free and independent body, and has some thoughts of removing to another part of the country, where he may be more tranquil. He gave us a terrible account of these night attacks, of the ineffectual protection afforded him by the government, and of the nearly insuperable difficulties thrown in the way of any attempt to bring these men to justice. He lately told the president that he had some thoughts of joining the robbers himself, as they were the only persons in the republic protected by the government. The president, however, is not to blame in this matter. He has used every endeavour to check these abuses, and difficulties have been thrown in his way from very unexpected sources. Apropos to which, the consul told us the other day, that some time ago, having occasion to consult Judge upon an affair of importance, he was shown into an apartment where that functionary was engaged with some suspicious looking individuals, or rather, who were above suspicion, their appearance plainly indicating their calling. On the table before him lay a number of guns, swords, pistols, and all sorts of arms. The judge requested Señor to be seated, observing that he was investigating a case of robbery committed by these persons. The robbers were seated, smoking very much at their ease, and the judge was enjoying the same innocent recreation, when his cigar becoming extinguished, one of these gentlemen, taking his from his mouth, handed it to the magistrate, who relighted his puro, cigar added, and returned it with a polite bow. In short, they were completely hand in glove. In the evening we reached Santiago, where we now are, about 18 leagues from Mexico, a large house in a wild looking country, standing in solitary state, with hills behind and rocks before it, and surrounded by great uncultivated plains and pasture fields. Everything is en grande in this domain. There is a handsome chapel and sacristy, a plaza de toros, hundreds of horses and mules, and between dependientes and hangers-on, we sat down, 30 or 40 people, to dinner. 7th. The very day of our arrival, Bernardo the matador with his men arrived from Mexico, bringing their superb dresses with them, for the purpose of giving us a country bullfight. As an hacienda of this kind is an immense empty house, without furniture or books, all the amusement is to be found either out of doors or in large parties in the house, and the unostentatious hospitality which exists in this and some other of the old families is a pleasing remnant of Spanish manners and habits now falling into disuse, and succeeded by more pretension to refinement and less of either real wealth or sociability. In the evening here all assemble in a large hall, the Señora de playing the piano, while the whole party, agents, dependientes, mayordomo, coachmen, matadors, picadors, and women servants assemble and perform the dances of the country, jarabes, aforados, enanos, palomos, zapateros, etc., etc. It must not be supposed that in this apparent mingling of ranks between masters and servants there is the slightest want of respect on the part of the latter. On the contrary, they seem to exert themselves, as in duty bound, for the amusement of their master and his guests. There is nothing republican in it, no feeling of equality, as far as I have seen. That feeling does not exist here except between people of the same rank. It is more like some remains of the feudal system, where the retainers sat at the same table with their chief, but below the salt. The dances are monotonous, with small steps and a great deal of shuffling, but the music is rather pretty, and some of the dancers were very graceful and agile, and if it were not invidious to make distinctions, we might particularize Bernardo the matador, the head coachman, and a handsome peasant girl, with a short scarlet and yellow petticoat, and a foot and ankle a la vestris. They were all very quiet, but seemed in a state of intense enjoyment, and some of the men accompanied the dancers on the guitar. First the player strikes up in quick time, and the dancer performs a quick movement, then the musician accompanies the music with his voice, and the dancer goes through some slow steps. Such is the case in the aforado, or lining, a curious dom de tendresse, expressive, I suppose, of something soft and well wadded. The words are as follow: Uno. Aforado de mi vida, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo has pasado la noche? ¿No has tenido novedad? Dos. Aforado de mi vida, yo te quisiera cantar, pero mis ojos son tiernos y empezarán a llorar. Tres. De Guadalajara vengo, lidiando con un soldado, solo por venir a ver a mi jarabe aforado. 4. Y vente conmigo, y yo te daré zapatos de raso, color de café. Of these poetical sublimities, a translation at once literal and metrical would, we think, damp the spirit of a Coleridge. 1. Lining of my life, how are you? How do you do? How have you passed the night? Have you met with nothing new? 2. Lining of my life, to you I should like to sing, but that my eyes are weak, and tears might begin to spring. 3. From Guadalajara fighting with a soldier I came on, my well-lined sweet syrup, I came to see you alone. 4. And come then with me, and I will give thee such fine shoes of satin, the colour of tea. It is coffee, but you will excuse the poetical license. The music married to this immortal verse I have learned by ear, and shall send you. In the enanos, the dwarfs, the dancer makes himself little every time the chorus is sung. Uno. Ah, qué bonitos son los enanos, los chiquititos y mexicanos. 2. Sale la linda, sale la fea, sale el enano con su zalea. 3. Los enanitos se enojaron, porque a las enanas les pellizcaron. There are many more verses, but I think you will find these quite satisfactory. Ah, how pretty are the dwarfs, the little ones, the Mexicans! Out comes the pretty one, out comes the ugly one, out comes the dwarf with his jacket of skin. The little he-dwarfs were angry because some one pinched the she-dwarfs. There is another called the toro, of which the words are not very interesting, and the zapatero or shoemaker was very well danced by a gentleman who accompanied himself at the same time on the guitar. Yesterday morning we set off in a burning sun over a perfect Egyptian desert to visit the famous arches of Zempoala, a magnificent work which we are told had greatly excited the admiration of Mr. Poinsett when in this country. This aqueduct, the object of whose construction was to supply these arid plains with water, was the work of a Spanish Franciscan friar, and has never been entirely concluded. We travelled about 6 leagues, and sat there for hours, looking up at the great stone arches which seem like a work of giants. In the afternoon we all rode to the Plaza de Toros. The evening was cool, and our horses good, the road pretty and shady, and the plaza itself a most picturesque enclosure surrounded by lofty trees. Chairs were placed for us on a raised platform, and the bright green of the trees, the flashing dresses of the toreadors, the roaring of the fierce bulls, the spirited horses, the music and the cries, the Indians shouting from the trees up which they had climbed, all formed a scene of savage grandeur, which, for a short time at least, is interesting. Bernardo was dressed in blue satin and gold, the picadors in black and silver, the others in maroon-coloured satin and gold. All those on foot wear knee breeches and white silk stockings, a little black cap with ribbons, and a plait of hair streaming down behind. The horses were generally good, and as each new adversary appeared, seemed to participate in the enthusiasm of their riders. One bull after another was driven in roaring, and as here they are generally fierce, and their horns not blunted as in Mexico, it is a much more dangerous affair. The bulls were not killed, but were sufficiently tormented. one stuck full of arrows and fireworks all adorned with ribbons and coloured paper, made a sudden spring over an immensely high wall and dashed into the woods. I thought afterwards of this unfortunate animal, how it must have been wandering about all night, bellowing with pain, the concealed arrows piercing its flesh and looking like gay ornaments. So when the watchful shepherd from the blind wounds with a random shaft the careless hind, distracted from her pain she flies to the woods, bounds o'er the lawn and seeks the silent floods, with fruitless care, for still the fatal dart sticks in her side and rankles in her heart. If the arrows had stuck too deep, and that the bull could not rub them off against the trees, he must have bled to death. Had he remained, his fate would have been better, for when the animal is entirely exhausted, they throw him down with a lasso, and pulling out the arrows, put ointment on the wounds. The skill of the men is surprising, but the most curious part of the exhibition was when a coachman of 's, a strong handsome Mexican, mounted on the back of a fierce bull which plunged and flung himself about as if possessed by a legion of demons, and forced the animal to gallop round and round the arena. The bull is first caught by the lasso and thrown on his side, struggling furiously. The man mounts while he is still on the ground. At the same moment the lasso is withdrawn and the bull starts up, maddened by feeling the weight of his unusual burden. The rider must dismount in the same way, the bull being first thrown down, otherwise he would be gored in a moment. It is terribly dangerous, for if the man were to lose his seat, his death is nearly certain, but these Mexicans are superb riders. A monk who is attached to the establishment seems an ardent admirer of these sports, and his presence is useful in case of a dangerous accident occurring, which is not unfrequent. The amusement was suddenly interrupted by sudden darkness, and a tremendous storm of rain and thunder, in the midst of which we mounted our horses and galloped home. Tulansingo, 8th. Another bullfight last evening! It is like pulque, one makes wry faces at it at first, and then begins to like it. One thing we soon discovered, which was, that the bulls, if so inclined, could leap upon our platform, as they occasionally sprang over a wall twice as high. There was a part of the spectacle rather too horrible. The horse of one of the picadors was gored, his side torn up by the bull's horns, and in this state, streaming with blood, he was forced to gallop round the circle. We spent one day in visiting Omatusco, an hacienda belonging to the Señora T a, situated in the plains of Apan, and famous for the superior excellence of its pulque. The organas, the nopal, and great fields of maguey constitute the chief vegetation for many miles round. The hacienda itself, a fine large building, stands lonely and bleak in the midst of magueys. A fine chapel, left unfinished since her husband's death, attracted our attention by its simple architecture and unpretending elegance. It is nearly impossible to conceive anything more lonely than a residence here must be, or in fact in any of the haciendas situated on these great plains of Otumba and Apan. This morning we set off for Tulansingo in 4 carriages and 6, containing the whole family, ourselves, maids and children, padre, and nursery governess, relays being placed all along the road, which we traversed at full gallop. But in crossing some great pasture fields, the drivers of 2 of the carriages began to race. One of the horses fell and threw the postilion. The carriage itself was overturned, and though none of the inmates was injured, the poor mozo was terribly wounded in his head and legs. No assistance being near, he changed places with one of the men on horseback, and was brought on slowly. About 3 in the afternoon we arrived at Tulansingo, rather an important city in its way, and which has been the theatre of many revolutionary events, with various streets and shops, a handsome church, alcaldes, a prefect, etc. There appear to be some few good houses and decent families and clean small shops, and there are pretty shady walks in the environs, and though there are also plenty of miserable dwellings and dirty people, it is altogether rather a civilized place. The house of , which stands within a courtyard, and is the house par excellence, is very handsome, with little furniture, but with some remnants of luxury. The dining hall is a noble room with beautiful Chinese paper, opening into a garden, which is the boast of the republic, and is indeed singularly pretty, and kept in beautiful order, with gravel walks and fine trees, clear tanks and sparkling fountains, and an extraordinary profusion of the most beautiful flowers, roses especially. There is something extremely oriental in its appearance, and the fountains are ornamented with china vases and Chinese figures of great value. Walking along under arches formed by rose bushes, a small column of water spouted forth from each bush, sprinkling us all over with its showers. But the prettiest thing in the garden is a great tank of clear water, enclosed on three sides by a Chinese building, round which runs a piazza with stone pillars shaded by a drapery of white curtains. Comfortable, well cushioned sofas are arranged along the piazza, which opens into a large room, where one may dress after bathing. It is the prettiest and coolest retreat possible, and entirely surrounded by trees and roses. Here one may lie at noonday with the sun and the world completely shut out. They call this an English garden, than which it rather resembles the summer retreat of a sultan. When we arrived, we found dinner laid for 40 persons, and the table ornamented by the taste of the gardener, with pyramids of beautiful flowers. I have now formed acquaintance with many Mexican dishes: mole, meat stewed in red chile, boiled nopal, fried bananas, green chile, etc. Then we invariably have frijoles, brown beans stewed, hot tortillas, and this being in the country, pulque is the universal beverage. In Mexico tortillas and pulque are considered unfashionable, though both are to be met with occasionally, in some of the best old houses. They have here a most delicious species of cream cheese made by the Indians and ate with virgin honey. I believe there is an intermixture of goat's milk in it, but the Indian families who make it and who have been offered large sums for the receipt find it more profitable to keep their secret. Every dinner has puchero, immediately following the soup, consisting of boiled mutton, beef, bacon, fowls, garbanzos, a white bean, small gourds, potatoes, boiled pears, greens, and any other vegetables, a piece of each put on your plate at the same time, and accompanied by a sauce of herbs or tomatoes. As for fruits, we have mames, chirimoyas, granaditas, white and black zapotes, the black sweet with a green skin and black pulp, and with black stones in it, the white resembling it in outward appearance and form, but with a white pulp, and the kernel, which is said to be poisonous, is very large, round, and white. It belongs to a larger and more leafy tree than the black zapote, and grows in cold or temperate climates, whereas the other is a native of tierra caliente. Then there is the chico zapote, of the same family, with a whitish skin, and a white or rose-tinged pulp. This also belongs to the warm regions. The capulin or Mexican cherry, the mango, of which the best come from the Orizaba and Cordova, the cayote, etc. Of these I prefer the chirimoya, zapote blanco, granadita, and mango, but this is a matter of taste. 12th. We have spent some days here very pleasantly, riding amongst the hills in the neighbourhood, exploring caves, viewing waterfalls, and climbing on foot or on horseback, wherever foot or horse could penetrate. No habits to be worn in these parts, as I found from experience, after being caught upon a gigantic maguey and my gown torn in two. It is certainly always the wisest plan to adopt the customs of the country one lives in. A dress either of stuff such as merino or of muslin, as short as it is usually worn, a rebozo tied over one shoulder, and a large straw hat, is about the most convenient costume that can be adopted. The horses are small but strong, spirited, and well made, generally unshod, which they say makes the motion more agreeable, and almost all, at least all ladies' horses are taught the paso, which I find tiresome for a continuance, though a good paso horse will keep up with others that gallop, and for a longer time. The great amusement here in the evening is playing at juegos de prendas, games with forfeits, which I recommend to all who wish to make a rapid improvement in the Spanish tongue. Last night, being desired to name a forfeit for the padre, I condemned him to dance the jarabe, of which he performed a few steps in his long gown and girdle, with equal awkwardness and good nature. We met to-day the prettiest little ranchera, a farmer's wife or daughter riding in front of a mozo on the same horse, their usual mode, dressed in a short embroidered muslin petticoat, white satin shoes, a pearl necklace and earrings, a reboso, and a large round straw hat. The ladies sit their horse on a contrary side to our fashion. They have generally adopted English saddles, but the farmers' wives frequently sit in a sort of chair, which they find much more commodious. Some country ladies who attended mass in the chapel this morning were dressed in very short, clear, white muslin gowns, very much starched, and so disposed as to show two under petticoats, also stiffly starched and trimmed with lace, their shoes coloured satin. Considered as a custom of their own, I begin to think it's rather pretty. The oldest women here or in Mexico never wear caps, nothing but their own gray hair, sometimes cut short, sometimes turned up with a comb, and not unusually tied behind in a pigtail. There is no attempt to conceal the ravages of time. It appears to me that amongst the young girls here there is not that desire to enter upon the cares of matrimony which is to be observed in many other countries. The opprobrious epithet of old maid is unknown. A girl is not the less admired because she has been 10 or a dozen years in society. The most severe remark made on her is that she is hard to please. No one calls her passée or looks out for a new face to admire. I have seen no courting of the young men either in mothers or daughters, no match-making mammas or daughters looking out for their own interests. In fact, young people have so few opportunities of being together that Mexican marriages must be made in heaven, for I see no opportunity of bringing them about upon earth. The young men, when they do meet with young ladies in society, appear devoted to and very much afraid of them. I know but one lady in Mexico who has the reputation of having manoeuvred all her daughters into great marriages, but she is so clever, and her daughters were such beauties, that it can have cost her no trouble. As for flirtation, the name is unknown, and the thing. I have been taking lessons in the Indian dances from Doña R a. They are not ungraceful, but lazy and monotonous. On every door in this house there is a printed paper to the following effect: ¿Quién a esta casa de luz? Jesús. ¿Quién la llenar de alegra? María. ¿Y quién la abraza en la fe? José. Luego bien claro se ve que siempre habrá contrición, teniendo en la corazón a Jesús, María y José. Who gives light to this house? Jesus. Who fills it with joy? Mary. Who kindles faith in it? Joseph. Then we see very clearly that there will always be contrition, keeping in our hearts Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. These are written in verse, and below, the most illustrious Bishop of Monterrey, Don Fray José de Jesús María Baloanzaran, hereby ordains and grants, along with the bishops of Puebla, Durango, Valladolid, and Guadalajara, 200 days of indulgence to all those who devoutly repeat the above ejaculation, and invoke the sweet names of Mary, Jesus, and Joseph. The people here have certainly a poetical vein in their composition. Everything is put into verse, sometimes doggerel, like the above, in which luz rhyming with Jesús shows that the z is pronounced here like an s, occasionally a little better, but always in rhyme. We went this evening to visit the Countess del , who has a house in the village. Found her in bed, feverish, and making use of simple remedies, such as herbs, the knowledge and use of which have descended from the ancient Indians to the present lords of the soil. The Spanish historians who have written upon the conquest of Mexico all mention the knowledge which the Mexican physicians had of herbs. It was supposed by these last that for every infirmity there was a remedy in the herbs of the field, and to apply them according to the nature of the malady was the chief science of these primitive professors of medicine. Much which is now used in European pharmacy is due to the research of Mexican doctors, such as sarsaparilla, jalap, friar's rhubarb, Michoacán, etc., also various emetics, antidotes to poison, remedies against fever, and an infinite number of plants, minerals, gums, and simple medicines. As for their infusions, decoctions, ointments, plasters, oils, etc., Cortes himself mentions the wonderful number of these which he saw in the Mexican market for sale. From certain trees they distilled balsams, and drew a balsamic liquid both from a decoction of the branches and from the bark steeped in water. Bleeding and bathing were their other favourite remedies. The country people breathed a vein with a maguey point, and when they could not find leeches, substituted the prickles of the American hedgehog. Besides bathing in the rivers, lakes, tanks, and fountains, they used a bath which is still to be seen in many Indian villages, and which they call the temezcalli. It is made of unbaked bricks. Its form is that of a baker's oven, about 8 feet wide and 6 high, the pavement rather convex and lower than the surface of the soil. A person can enter this bath only on his knees. Opposite the entry is a stone or brick stove, its opening towards the exterior of the bath, with a hole to let out the smoke. Before the bath is prepared, the floor inside is covered with a mat, on which is placed a jar of water, some herbs, and leaves of corn. The stove is then heated until the stones which unite it with the bath become red hot. When the bather enters, the entry is closed, and the only opening left is a hole at the top of the vault, which, when the smoke of the oven has passed through, is also shut. They then pour water upon the red hot stones, from which a thick vapour arises, which fills the temezcalli. The bather then throws himself on the mat, and drawing down the steam with the herbs and maize, wets them in the tepid water of the jar, and, if he has any pain, applies them to the part affected. This having produced perspiration, the door is opened, and the well-baked patient comes out and dresses. For fevers, for bad colds, for the bite of a poisonous animal, this is said to be a certain cure; also for acute rheumatism. For the cure of wounds, the Spaniards found the Mexican remedies most efficacious. Cortes himself was cured by one of their doctors of a severe wound in the head, received at Otumba, through which we lately passed. For fractures, for humours, for everything they had their remedy, sometimes pulverizing the seeds of plants, and attributing much of their efficacy to the superstitious ceremonies and prayers which they used while applying them, especially those which they offered up to Tzapotlatenan, the goddess of medicine. A great deal of this knowledge is still preserved amongst their descendants, and considered efficacious. For every illness there is an herb, for every accident a remedy. Baths are in constant use, although these temezcallis are confined to the Indians. In every family there is some knowledge of simple medicine, very necessary in haciendas especially, where no physician can possibly be procured. There is a hill upon 's property said to contain much buried treasure. There are many traditions here of this concealed Indian wealth, but very little gold has been actually recovered from these mountain tombs. Buried gold has occasionally come to light, not by researches in the mountains, for few are rash enough to throw away their money in search of what would probably prove an imaginary treasure, but by accident, in the ruins of old houses, where the proprietors had deposited it for safety in some period of revolution, perhaps no later than at the time of the Spanish expulsion. Some years ago an old and very poor woman rented a house in the environs of Mexico, as old and wretched as herself, for 4 reals a week. It had an old broken-up stone patio, inner courtyard, which she used occasionally to sweep with a little old broom. One day she observed 2 or 3 stones in this patio, larger and more carefully put together than the others, and the little old woman, being a daughter of Eve by some collateral branch, poked down and worked at the stones until she was able to raise them up, when, lo and behold! she discovered a can full of treasure, no less than $5,000 in gold. Her delight and her fright were unbounded, and being a prudent old lady, she determined in the first place to leave the house, and next to bring in her treasure, poquito a poquito, little by little, to a room in Mexico, keeping the old house as a sort of bank. She did so, took a nice room, and instead of sleeping on a petate mat, as she had hitherto done, bought herself a little bedstead, and even a mattress, treated herself not only to chocolate, but a few bottles of good wine. Such extraordinary luxury could not fail to create suspicion. She was questioned by her neighbours, and at length entrusted her secret to their keeping. History says that notwithstanding this she was not robbed, and was allowed to enjoy her good fortune in peace. It is difficult to credit such a miracle in this land of picking and stealing, but any authority is beyond impeachment. Whilst I write on these irrelevant matters, I am warned that the coaches are at the door, and that we are about setting off for Tepenacasco, another hacienda of Señor 's, a few leagues from this. End of letter the 16th. Letter the 17th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 17th. Arrival at Tepenacasco. Lake with wild duck. Ruined hacienda. Sunset on the plains. Troop of asses. Ride by moonlight. Leave Tepenacasco. San Miguel. Description. Thunderstorm. Guasco. Journey to Real del Monte. English road. Scenery. Village of Real. Count de Regla. Director's house. English breakfast. Visit to the mines. The cascade. The storm. Loneliness. A journey in storm and darkness. Return to Tepenacasco. Journey to Sopayuca. Narrow escape. Famous bull. Return to Mexico. Tepenacasco. This is a fine wild scene. The house stands entirely alone, not a tree near it. Great mountains rise behind it, and in every other direction, as far as the eye can reach, are vast plains, over which the wind comes whistling fresh and free, with nothing to impede its triumphant progress. In front of the house is a clear sheet of water, a great deep square basin for collecting the rain. These hagues, as they are called, are very common in Mexico, where there are few rivers, and where the use of machines for raising water is by no means general as yet. There is no garden here, but there are a few shrubs and flowers in the inner courtyard. The house inside is handsome, with a chapel and a patio, which is occasionally used as a plaza de toros. The rooms are well fitted up, and the bedroom walls covered with a pretty French paper, representing scenes of Swiss rural life. There are great outhouses, stables for the mules and horses, and stone barns for the wheat and barley, which, together with the pulque, form the produce of this hacienda. We took a long ride this morning to visit a fine lake where there are plenty of wild duck and turtle. The gentlemen took their guns and had tolerable sport. The lake is very deep, so that boats have sailed on it, and several miles in circumference, with a rivulet flowing from it. Yet with all this water, the surrounding land, not more than 20 feet higher, is dry and sterile, and the lake is turned to no account, either from want of means or of hydraulic knowledge. However, C n having made some observation on this subject, the proprietor of the lake and of a ruined house standing near, which is the very picture of loneliness and desolation, remarked in reply that from this estate to Mexico the distance is 36 leagues, that a load of wheat costs 1 real a league, and moreover the alcaba, the duty which has to be paid at the gates of Mexico, so that it would bring no profit if sent there, while in the surrounding district there is not sufficient population to consume the produce, so that these unnecessary and burdensome taxes, the thinness of the population, and the want of proper means of transport, impede the prosperity of the people, and check the progress of agriculture. I had a beautiful horse, but half broke, and which took fright and ran off with me. I got great credit for keeping my seat so well, which I must confess was more through good fortune than skill. The day was delightful, the air exhilarating, and the blue sky perfectly cloudless as we galloped over the plains, but at length the wind rose so high that we dismounted and got into the carriage. We sat by the shores of the lake and walked along its pebbly margin, watching the wild duck as he skimmed over its glassy surface, and returned home in a magnificent sunset, the glorious god himself, a blood-red globe, surrounded by blazing clouds of gold and crimson. In the evening a troop of asses were driven across the plain, and led round to the back of the house, and we were all called out in haste, and each desired to choose one of the long-eared fraternity for our particular use. Some had saddles and some had none, but we mounted to the number of 30 persons, followed by a cavalcade of little ragged boys armed with sticks and whips. My ass was an obstinate brute, whom I had mistakenly chosen for his sleek coat and open countenance, but by dint of being lashed up, he suddenly set off at full gallop, and distanced all the others. Such screaming and laughing and confusion, and so much difficulty in keeping the party together! It was nearly dark when we set off, but the moon rose, the silver disk lighting up the hills and the plains, the wind fell, and the night was calm and delightful. We rode about 6 miles to a pretty little chapel with a cross, that gleamed amongst the trees in the moonlight by the side of a running stream. Here we dismounted and sat by the brink of the little sparkling rivulet, while the deep shadows came stealing over the mountains, and all around was still and cool and silent, all but the merry laughter of our noisy cavalcade. We returned about 11 o'clock, few accidents having occurred. Doña R a had fallen once. Doña M had crushed her foot against her neighbour's ass. The padre was shaken to a jelly, and the learned senator, who was of the party, declared he should never recover from that night's jolting. To-morrow we shall set off for Real del Monte. 17th. After mass in the chapel we left Tepenacasco about 7 o'clock, and travelled, I believe by a short cut, over rocks and walls, torrents and fields of maguey, all in a heavy carriage with 6 horses. Arriving in sight of walls, the mozos gallop on and tear them down. Over the mountain torrents or barrancas they dash boldly, encouraging the horses by the wildest shrieks. We stop at San Miguel, a country house belonging to the Count de Regla, the former proprietor of the mines which we were about to visit, the most picturesque and lovely place imaginable, but entirely abandoned, the house comfortless and out of repair. We wandered through paths cut in the beautiful woods, and by the side of a rivulet that seems to fertilize everything through which it winds. We climbed the hills and made our way through the tangled luxuriance of trees and flowers, and in the midst of hundreds of gaudy blossoms, I neglected them all upon coming to a grassy slope covered with daisies and buttercups. We even found some hawthorn bushes. It might be English scenery, were it not that there is a richness in the vegetation unknown in England. But all these beautiful solitudes are abandoned to the deer that wander fearlessly amongst the woods, and the birds that sing in their branches. While we were still far from the house, a thunderstorm came on. When it rains here, the windows of heaven seem opened, and the clouds pour down water in floods. The lightning also appears to me peculiarly vivid, and many more accidents occur from it here than in the north. We were drenched in 5 minutes, and in this plight resumed our seats in the carriage, and set off for Guasco, a village where we were to pass the night, in the midst of the pelting storm. In an hour or two the horses were wading up to their knees in water, and we arrived at the pretty village of Guasco in a most comfortless condition. There are no inns in these parts, but we were hospitably received by a widow lady, a friend of 's. The Señora de in clear muslin and lace, with satin shoes, was worse than I, in mousseline de laine and brodequins. Nevertheless, I mean to adopt the fashion of the country to-morrow, when we are to rise at 4 to go on to the Real del Monte, and try the effect of travelling with clear gown, satin petticoat, and shoes ditto, because, when one is in Rome, etc. The storm continues with such unabated violence that we must content ourselves with contemplating the watery landscape from the windows. Tepenacasco. Rose in Guasco at 4 o'clock, dressed by candlelight, took chocolate and set off for Real del Monte. After we had travelled a few leagues, tolerably cold, we rejoiced when the sun rose, and dispelling the mist, threw his cheerful light over mountain and wood. The trees looked green and refreshing after their last night's bath, the very rocks were sparkling with silver. The morning was perfectly brilliant, and every leaf and flower was glittering with the raindrops not yet dried. The carriage ascended slowly the road cut through the mountains by the English company, a fine and useful enterprise, the first broad and smooth road I have seen as yet in the Republic. Until it was made, hundreds of the mules daily conveyed the ore from the mines, over a dangerous mountain path, to the hacienda of Regla, a distance of 6 or 7 leagues. We overtook wagons conveying timber to the mines of Real, 9,000 feet above the level of the sea. The scenery was magnificent. On one side, mountains covered with oak and pine, and carpeted by the brightest coloured flowers, goats climbing up the perpendicular rocks and looking down upon us from their vantage ground, fresh clear rivulets flinging themselves from rock to rock, and here and there little Indian huts perched amongst the cliffs, on the other the deep valley with its bending forests and gushing river, while far above we caught a glimpse of Real itself, with its sloping roofs and large church, standing in the very midst of forests and mountains. We began to see people with fair hair and blue eyes, and one individual with a shock of fiery red hair and an undeniable Scotch twang I felt the greatest inclination to claim as a countryman. The Indians here looked cleaner than those in or near Mexico, and were not more than half naked. The whole country here, as well as the mines, formerly belonged to the Count de Regla, who was so wealthy that when his son, the present count, was christened, the whole party walked from his house to the church upon ingots of silver. The countess, having quarrelled with the vice queen, sent her, in token of reconciliation, a white satin slipper entirely covered with large diamonds. The count invited the King of Spain to visit his Mexican territories, assuring him that the hoofs of his Majesty's horse should touch nothing but solid silver, from Vera Cruz to the capital. This might be a bravado, but a more certain proof of his wealth exists in the fact that he caused 2 ships of the line of the largest size to be constructed in Havana at his expense, made of mahogany and cedar, and presented them to the king. The present count was, as I already told you, married to the beautiful daughter of the Güera Rodriguez. We arrived at Real del Monte about 9 o'clock, and drove to the director's house, which is extremely pretty, commanding a most beautiful and extensive view, and where we found a large fire burning in the grate, very agreeable, as the morning was still somewhat chill, and which had a look of home and comfort that made it still more acceptable. We were received with the greatest cordiality by the director, Mr. Rule, and his lady, and invited to partake of the most delicious breakfast that I have seen for a long while, a happy melange of English and Mexican. The snow-white tablecloth, smoking tea urn, hot rolls, fresh eggs, coffee, tea, and toast, looked very much à la Anglaise, while there were numbers of substantial dishes à la Espagnole, and delicious fresh cream cheeses, to all which our party did ample justice. After breakfast we went out to visit the mines, and it was curious to see English children, clean and pretty, with their white hair and rosy cheeks, and neat straw bonnets mingled with the little copper-coloured Indians. We visited all the different works, the apparatus for sawing, the turning lathe, foundry, etc., but I regretted to find that we could not descend into the mines. We went to the mouth of the shaft called the Dolores, which has a narrow opening, and is entered by perpendicular ladders. The men go down with conical caps on their heads, in which is stuck a lighted tallow candle. In the great shaft called Terreros they descend by means of these ladders to the depth of 1,000 feet, there being platforms at certain distances on which they can rest. We were obliged to content ourselves with seeing them go down, and with viewing and admiring all the great works which English energy has established here. The various steam engines, the buildings for the separation and washing of the ore, the great stores, workshops, offices, etc. Nearly all the workmen are British, and of those the Scotch are preferred. Most of the miners are Indians, who work in companies and receive in payment the eighth part of the proceeds. The director gave us some specimens of silver from the great heaps where they lie, sparkling like genie's treasure. Although I have not descended into these mines, I might give you a description of them by what I have heard, and fill my paper with arithmetical figures, by which you might judge of the former and the present produce. I might tell you how Don Lucas Alaman went to England and raised, as if by magic, the enthusiasm of the English; how one fortune after another has been swallowed up in the dark, deep gulf of speculation; how expectations have been disappointed; and how the great cause of this is the scarcity of quicksilver, which has been paid at the rate of $150 per quintal in real cash, when the same quantity was given at credit by the Spanish government for $50; how heaps of silver lie abandoned, because the expense of acquiring quicksilver renders it wholly unprofitable to extract it; and I might repeat the opinion of those persons by whom I have heard the subject discussed, who expressed their astonishment that, such being the case, an arrangement is not made with the country, which is the almost exclusive possessor of the quicksilver mines, by which it might be procured at a lower rate, and this great source of wealth not thrown away. But for all these matters I refer you to Humboldt and Ward, by whom they are scientifically treated, and will not trouble you with superficial remarks on so important a subject. In fact, I must confess that my attention was frequently attracted from the mines, and the engines, and the works of man, and the discussions arising therefrom, to the stupendous natural scenery by which we were surrounded, the unexplored forests that clothe the mountains to their very summits, the torrents that leaped and sparkled in the sunshine, the deep ravines, the many tinted foliage, the bold and jutting rocks. All combine to increase our admiration of the bounties of nature to this favoured land, to which she has given every herb bearing seed, and every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food; while her veins are rich with precious metals, the useful and the beautiful offered with unsparing hand. We were obliged to leave Real about 2 o'clock, having a long journey to perform before night, as we had the intention of returning to sleep at the Penascasco. We took leave of our hospitable entertainers, and again resumed our journey over these fine roads, many parts of which are blasted from the great rocks of porphyry, and as we looked back at the picturesque colony glistening in the sun, could hardly believe the prophecies of our more experienced drivers, that a storm was brewing in the sky which would burst forth before evening. We were determined not to believe it, as it was impossible to pass by the famous hacienda and ravine of Regla without paying them at least a short visit. This stupendous work of the Mexican miners in former days is some leagues to the south of Real del Monte, and is said to have cost many millions of dollars. One should view it as we did, in a thunderstorm, for it has an air of vastness and desolation, and at the same time of grandeur that shows well amidst a war of the elements. Down in a steep barranca, encircled by basaltic cliffs, it lies, a mighty pile of building which seems as if it might have been constructed by some philosophical giant or necromancer, so that one is not prepared to find there an English director and his wife, and the unpoetic comforts of roast mutton and potatoes. All is on a gigantic scale, the immense vaulted storehouses for the silver ore, the great smelting furnaces and covered buildings where we saw the process of amalgamation going on, the water wheels, in short, all the necessary machinery for the smelting and amalgamation of the metal. We walked to see the great cascade with its row of basaltic columns, and found a seat on a piece of broken pillar, beside the rushing river, where we had a fine view of the lofty cliffs, covered with the wildest and most luxuriant vegetation, vines trailing themselves over every broken shaft, moss creeping over the huge disjointed masses of rock, and trees overhanging the precipitous ravine. The columns look as if they might have been the work of those who, on the plains of Shinar, began to build the city in the tower whose top was to reach to heaven. But as we sat here the sky suddenly became overcast, great black masses of cloud collected over our heads, and the rumbling of thunder in the distance gave notice of an approaching storm. We had scarcely time to get under shelter of the director's roof, when the thunder began to echo loudly amongst the rocks, and was speedily followed by torrents of rain. It was a superb storm, the lightning flashed amongst the trees, the wind howled furiously, while far along from peak to peak the rattling crags among leapt the live thunder. After resting and dining amidst a running accompaniment of splashing rain, roaring wind, and deep-toned thunder, we found that it was in vain to wait for a favourable change in the weather. And certainly with less experienced drivers it would have been anything but safe to have set off amidst the darkness of the storm, down precipitous descents and over torrents swelled by the rain. The Count de Regla, who, attracted by the plentiful supply of water in this ravine, conceived the idea of employing part of his enormous fortune in the construction of these colossal works, must have had an imagination on a large scale. The English directors, whose wives bury themselves in such abysses, ought to feel more grateful to them than any other husbands towards their sacrificing better halves. For the men, occupied all day amongst their workmen and machinery, and returning late in the evening to dine and sleep, there is no great self-immolation; but a poor woman living all alone, in a house fenced in by gigantic rocks, with no other sound in her ears from morning till night but the roar of thunder, or the clang of machinery, had need for her personal comfort to have either a most romantic imagination, so that she may console herself with feeling like an enchanted princess in a giant's castle, or a most commonplace spirit, so that she may darn stockings to the sound of the waterfall, and feel no other inconvenience from the storm, but that her husband will require dry linen when he comes home. As for us, we were drenched before we reached the carriage, into which the water was pouring, and when we set off once more amidst the rapidly increasing darkness, and over these precipitous roads, we thought that our chance of reaching the proposed haven that night was very small. After much toil to the horses, we got out of the ravines, and found ourselves once more on the great plains, where the tired animals ploughed their way over fields and ditches and great stones, and among trees and tangled bushes, an occasional flash of lightning our only guide. Great was our joy when, about 11 o'clock, a man riding on in advance shouted out that the lights of Tepenacasco were in sight, and still more complete our satisfaction when we drove round the tank into the courtyard of the hacienda. We were received with great applause by the inmates, and were not sorry to rest after a very fatiguing yet agreeable day. Mexico, 21st. We left Tepenasco the day before yesterday. Our journey was very dangerous, in consequence of the great rains, which had swelled the torrents, especially as we set off late, and most of it was performed by night. In these barrancas, carriages and horsemen have been frequently swept away and dashed in pieces over the precipices. But to make our situation more disagreeable, we had scarcely set off before a terrible storm of thunder and rain again came on with more violence than the night preceding. It grew perfectly dark, and we listened with some alarm to the roaring torrents, over which, especially over one, not many leagues from Sopayuca, where we were to spend the night, it was extremely doubtful whether we could pass. The carriage was full of water, but we were too much alarmed to be uneasy about trifles. Amidst the howling of the wind and the pealing of thunder, no one could hear the other speak. Suddenly, by a vivid flash of lightning, the dreaded barranca appeared in sight for a moment, and almost before the drivers could stop them, the horses had plunged in. It was a moment of mortal fear such as I shall never forget. The shrieks of the drivers to encourage the horses, the loud cries of Ave Maria, the uncertainty as to whether our heavy carriage could be dragged across, the horses struggling and splashing in the boiling torrent, and the horrible fate that awaited us should one of them fall or falter. The Señora and I shut our eyes and held each other's hands, and certainly no one breathed till we were safe on the other side. We were then told that we had crossed within a few feet of a precipice, over which a coach had been dashed into 50 pieces during one of these swells, and of course every one killed. and that if instead of horses we had travelled with mules, we must have been lost. You may imagine that we were not sorry to reach Sopayuca, where the people ran out to the door at the sound of carriage wheels, and could not believe that we had passed the barranca that night, as 2 or 3 horsemen who had rode in that direction had turned back, and pronounced it impassable. Lights and supper were soon procured, and by way of interlude a monstrous bull, of great fame in these parts, was led up to the supper table for our inspection, with a rope through his nose, a fierce brute, but familiarly called El Chato, the flat nose, from the shortness of his horns. The lightning continued very vivid, and they told us that a woman had been struck there some time before, while in the chapel by night. We rose at 4 o'clock the next morning, and set off for Mexico. The morning, as usual after these storms, was peculiarly fresh and beautiful, but the sun soon grew oppressive on the great plains. About 2 o'clock we entered Mexico by the Guadalupe gate. We found our house in status quo, agreeable letters from Europe, great preparations making for the English ball, to assist at which we have returned sooner than we otherwise should, and for which my femme de chambre has just completed a dress for me, very much to her own satisfaction. End of letter the 17th. Letter the 18th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 18th. English ball. Dresses. Diamonds. Mineria. Arrival of the Pope's bull. Consecration of the Archbishop. Foreign ministers. Splendor of the cathedral. Description of the ceremony. 25th. The English ball at the Mineria has passed off with great éclat. Nothing could be more splendid than the general effect of this noble building, brilliantly illuminated and filled with a well-dressed crowd. The president and corps diplomatique were in full uniform, and the display of diamonds was extraordinary. We ladies of the corps diplomatique tried to flatter ourselves that we made up in elegance what we wanted in magnificence. For in jewels no foreign ladies could attempt to compete with those of the country. The daughter of Countess , just arrived from Paris, and whose acquaintance I made for the first time, wore pale blue, with garlands of pale pink roses, and a parure of most superb brilliants. The Señora de A.'s head reminded me of that of the Marchioness of Londonderry in her opera box. The Marquesa de Vivanco had a riviere of brilliants of extraordinary size and beauty, and perfectly well set. Madame S.R. wore a very rich blonde dress, garnie with plumes of ostrich feathers, a large diamond fastening each plume. One lady wore a diadem which said could not be worth less than $100,000. Diamonds are always worn plain, or with pearls. Colored stones are considered trash, which is a pity, as I think rubies and emeralds set in diamonds would give more variety and splendor to their jewels. There were a profusion of large pearls, generally of a pear shape. The finest and roundest were those worn by the Señora B.A. There were many blonde dresses, a great fashion here. I know no lady without one. Amongst the prettiest and most tastefully dressed girls were the E.S., as usual. Many dresses were overloaded, a common fault in Mexico, and many of the dresses, though rich, were old-fashioned, but the coupe d'oeil was not the less brilliant, and it was somewhat astonishing, in such a multitude, not to see a single objectionable person. To be sure, the company were all invited. On entering the noble court, which was brilliantly illuminated with colored lamps, hung from pillar to pillar, and passing up the great staircase, we were met at the first landing by Mr. P., in full uniform, and other English gentlemen, the directors of the ball, who stood there to receive the ladies. His Excellency led me upstairs to the top of the ballroom, where chairs were placed for the president, ladies of the diplomaties, cabinet ministers, etc. The music was excellent, and dancing was already in full force, and though there were assembled what is called all Mexico, the rooms are so large that the crowd was not disagreeable, nor the heat oppressive. Pictures of Queen Victoria were hung in the different large halls. The supper tables were very handsome, and in fact the ball altogether was worthy of its object. The Messieurs les Anglais always do these things well when they attempt them. The president took me to supper. The company walked in to the music of God Save the Queen. After we had sat a little while, the president demanded silence, and, in a short speech, proposed the health of Her Majesty Queen Victoria, which was drank by all the company standing. After supper we continued dancing till nearly 6 in the morning, and when we got into the carriage it was broad daylight, and all the bells were ringing for mass. This is the best ball we have seen here, without any exception, and it is said to have cost $11,000. There were certainly a great number of pretty faces at this fête, many pretty girls whom we had not seen before, and whom the English secretaries have contrived to unearth. Fine eyes are a mere drug, every one has them, large, dark, full orbs, with long silken lashes. As for diamonds, no man above the rank of a lepero marries in this country without presenting his bride with at least a pair of diamond earrings or a pearl necklace with a diamond clasp. They are not always a proof of wealth, though they constitute it in themselves. Their owners may be very poor in other respects. They are considered a necessary of life quite as much so as shoes and stockings. June the 2nd. On the 15th of April, the pontifical bulls arrived from Rome, confirming the election of the Señor Posada to the archiepiscopal dignity. And on Saturday last, the 31st of May, the consecration took place in the cathedral with the greatest pomp. The presiding bishop was the Señor Balaunzaran, the old bishop of Linares. The two assistant bishops were the Señor Madrid, a young good-looking man, who having been banished from Mexico during the Revolution, took refuge in Rome, where he obtained the favour of the Pope, who afterwards recommended him to an episcopal see in Mexico, and the Doctor Morales, formerly Bishop of Sonora. His padrino was the president, General Bustamante, who in his capacity presented his godson with a splendid pastoral ring, a solitary diamond of immense size. All the diplomatic body and the cabinet went in full uniform, chairs being placed for them on each side of the crugia, the passage leading to the altar. A dispute upon the subject of precedence arose between an excellency of the diplomatic corps and the Secretary of State, which seems likely to have disagreeable consequences. I had the pleasure of kneeling beside these illustrious persons for the space of 3 or 4 hours, for no seats were placed for the wives either of the diplomats or of the cabinet. But the ceremony, though long, was very superb, the music fine, the quantity of jewels on the dresses of the bishops and priests, and on the holy vessels, etc., enormous. The bishops were arrayed in white velvet and gold, and their mitres were literally covered with diamonds. The gold candlesticks and golden basins for holy water and golden incensories reminded me of the description of the ornaments of the Jewish tabernacle in the days of Moses, of the candlesticks of pure gold with golden branches, and the tongs and snuff dishes of pure gold, or of the temple of Solomon, where the altar was of gold, and the table of gold, and the candlesticks and the snuffers, and the basins and the spoons, and the censers were of pure gold. The pontifical vestments destined for the elected primate were all prepared. Sandals, amice, surplice, girdle, pectoral cross, stole, gown, vestment with open sleeves, the dalmatica, crosier, mitre, pontifical ring, etc. Magnificent chairs were prepared for the bishops near the altar, and the president in uniform took his place amongst them. The presiding bishop took his seat alone, with his back to the altar, and the Señor Posada was led in by the assisting bishops, they with their mitres, he with his priest's cap on. Arrived before the presiding bishop, he uncovered his head and made a profound obeisance. These three then took their places on chairs placed in front, and the ceremony having begun, in case you should wish to have some idea of it, I shall endeavour to give it you, for I was so situated that although the cathedral was crowded to excess, I could see and hear all that passed. Let me premise, however, that there was not one lepero, as they are always excluded on such occasions. Posada and his assisting bishops rose and uncovered their heads, and the Bishop Morales, turning to the presiding bishop, said, "Most reverend Father, the Holy Catholic Mother Church requests you to raise this presbyter to the charge of the archbishopric. Have you an apostolical mandate?" "We have." "Read it." An assistant priest then read the mandate in a loud voice, upon which they all sat down, and the consecrator saying, "Thanks be to God." Then the Posada, kneeling before him, took an oath upon the Bible, which the bishop held, concluding with these words, "So may God help me, and these his holy Gospels." Then sitting down and resuming their mitres, the examination of the future archbishop took place. It was very long, and at its conclusion Posada knelt before the presiding bishop and kissed his hand. To this succeeded the confession, every one standing uncovered before the altar, which was then sprinkled with incense. Then followed the mass, chanted. The assisting bishops then led out the Señor Posada to the chapel, where they put on his sandals, and where he assumed the pectoral cross, amice, surplice, etc., and arriving at the altar, read the office of the mass. He was then conducted again before the consecrating bishop, who was seated with his mitre, and after saluting him reverently, he sat down. Then the bishop, addressing him, said, "It is the duty of the bishop to judge, interpret, consecrate, ordain, offer, baptize, and confirm." All then rose, and the bishop prayed that the newly elected primate might receive the grace of heaven. All the bishops and priests then prostrated themselves while the litanies were sung. The presiding bishop, rising, took the crosier, and prayed 3 times for a blessing on the chosen one, thrice making on him the sign of the cross, and they continued to sing the litanies, at the conclusion of which they all arose, took their seats, and resumed their mitres, Posada alone kneeling before the bishop. The Bible was then placed upon his shoulders while he remained prostrated, and the bishop rising up pronounced a solemn benediction upon him, while the hymn of Veni Creator Spiritus was sung in full chorus. Then the bishop, dipping his hand in the holy chrism, anointed the primate's head, making on it the sign of the cross, saying, "Let thy head be anointed and consecrated with the celestial benediction, according to the pontifical mandate." The bishop then anointed his hands, making in the same manner the sign of the cross, and saying, "May these hands be anointed with holy oil, and as Samuel anointed David a king and a prophet, so be thou anointed and consecrated." This was followed by a solemn prayer. Then the crozier was blessed and presented to the elected archbishop with these words, "Receive the pastoral crosier, that thou mayest be humanely severe in correcting vices, exercising judgment without wrath, etc." The blessing of the ring followed with solemn prayer, and being sprinkled with holy water, it was placed on the 3rd finger of the right hand, the bishop saying, "Receive the ring, which is a sign of faith, that, adorned with incorruptible faith, thou mayest guard inviolably the spouse of God, his holy church." The Bible being then taken off the shoulders of the prostrate prelate, was presented to him with an injunction to receive and to preach the gospel. Finally the bishop bestowed on him the kiss of peace, and all the other bishops did so in their turn. Posada then retired, and his head and hands being washed, he soon after returned with the assistant bishops, carrying 2 lighted wax tapers, which he presented to the presiding bishop, together with 2 loaves and 2 small barrels of wine, reverently kissing his hand. After this the presiding bishop washed his hands and mounted the steps of the altar, and the new primate received the sacrament. The mitre was then blessed and placed upon his head, with a prayer by the bishop, that thus, with his head armed and with the staff of the Gospels, he might appear terrible to the adversaries of the true faith. The gloves were next consecrated and drawn on his hands, the bishop praying that his hands might be surrounded by the purity of the new man, and that as Jacob, when he covered his hands with goat skins, offered agreeable meats to his father and received his paternal benediction, so he, in offering the Holy Sacrament, might obtain the benediction of his heavenly Father. The archbishop was then seated by the consecrating bishop on his pontifical throne, and at the same moment the hymn Te Deum Iaudamus was chanted. During the hymn the bishops with their jewelled mitres rose and, passing through the church, blessed the whole congregation, the new archbishop still remaining near the altar and without his mitre. When he returned to his seat, the assistant bishops, including the consecrator, remained standing till the hymn was concluded. The presiding bishop then, advancing without his mitre to the right hand of the archbishop, said, "May thy hand be strengthened. May thy right hand be exalted. May justice and judgment be the preparation of thy see." Then the organ pealed forth, and they chanted the hymn of Gloria Patri. Long and solemn prayer followed, and then, all uncovered, stood beside the Gospels at the altar. The archbishop rose and with mitre and crosier pronounced a solemn blessing on all the people assembled. Then, while all knelt beside the altar, he said, "For many years." This he repeated thrice, the second time in the middle of the altar, the third at the feet of the presiding bishop. Then, all rising, the archbishop bestowed on each the kiss of peace, and the ceremony concluded. When everything was over, our carriage not being visible amongst the crowd of vehicles, I returned home in that of the Minister, with him and his attachés, after which they and C n returned to dine with the new archbishop in his palace. A dish of sweetmeats was sent to me from his table, which are so pretty, probably the chef d'oeuvre of the nuns, that I sent them to you, to preserve as a memorial of the consecration of the first Mexican archbishop, perhaps of the last. End of letter the 18th. Letter the 19th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 19th. Mexican servants, anecdotes, remedies, an unsafe porter, galopinas, the rebozo, the sarape, women cooks, foreign servants, characteristics of Mexican servants, servants' wages, none of the Santa Teresa, motives for taking the veil. June 3rd. You ask me to tell you how I find the Mexican servants. Hitherto I had avoided the ungrateful theme, from very weariness of it. The badness of the servants is an unfailing source of complaint even amongst Mexicans, much more so amongst foreigners, especially on their first arrival. We hear of their addiction to stealing, their laziness, drunkenness, dirtiness, with a host of other vices. That these complaints are frequently just, there can be no doubt, but the evil might be remedied to a great extent. In the first place, servants are constantly taken without being required to bring a recommendation from their last place, and in the next, recommendations are constantly given, whether from indolence or mistaken kindness, to servants who do not deserve them. A servant who has lived in a dozen different houses, staying about a month in each, is not thought the worse off on that account. As the love of finery is inherent in them all, even more so than in other daughters of Eve, a girl will go to service merely to earn sufficient to buy herself an embroidered chemise, and if, in addition to this, she can pick up a pair of small old satin shoes, she will tell you she is tired of working and going home to rest, para descansar. So little is necessary when one can contentedly live on tortillas and chile, sleep on a mat, and dress in rags. A decent old woman who came to the house to wash shortly after our arrival in this country, and left us at the end of the month, para descansar. Soon after she used to come with her 6 children, they and herself all in rags, and beg the gardener to give her any odds and ends of vegetables he could spare. My maid asked her why, being so poor, she had left a good place where she got $12 a month. "Jesús!" said she, "if you only knew the pleasure of doing nothing." I wished to bring up a little girl as a servant, having her taught to read, sew, etc. A child of 12 years old, one of a large family, who subsisted upon charity, was procured for me, and I promised her mother that she should be taught to read, taken regularly to church, and instructed in all kinds of work. She was rather pretty and very intelligent, though extremely indolent, and though she had no stockings, would consent to wear nothing but dirty white satin shoes, too short for her foot. Once a week her mother, a tall, slatternly woman with long tangled hair and a cigar in her mouth, used to come to visit her, accompanied by a friend's friend, and a train of girls, her daughters. The housekeeper would give them some dinner, after which they would all light their cigars, and together with the little Josefita, sit and howl and bemoan themselves, crying and lamenting her sad fate in being obliged to go out to service. After these visits Josefita was fit for nothing. If desired to sew, she would sit looking so miserable, and doing so little, that it seemed better to allow her to leave her work alone. Then, tolerably contented, she would sit on a mat, doing nothing, her hands folded and her eyes fixed on vacancy. According to promise, I took her several times to see her mother, but one day being occupied, I sent her alone in the carriage, with charge to the servants to bring her safely back. In the evening she returned, accompanied by the whole family, all crying and howling, "For the love of the most holy Virgin, Señora mía, por la purísima Concepción," etc., etc., etc. I asked what happened, and after much difficulty discovered that their horror was occasioned by my having sent her alone in the carriage. It happened that the Countess S. was in the drawing room, and to her I related the cause of the uproar. To my astonishment she assured me that the woman was in this instance right, and that it was very dangerous to send a girl of 12 years of age from one street to another in the power of the coachman and footmen. Finding from such good authority that this was the case, I begged the woman to be contented with seeing her daughter once a month, when, if she could not come herself, I would send her under proper protection. She agreed, but one day, having given Josefita permission to spend the night at her mother's, I received next morning a very dirty note, nearly illegible, which, after calling down the protection of the Virgin upon me, concluded, "But with much sorrow I must take my child from the most illustrious protection of your Excellency, for she needs to rest herself, es preciso que descanse, and is tired for the present of working." The woman then returned to beg, which she considered infinitely less degrading. Against this nearly universal indolence and indifference to earning money, the heads of families have to contend, as also against thieving and dirtiness; yet I think the remedy much easier than it appears. If, on the one hand, no one were to receive a servant into their house without respectable references, especially from their last place, and if their having remained 1 year in the same house were considered necessary to their being received into another, unless from some peculiar circumstances, and if on the other hand it were considered as unjust and dangerous as it really is, to recommend a servant who has been guilty of stealing as being muy honrado, very honest, some improvement might soon take place. A porter was recommended to us as muy honrado, not from his last place, but from one before. He was a well-dressed, sad-looking individual, and at the same time we took his wife as washerwoman, and his brother as a valet to our attaché, thus having the whole family under our roof, wisely taking it for granted that he being recommended as particularly honest, his relations were all honourable men. An English lady happened to call on me, and a short time after I went to return her visit, when she informed me that the person who had opened the door for her was a notorious thief, whom the police had long been in search of; that she had feared sending a servant to warn us of our danger, lest guessing the purport of her message, he might rob the house before leaving it. We said nothing to the man that evening, but he looked paler and more miserable than usual, probably foreseeing that would be the result of Mrs. 's visit. The next morning C.N. sent for him and dismissed him, giving him a month's wages, that he might not be tempted to steal from immediate want. His face grew perfectly livid, but he made remark. In half an hour he returned, and begged to speak with C.N. He confessed that the crime of which he concluded he was accused he had in fact committed, that he had been tempted to a gambling house, while he had in his pocket a large sum of money belonging to his master. After losing his own money, he tried his fortune with what was not his own, lost the whole sum, then pawned a valuable shawl worth several $100, with which also he had been entrusted, and having lost everything, in despair made his escape from Mexico. He remained in concealment for some time, till hearing that we wanted a porter, he ventured to present himself to the housekeeper with his former certificate. He declared himself thoroughly repentant, that this was his first and would be his last crime, but who can trust the good resolutions of a gambler? We were obliged to send him away, especially as the other servants already had some suspicions concerning him, and everything stolen in the house would in future have been attributed to him. The gentleman who had recommended him afterwards confessed that he always had strong suspicions of this man's honesty, and knew him to be so determined a gambler that he had pawned all he possessed, even his wife's clothes, to obtain money for that purpose. Now, as a porter in Mexico has pretty much at his disposal the property and even the lives of the whole family, it is certainly most blamable to recommend to that situation a man whose honesty is more than doubtful. We afterwards procured 2 soldiers from the Invalidos, old Spaniards, to act in that capacity, who had no other foibles but that of being constantly drunk. We at length found 2 others, who only got tipsy alternately, so that we considered ourselves very well off. We had a long series of galopinas, kitchen maids, and the only one who brought a first-rate character with her robbed the housekeeper. The money, however, was recovered, and was found to have been placed by the girl in the hands of a rich and apparently respectable coachmaker. He refunded it to the rightful owner, and the galopina was punished by a month's imprisonment, which he should have shared with her. One of the most disagreeable customs of the women servants is that of wearing their long hair hanging down at its full length, matted, uncombed, and always in the way. I cannot imagine how the Mexican ladies who complain of this permit it. Flowing hair sounds very picturesque, but when it is very dirty and suspended over the soup, it is not a pretty picture. The rebozo, in itself graceful and convenient, has the disadvantage of being the greatest cloak for all untidiness, uncombed hair, and raggedness that ever was invented. Even in the better classes it occasions much indolence in the toilet, but in the common people its effect is overwhelming. When the rebozo drops off or is displaced by chance, we see what they would be without it. As for the sarape, it is both convenient and graceful, especially on horseback, but though Indian in its origin, the custom of covering the lower part of the face with it is taken from the Spanish cloak, and the opportunity which both sarape and rebozo afford for concealing large knives about the person, as also for enveloping both face and figure, so as to be scarcely recognizable, is no doubt the cause of the many murders which take place amongst the lower orders, in moments of excitement and drunkenness. If they had not these knives at hand, their rage would probably cool, or a fair fight would finish the matter, and if they could not wear these knives concealed, I presume they would be prohibited from carrying them. As for taking a woman cook in Mexico, one must have strong nerves and a good appetite to eat what she dresses, however palatable, after having seen her. One look at her flowing locks, one glance at her rebozo, etc., c'est fini. And yet the Mexican servants have their good qualities, and are 1,000 times preferable to the foreign servants one finds in Mexico, especially the French. Bringing them with you is a dangerous experiment. In 10 days they begin to fancy themselves ladies and gentlemen. The men have don tacked to their name, and they either marry and set up shops, or become unbearably insolent. A tolerable French cook may occasionally be bad, but you must pay his services their weight in gold, and wink at his extortions and robberies. There are 1 or 2 French restaurants who will send you in a very good dinner at an extravagant price, and it is common in foreign houses. especially amongst the English, to adopt this plan whenever they give a large entertainment. The Mexican servants have some never failing good qualities. They are the perfection of civility, humble, obliging, excessively good tempered, and very easily attached to those with whom they live. And if that rara avis, a good Mexican housekeeper, can be found, and that such may be met with, I from experience can testify, then the troubles of the ménage rest upon her shoulders, and accustomed as she is to the amiable weaknesses of her compatriotes, she is neither surprised nor disturbed by them. As for wages, a good porter has from $15 to $20 per month, a coachman from 20 to 30. Many houses keep 2 or even 3 coachmen, one who drives from the box, one who rides postilion, and a third for emergencies. Our friend , who has many horses, mules, and carriages, has 4, and pays $40 per month to his head coachman, the others in proportion. A French cook has about $30, a housekeeper from 12 to 15, a major-domo about 20 or more, a footman 6 or 7, galopin and chambermaid 5 or 6, a gardener from 12 to 15. Sewing girls have about 3 reals per diem. Porter, coachman, and gardener have their wives and families in the house, which would be an annoyance were the house not so large. The men servants generally are much cleaner and better dressed than the women. One circumstance is remarkable, that dirty as the women servants are, and notwithstanding the enormous size of Mexican houses and Mexican families, the houses themselves are, generally speaking, the perfection of cleanliness. This must be due either to a good housekeeper, which is rarely to be found, or to the care taken by the mistress of the house herself. That private houses should have this advantage over churches and theatres only proves that ladies know how to manage these matters better than gentlemen, so that one is inclined to wish a la Martineau that the Mexican police were entirely composed of old women. 12th. I have formed an acquaintance with a very amiable and agreeable nun in the convent of Santa Teresa, one of the strictest orders. I have only seen her twice, through a grating. She is a handsome woman of good family, and it is said of a remarkably joyous disposition, fond of music and dancing and gay society; yet at the age of 18, contrary to the wishes of all her family, she took the veil, and declares she has never repented of it. Although I cannot see her, I can hear her voice and talk to her through a turning wooden screen, which has a very mysterious effect. She gives me an account of her occupations and of the little events that take place in her small world within, whilst I bring her news from the world without. The common people have the greatest veneration for the Holy Sisterhood, and I generally find there a number of women with baskets and men carrying parcels or letters, some asking their advice or assistance, others executing their commissions, bringing them vegetables or bread, and listening to the sound of their voice with the most eager attention. My friend, the Madre has promised to dress a number of wax figures for me, in the exact costume of all the different nuns in Mexico, beginning with that of her own convent. I have now seen 3 nuns take the veil, and, next to a death, consider it the saddest event that can occur in this nether sphere. Yet the frequency of these human sacrifices here is not so strange as might at first appear. A young girl who knows nothing of the world, who, as it too frequently happens, has at home neither amusement nor instruction, and no society abroad, who from childhood is under the dominion of her confessor, and who firmly believes that by entering a convent she becomes sure of heaven, who moreover finds there a number of companions of her own age, and of older women who load her with praises and caresses, it is not, after all, astonishing that she should consent to ensure her salvation on such easy terms. Add to this the splendour of the ceremony of which she is the sole object, the cynosure of all approving eyes. A girl of 16 finds it hard to resist all this. I am told that more girls are smitten by the ceremony than by anything else, and I am inclined to believe it, from the remarks I have heard made on these occasions by young girls in my vicinity. What does she lose? A husband and children. Probably she has seen no one who has touched her heart. Most probably she has hitherto seen no men, or at least conversed with none but her brothers, her uncles, or her confessor. She has perhaps also felt the troubles of a Mexican ménage. The society of men, She will still see her confessor, and she will have occasional visits from reverend padres and right reverend bishops. Some of these convents are not entirely free from scandal. Amongst the monks there are many who are openly a disgrace to their calling, though I firmly believe that by far the greater number lead a life of privation and virtue. Their conduct can, to a certain extent, be judged of by the world, but the pale nuns, devout and pure, immured in the cloister for life, kneeling before the shrine or chanting hymns in the silence of the night, a veil both truly and allegorically must shade their virtues or their failings. The nuns of the Santa Teresa and of other strict orders who live sparingly, profess the most severe rules, and have no servants or boarders, enjoy a universal reputation for virtue and sanctity. They consider the other convents worldly, and their motto is all or nothing, the world or the cloister. Each abbess aids a stricter rule, a severer penance than her predecessor, and in this they glory. My friend the Madre frequently says, were I to be born again, I should choose, above every lot in life, to be a nun of the Santa Teresa, but of no other convent. It is strange how, all the world over, mankind seems to expect from those who assume religion as a profession a degree of superhuman perfection. Their failings are insisted upon, every eye is upon them to mark whatsoever may be amiss in their conduct. Their virtues, their learning, their holy lives, nothing will avail them, if one blot can be discovered in their character. There must be no moral blemish in the priesthood. In the Catholic religion, where more is professed, still more is demanded, and the errors of one padre or one ecclesiastic seem to throw a shade over the whole community to which they belong. End of letter the 19th. Letter the 20th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 20th. The Convent Entry. Dialogue. A Chair in Church. Arrival of the Nun. Dress. José María. Crowd. Withdrawal of the black curtain. The taking of the veil. The sermon. A dead body. Another victim. Convent of the Encarnación. Attempt at a hymn. Invitation. Morning visit. The nun and her mother. Banquet. Taking leave. Ceremony of the veil taking. A beautiful victim. The last look. Presentation to the bishop. Reflections. Verses. 4th June. Some days ago, having received a message from my nun that a girl was about to take the veil in her convent, I went there about 6 o'clock, and knowing that the church on these occasions is apt to be crowded to suffocation, I proceeded to the reja, and speaking to an invisible within, requested to know in what part of the church I could have a place. Upon which a voice replied, "Hermanita!" My sister, I am rejoiced to see you. You shall have a place beside the godmother. Many thanks, Hermanita. Which way shall I go? Voice, you shall go through the sacristy, José María. José María, a thin, pale, lank individual with hollow cheeks, who was standing near like a page in waiting, sprang forward. Madrecita, I am here. Voice. José María, that lady is the Señora de C n. You will conduct her excellency to the front of the grating and give her a chair. After I had thanked the voice for her kindness in attending to me on a day when she was so much occupied with other affairs, the obsequious José María led the way, and I followed him through the sacristy into the church, where there were already a few kneeling figures, and thence into the railed-off enclosure destined for the relatives of the future nun, where I was permitted to sit down in a comfortable velvet chair. I had been there but a little while when the aforesaid José María reappeared, picking his steps as if he were walking upon eggs in a sick room. He brought me a message from the madre, that the nun had arrived, and that the madrecita wished to know if I should like to give her an embrace before the ceremony began. I therefore followed my guide back into the sacristy, where the future nun was seated beside her godmother, and in the midst of her friends and relations, about 30 in all. She was arrayed in pale blue satin, with diamonds, pearls, and a crown of flowers. She was literally smothered in blonde and jewels, and her face was flushed, as well it might be, for she had passed the day in taking leave of her friends at a fête they had given her, and had then, according to custom, been paraded through the town in all her finery. And now her last hour was at hand. When I came in she rose and embraced me with as much cordiality as if we had known each other for years. Beside her sat the madrina, also in white satin and jewels, all the relations being likewise decked out in their finest array. The nun kept laughing every now and then in the most unnatural and hysterical manner, as I thought, apparently to impress us with the conviction of her perfect happiness, for it is a great point of honour amongst girls similarly situated to look as cheerful and gay as possible. The same feeling, though in a different degree, which induces the gallant highwayman to jest in the presence of the multitude when the hangman's cord is within an inch of his neck. The same which makes the gallant general, whose life is forfeited, command his men to fire on him. The same which makes the Hindu widow mount the funeral pile without a tear in her eye or a sigh on her lips. If the robber were to be strangled in a corner of his dungeon, if the general were to be put to death privately in his own apartment, if the widow were to be burnt quietly on her own hearth, if the nun were to be secretly smuggled in at the convent gate, like a bale of contraband goods, we might hear another tale. This girl was very young, but by no means pretty; on the contrary, rather disgraciée par la nature, and perhaps a knowledge of her own want of attraction may have caused the world to have few charms for her. But José María cut short my train of reflections by requesting me to return to my seat before the crowd arrived, which I did forthwith. Shortly after, the church doors were thrown open, and a crowd burst in, every one struggling to obtain the best seat. Musicians entered, carrying desks and music books, and placed themselves in 2 rows on either side of the enclosure where I was. Then the organ struck up its solemn psalmody, and was followed by the gay music of the band. Rockets were let off outside the church, and, at the same time, the madrina and all the relations entered and knelt down in front of the grating which looks into the convent, but before which hung a dismal black curtain. I left my chair and knelt down beside the godmother. Suddenly the curtain was withdrawn, and the picturesque beauty of the scene within baffles all description. Beside the altar, which was in a blaze of light, was a perfect mass of crimson and gold drapery. The walls, the antique chairs, the table before which the priests sat, all hung with the same splendid material. The bishop wore his superb mitre and robes of crimson and gold, the attendant priests also glittering in crimson and gold embroidery. In contrast to these, 25 figures, entirely robed in black from head to foot, were ranged on each side of the room prostrate, their faces touching the ground, and in their hands immense lighted tapers. On the foreground was spread a purple carpet, bordered round with a garland of freshly gathered flowers, roses and carnations and heliotrope, the only thing that looked real and living in the whole scene, and in the middle of this knelt the novice, still arrayed in her blue satin, white lace veil, and jewels, and also with a great lighted taper in her hand. The black nuns then rose and sang a hymn, every now and then falling on their faces and touching the floor with their foreheads. The whole looked like an incantation, or a scene in Robert le Diable. The novice was then raised from the ground and led to the feet of the bishop, who examined her as to her vocation, and gave her his blessing, and once more the black curtain fell between us and them. In the second act she was lying prostrate on the floor, disrobed of her profane dress, and covered over with a black cloth, while the black figures kneeling around her chanted a hymn. She was now dead to the world. The sunbeams had faded away, as if they would not look upon the scene, and all the light was concentrated in one great mass upon the convent group. Again she was raised. All the blood had rushed into her face, and her attempt at a smile was truly painful. She then knelt before the bishop and received the benediction with the sign of the cross from a white hand with the pastoral ring. She then went round alone to embrace all the dark phantoms as they stood motionless, and as each dark shadow clasped her in its arms, it seemed like the dead welcoming a new arrival to the shades. But I forget the sermon, which was delivered by a fat priest, who elbowed his way with some difficulty through the crowd to the grating, panting and in a prodigious heat, and ensconced himself in a great armchair close beside us. He assured her that she had chosen the good part, which could not be taken away from her, that she was now one of the elect, chosen from amongst the wickedness and dangers of the world, picked out like a plum from a pie. He mentioned with pity and contempt those who were yet struggling in the great Babylon, and compared their miserable fate with hers, the bride of Christ, who, after suffering a few privations here during a short term of years, should be received at once into a kingdom of glory. The whole discourse was well calculated to rally her fainting spirits, if fainting they were, and to inspire us with a great disgust for ourselves. When the sermon was concluded, the music again struck up. The heroine of the day came forward and stood before the grating to take her last look of this wicked world. Down fell the black curtain, up rose the relations, and I accompanied them into the sacristy. Here they coolly lighted their cigars, and very philosophically discoursed upon the exceeding good fortune of the new made nun, and on her evident delight and satisfaction with her own situation. As we did not follow her behind the scenes, I could not give my opinion on this point. Shortly after, one of the gentlemen civilly led me to my carriage, and so it was. As we were returning home, some soldiers rode up and stopped the carriage, desiring the coachman to take to the other side of the aqueduct, to avoid the body of a man who had just been murdered within a few doors of our house. In the convent of the Encarnación I saw another girl sacrificed in a similar manner. She was received there without a dowry on account of the exceeding fineness of her voice. She little thought what a fatal gift it would prove to her. The most cruel part of all was, that wishing to display her fine voice to the public, they made her sing a hymn alone, on her knees, her arms extended in the form of a cross before all the immense crowd, Ancilla Christi sum, the bird of Christ I am. She was a good-looking girl, fat and comely, who would probably have led a comfortable life in the world, for which she seemed well fitted, most likely without one touch of romance or enthusiasm in her composition, but having the unfortunate honour of being niece to two Cañones, she was thus honourably provided for, without expense, in her 19th year. As might be expected, her voice faltered, and instead of singing she seemed inclined to cry out. Each note came slowly, heavily, tremblingly, and at last she nearly fell forward exhausted, when two of the sisters caught and supported her. I had almost made up my mind to see no more such scenes, which, unlike pulque and bullfights, I dislike more and more upon trial, when we received an invitation, which it was not easy to refuse, but was the more painful to accept, being acquainted, though slightly, with the victim. I send you the printed note of invitation. On Wednesday, the of this month, at 6 o'clock in the evening, my daughter, Doña María de la Concepción, P.E., will assume the habit of a nun of the choir and the black veil in the convent of Our Lady of the Encarnación. I have the honour to inform you of this, entreating you to cooperate with your presence in the solemnity of this act, a favour which will be highly esteemed by your affectionate servant who kisses your hand. María José de Mexico, June 1840. Having gone out in the carriage to pay some visits, I suddenly recollected that it was the very morning of the day in which this young girl was to take the veil, and also that it was necessary to inquire where I was to be placed, for as to entering the church with the crowd on one of these occasions, it is out of the question, particularly when the girl being, as in the present case, of distinguished family, the ceremony is expected to be peculiarly magnificent. I accordingly called at the house, was shown upstairs, and to my horror found myself in the midst of a goodly company, in rich array, consisting of the relations of the family, to the number of about 100 persons, the bishop himself in his purple robes and amethysts, a number of priests, the father of the young lady in his general's uniform, she herself in purple velvet, with diamonds and pearls, and a crown of flowers. The corsage of her gown entirely covered with little bows of ribbon of divers colours, which her friends had given her, each adding one, like stones thrown on a cairn in memory of the departed. She had also short sleeves and white satin shoes. Being very handsome, with fine black eyes, good teeth, and fresh colour, and above all with the beauty of youth, for she is but 18, she was not disfigured even by this overloaded dress. Her mother, on the contrary, who was to act the part of madrina, who wore a dress facsimile, and who was pale and sad, her eyes almost extinguished with weeping, looked like a picture of misery in a ball dress. In the adjoining room long tables were laid out, on which servants were placing refreshments for the fête about to be given on this joyous occasion. I felt somewhat shocked, and inclined to say with Paul Pry, "Hope I don't intrude." But my apologies were instantly cut short, and I was welcomed with true Mexican hospitality, repeatedly thanked for my kindness in coming to see the nun, and hospitably pressed to join the family feast. I only got off upon a promise of returning at 5:30 to accompany them to the ceremony, which, in fact, I greatly preferred to going there alone. I arrived at the hour appointed, and being led upstairs by the Señor Don found the morning party, with many additions, lingering over the dessert. There was some gaiety, but evidently forced. It reminded me of a marriage feast previous to the departure of the bride, who is about to be separated from her family for the first time. Yet how different, in fact, is this banquet, where the mother and daughter met together for the last time on earth! At stated periods, indeed, the mother may hear her daughter's voice speaking to her as from the depths of the tomb, but she may never more fold her in her arms, never more share in her joys or in her sorrows, or nurse her in sickness; and when her own last hour arrives, though but a few streets divide them, she may not give her dying blessing to the child who had been for so many years the pride of her eyes and heart. I have seen no country where families are so knit together as in Mexico, where the affections are so concentrated, or where such devoted respect and obedience are shown by the married sons and daughters to their parents. In that respect they always remain as little children. I know many families of which the married branches continue to live in their father's house, forming a sort of small colony, and living in the most perfect harmony. They cannot bear the idea of being separated, and nothing but dire necessity ever forces them to leave their fatherland. To all the accounts which travellers give them of the pleasures to be met with in the European capitals, they turn a deaf ear. Their families are in Mexico, their parents and sisters and relatives, and there is no happiness for them elsewhere. The greater therefore is the sacrifice which those parents make, who, from religious motives, devote their daughters to a conventual life. However, was furious at the whole affair, which he said was entirely against the mother's consent, though that of the father had been obtained, and pointed out to me the confessor whose influence had brought it about. The girl herself was now very pale, but evidently resolved to conceal her agitation, and the mother seemed as if she could shed no more tears, quite exhausted with weeping. As the hour for the ceremony drew near, the whole party became more grave and sad, all but the priests, who were smiling and talking together in groups. The girl was not still a moment. She kept walking hastily through the house, taking leave of the servants, and naming probably her last wishes about everything. She was followed by her younger sisters, all in tears. But it struck 6, and the priests intimated that it was time to move. She and her mother went downstairs alone, and entered the carriage which was to drive them through all the principal streets, to show the nun to the public according to custom, and to let them take their last look, they of her and she of them. As they got in, we all crowded to the balconies to see her take leave of her house, her aunt saying, "Yes, child, despedete de tu casa, take leave of your house, for you will never see it again." Then came sobs from the sisters, and many of the gentlemen, ashamed of their emotion, hastily quitted the room. I hope, for the sake of humanity, I did not rightly interpret the look of constrained anguish which the poor girl threw from the window of the carriage at the home of her childhood. They drove off, and the relations prepared to walk in procession to the church. I walked with the Count S.O., the others followed in pairs. The church was very brilliantly illuminated, and as we entered, the band was playing one of Strauss's waltzes. The crowd was so tremendous that we were nearly squeezed to a jelly in getting to our places. I was carried off my feet between two fat señoras in mantillas and shaking diamond pendants, exactly as if I had been packed between two movable feather beds. They gave me, however, an excellent place, quite close to the grating, beside the Countess de S.O., that is to say, a place to kneel on. A great bustle and much preparation seemed to be going on within the convent, and veiled figures were flitting about, whispering, arranging, etc. Sometimes a skinny old dame would come close to the grating, and lifting up her veil, bestow upon the pensive public a generous view of a very haughty and very wrinkled visage of some 70 years' standing, and beckon into the church for the major-domo of the convent. An excellent and profitable situation, by the way, or for padre this or that. Some of the holy ladies recognized and spoke to me through the grating. But at the discharge of fireworks outside the church the curtain was dropped, for this was a signal that the nun and her mother had arrived. An opening was made in the crowd as they passed into the church, and the girl kneeling down was questioned by the bishop, but I could not make out the dialogue, which was carried on in a low voice. She then passed into the convent by a side door, and her mother, quite exhausted and nearly in hysterics, was supported through the crowd to a place beside us in front of the grating. The music struck up, the curtain was again drawn aside. The scene was as striking here as in the convent of the Santa Teresa, but not so lugubrious. The nuns, all ranged around and carrying lighted tapers in their hands, were dressed in mantles of bright blue, with a gold plate on the left shoulder. Their faces, however, were covered with deep black veils. The girl kneeling in front, and also bearing a heavy lighted taper, looked beautiful, with her dark hair and rich dress, and the long black lashes resting on her glowing face. The churchmen near the illuminated and magnificently decked altar formed, as usual, a brilliant background to the picture. The ceremony was the same as on the former occasion, but there was no sermon. The most terrible thing to witness was the last straining, anxious look which the mother gave her daughter through the grating. She had seen her child pressed to the arms of strangers, and welcomed to her new home. She was no longer hers. All the sweet ties of nature had been rudely severed, and she had been forced to consign her, in the very bloom of youth and beauty, at the very age in which she most required a mother's care, and when she had but just fulfilled the promise of her childhood, to a living tomb. Still, as long as the curtain had not fallen, she could gaze upon her as upon one on whom, though dead, the coffin lid is not yet closed. But while the new-made nun was in a blaze of light and distinct on the foreground, so that we could mark each varying expression on her face, the crowd in the church and the comparative faintness of the light probably made it difficult for her to distinguish her mother, for knowing that the end was at hand, she looked anxiously and hurriedly into the church, without seeming able to fix her eyes on any particular object, while her mother seemed as if her eyes were glazed, so intently were they fixed upon her daughter. Suddenly, and without any preparation, down fell the black curtain like a pall, and the sobs and tears of the family broke forth. One beautiful little child was carried out almost in fits. Water was brought to the poor mother, and at last, making our way with difficulty through the dense crowd, we got into the sacristy. "I declare," said the Countess to me, wiping her eyes, "it is worse than a marriage." I expressed my horror at the sacrifice of a girl so young that she could not possibly have known her own mind. Almost all the ladies agreed with me, especially all who had daughters, but many of the old gentlemen were of a different opinion. The young men were decidedly of my way of thinking, but many young girls who were conversing together seemed rather to envy their friend, who had looked so pretty and graceful, and so happy, and whose dress suited her so well, and to have no objection to go and do likewise. I had the honour of a presentation to the bishop, a fat and portly prelate with good manners, and well besuiting his priestly garments. I amused myself while we waited for the carriages by looking over a pamphlet which lay on the table, containing the ceremonial of the veil taking. When we rose to go, all the ladies of the highest rank devoutly kissed the bishop's hand, and I went home thinking by what law of God a child can thus be dragged from the mother who bore and bred her, and immured in a cloister for life amongst strangers, to whom she has no tie, and towards whom she owes no duty. That a convent may be a blessed shelter from the calamities of life, a haven for the unprotected, a resting place for the weary, a safe and holy asylum where a new family and kind friends await those whose natural ties are broken and whose early friends are gone, I am willing to admit. But it is not in the flower of youth that the warm heart should be consigned to the cold cloister. Let the young take their chance of sunshine or of storm; the calm and shady retreat is for helpless and unprotected old age. To whom I described one of these ceremonies, wrote some verses suggested by my account of them, which I send you. In tropic gorgeousness the Lord of Day To the bright chambers of the West retired, And with the glory of his parting ray The 100 domes of Mexico he fired, When I, with vague and solemn awe inspired, Entered the Incarnation's sacred fane. The vaulted roof, the dim aisle far retired, Echoed the deep-toned organ's holy strain, Which through the incensed air did mournfully complain. The veiling curtain suddenly withdrew, Opening a glorious altar to the sight, Where crimson intermixed its regal hue With gold and jewels that outblazed the light Of the huge tapers, near them flaming bright From golden stands. The bishop, mitre crowned, Stood stately near, in order due around. The sisterhood knelt down, their brows upon the ground. The novice entered, to her doom she went, Gems on her robes and flowers upon her brow. Virgin of tender years, poor innocent, pause ere thou speakest the irrevocable vow. What if thy heart should change, thy spirit fail? She kneels, the black-robed sisters cease to bow. They raise a hymn which seems a funeral wail, While o'er the pageant falls the dark lugubrious veil. Again the veil is up, on earth she lies, With the dear mantle of the pall spread o'er The new-made nun, the living sacrifice, Dead to this world of ours for evermore. The sun his parting rays has ceased to pour, As loth to lend his light to such a scene. The sisters raise her from the sacred floor, Supporting her their holy arms between. The mitred priest stands up with patriarchal mien, And speaks the benediction. All is done. A life in death must her long years consume. She clasped her new-made sisters one by one. As the black shadows their embraces gave, They seemed like spectres from their place of doom, Stealing from out eternal night's blind cave, To meet their comrade new, and hail her to the grave. The curtain fell again, the scene was o'er, The pageant gone, its glitter and its pride, And it would be a pageant and no more, But for the maid miscalled the heavenly bride. If I, an utter stranger, unallied to her by slightest ties, some grief sustain, What feels the yearning mother, from whose side Is torn the child whom she hath reared in vain, To share her joys no more, no more to soothe her pain. End of letter the 20th. Letter the 21st of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 21st. San Agustin. The gambling fete. The beauties of the village. The road from Mexico. Entry to San Agustin. The gambling houses. San Antonio. The Pedregal. Last day of the fête. The cockpit. The boxes. The cockfight. Decorum. Comparisons. Dinner. Ball at Calvario. House of General Moran. View of the gambling tables. The Advocate. Ball at the Plaza de Gallos. Return to Mexico. Reflections. Conversation between two ministers. 15th June. Since my last letter we have been at San Agustin de las Cuevas, which, when I last saw it, was a deserted village, but which, during 3 days in the year, presents the appearance of a vast beehive or ant hill. San Agustin! At the name how many hearts throb with emotion, how many hands are mechanically thrust into empty pockets, how many visions of long vanished golden ounces flit before aching eyes. What faint crowing of wounded cocks, what tinkling of guitars and blowing of horns come upon the ear. Some indeed there be who can look around upon their well-stored hacienda and easy rolling carriages and remember the day, when with threadbare coat and stake of 3 modest ounces they first courted fortune's favours, and who, being then indigent, and enjoying an indifferent reputation, found themselves, at the conclusion of a few successive San Agustins, the fortunate proprietors of gold and land and houses, and moreover with an unimpeachable fame, for he who can fling gold dust in his neighbour's eyes prevents him from seeing too clearly. But these favourites of the blind goddess are few and far between, and they have, for the most part, with a view to greater security, become holders or sharers of banks at San Agustin, thus investing their fortune in a secure fund, more so decidedly, if we may believe the newspaper reports, than in the Bank of the United States at this present writing. Time in its revolutions whirling all things out of their places has made no change in the annual fête of San Agustin. Fashions alter. The graceful mantilla gradually gives place to the ungraceful bonnet. The old painted coach, moving slowly like a caravan with Guide's Aurora painted on its gaudy panels, is dismissed for the London-built carriage. Old customs have passed away. The ladies no longer sit on the door-sills eating roast duck with their fingers or with the aid of tortillas. Even the chinampas have become stationary and have occasionally joined the continent. But the annual fête of San Agustin is built on a more solid foundation than taste or custom, or floating soil. It is founded upon that love of gambling which is said to be a passion inherent in our nature, and which is certainly impregnated with the Mexican constitution, in man, woman, and child. The beggars gamble at the corners of the streets or under the arches, the little boys gamble in groups in the villages, the coachmen and footmen gamble at the doors of the theatre while waiting for their masters. But while their hand is thus kept in all the year round, there are 3 days sacredly set apart annually, in which every accommodation is given to those who are bent upon ruining themselves or their neighbours, whilst every zest that society can afford is held out to render the temptation more alluring. As religion is called in to sanctify everything, right or wrong, as the robber will plant a cross at the mouth of his cave, and the pulque shops do occasionally call themselves pulqueras of the Most Holy Virgin, so the season of gambling is fixed for the fête of Pascua, Whitsunday, and the churches and the gambling houses are thrown open simultaneously. The village is in itself pretty and picturesque, and, as a stone at its entry informs us, was built by the active Viceroy Revillagigedo with the product, as assured us, of 2 lotteries. It is charmingly situated in the midst of handsome villas and orchards, whose high walls, overtopped by fruit trees, border the narrow lanes. At this season the trees are loaded with the yellow chabacano and the purple plum, already ripe, while the pear trees are bending under the weight of their fruit. The gardens are full of flowers, the roses in their last bloom covering the ground with their pink leaves, and jasmine and sweet peas in profusion, making the air fragrant. The rainy season has scarce set in, though frequent showers have laid the dust and refreshed the air. The country villas are filled with all that is gayest and most distinguished in Mexico, and every house and every room in the village has been hired for months in advance. The ladies are in their most elegant toilettes, and looking forward to a delightful whirl of dancing, cock fighting, gambling, dining, dressing, and driving about. The high road leading from Mexico to San Agustin is covered with vehicles of every description, carriages, diligences, hackney coaches, carts, and carratelas. Those who are not fortunate enough to possess any wheeled conveyance come out on horse, ass, or mule, single, double, or treble, if necessary, and many hundreds, with visions of silver before their eyes, and a few clacos (pence) hid under their rags, trudge out on foot. The president himself, in carriage and six, and attended by his aides de camp, sanctions by his presence the amusements of the fête. The Mexican generals and other officers follow in his wake, and the gratifying spectacle may not unfrequently be seen, of the president leaning from his box in the Plaza de Gallos, and betting upon a cock, with a coatless, bootless, hatless, and probably worthless ragamuffin in the pit. Everyone, therefore, however humble his degree, has the pleasure, while following his speculative inclinations, of reflecting that he treads in the steps of the magnates of the land, and, as Sam Weller would say, "what a consolation that must be to his feelings." At all events, nothing can be gayer than the appearance of the village, as your carriage makes its way through the narrow lanes into the principal plaza, amidst the assembled crowd of coaches and foot passengers, though the faces of the people bear evidence that pleasure alone has not brought them to San Agustin. All round the square are the gambling houses, where for 3 nights and 3 days every table is occupied. At the principal montes nothing is played but gold, but as there is accommodation for all classes, so there are silver tables in the inferior houses, while outside are rows of tables on which are heaps of copper, covered with a rugged awning, and surrounded by léperos and blanketed Indians, playing monta in imitation of their betters, though on a scale more suited to their finances. Having left Mexico early in the morning, we stopped to breakfast at San Antonio, a noble hacienda about 4 leagues from Mexico, belonging to the Dowager Marquesa de Vivanco, where we breakfasted with a large party. It is a fine solid mass of building, and as you enter the courtyard, through a deep archway, the great outhouses, stables, and especially the granary, look like remains of feudalism, they are on so large and magnificent a scale. It is an immense and valuable property, producing both maize and maguey, and the hospitality of the family, who are amongst our earliest friends here, is upon as large a scale as everything that belongs to them. We had a splendid breakfast in a fine old hall, and stayed but a short time to visit the gardens and the chapel, as we were anxious to arrive at San Agustin in time for the cock fight. It is singular that while San Agustin is situated in the midst of the most fertile and productive country, there should lie opposite to it, and bounded as it were by the graceful Peruvian trees and silver poplars, which surround a small church on the other side of the high road, a great tract of black lava, sterile, bleak, and entirely destitute of vegetation, called the Pedregal. This covers the country all along to San Agustin, and to the base of the mountain of Ajusco, which lies behind it, contrasting strangely with the beautiful groves and gardens in its neighbourhood, and looking as if it had been cursed for some crime committed there. The high road, which runs nearly in a direct line from the hacienda to San Agustin, is broad and in tolerable repair, but before arriving there it is so little attended to, that during the rainy season it might be passed in canoes; yet this immense formation of ferruginous lava and porphyritic rock lies conveniently in its vicinity. A large sum, supposed to be employed in mending the road, is collected annually at the toll, close to San Antonio. For each carriage $2 are asked, and for carts and animals in proportion. The proprietor of this toll or pastazgo is also the owner of the Plaza de Gallos, where $1 is paid for entry, the sums produced by which go exclusively to enrich the same individual. The government has no advantage from it.
The last day of the fête is considered the best, and it is most crowded on that day, both by families from Mexico and by foreigners who go solely for pleasure, though not unfrequently tempted to do a little business on their own account. In fact, the temptations are great, and it must be difficult for a young man to withstand them. We went to the gallos about 3 o'clock. The plaza was crowded, and the ladies in their boxes looked like a parterre of different coloured flowers. But whilst the Señoras in their boxes did honour to the fête by their brilliant toilette, the gentlemen promenaded round the circle in jackets, high and low being on the same curtailed footing, and certainly in a style of dress more befitting the exhibition. The president and his suite were already there, also several of the foreign ministers. Meanwhile the cocks crowed valiantly, bets were adjusted, and even the women entered into the spirit of the scene, taking bets with the gentlemen, sotto voce, in their boxes, upon such and such favourite animal. As a small knife is fastened to the leg of each cock, the battle seldom lasts long, one or other falling every few minutes in a pool of blood. Then there was a clapping of hands mingled with the loud crowing of some unfortunate cock, who was giving himself airs previous to a combat where he was probably destined to crow his last. It has a curious effect to European eyes to see young ladies of good family looking peculiarly feminine and genteel, sanctioning by their presence this savage diversion. It is no doubt the effect of early habit, and you will say that at least it is no worse than a bullfight, which is certain, yet cruel as the latter is. I find something more en grande, more noble in the ungentle sport that often invites the Spanish maid and cheers the Spanish swain, in the roaring of the lord of lowing herds, the galloping of the fine horses, the skill of the riders, the gay dresses, the music, and the agile matador, in short, in the whole pomp and circumstances of the combat, than when one looks quietly on to see two birds peck each other's eyes out and cut each other to pieces. Unlike cockpits in other countries attended by blacklegs and pickpockets and gentlemanly roues, by far the largest portion of the assembly in the pit was composed of the first young men in Mexico, and for that matter of the first old ones also. There was neither confusion nor noise, nor even loud talking, far less swearing, amongst the lowest of those assembled in the ring, and it is this quiet and orderly behaviour which throws over all these incongruities a cloak of decency and decorum, that hides their impropriety so completely, that even foreigners who have lived here a few years, and who were at first struck with astonishment by these things, are now quite reconciled to them. As far as the company went, it might have been the House of Representatives in Washington, the ladies in the gallery listening to the debates, and the members in the body of the House surrounding Messrs. And , or any other two vehement orators, applauding their biting remarks and cutting sarcasms, and encouraging them to crow over each other. The president might have been the speaker, and the corps diplomatique represented itself. We had an agreeable dinner at the E.S., and afterwards accompanied them to the Calvario, a hill where there was a ball, al fresco, which was rather amusing, and then paid a visit to the family of General Moran, who has a beautiful house and gardens in the neighbourhood. We found a large party assembled, and amongst them the president. Afterwards, accompanied by the Minister and the ladies of our party, we went to take a view of the gambling tables, and opened our eyes at the heaps of gold which changed owners every minute. I saw C.A., a millionaire, win and lose 1,000 ounces apparently with equal indifference. A little advocate having won 2,500 ounces, wisely ordered his carriage, and set off for Mexico with the best fee he had ever received in his life. Ladies do not generally look on at the tables, but may if they please, and especially if they be strangers. Each gambling room was well fitted up, and looked like a private apartment. We then returned home and dressed for the ball, which was given in the evening in the Plaza de Gallos. We first went upstairs to a box, but I afterwards took the advice of M. de and came down to see the dancers. There were ladies in full dress, and gentlemen in white jackets, rather inconsistent. The company, though perfectly quiet and well behaved, were not very select, and were on that account particularly amusing. Madame de and I walked about, and certainly laughed much more than we should have done in a more distinguished society. About 2 in the morning we returned to Mexico, and as I this moment receive a note from the American Minister, informing me that the packet from Vera Cruz is about to sail, I shall send off my letters now, and should we still be here next year, I shall then give you a more detailed description of the fête, of the ball, both at Calvario and in the cockpit, and also of the high life below stairs, gambling, at which the scenes are impayable. In one respect the fashions of San Agustin are altered from what they were a few years ago, when the Señoras used to perform 5 elaborate and distinct toilets daily, the first in the morning, the second for the cockpit, the third for the dinner, the fourth for the ball on the hill of Calvary, and the fifth for the ball in the evening. I am told that as they danced in the open air on the hill with all their diamonds and pearls on, in the midst of an immense concourse of people, a great many jewels were constantly lost, which the léperos used afterwards to search for, and pick up from the grass, a rich harvest. Though they still dress a great deal, they are contented with changing their toilette twice, or at the most 3 times in the course of the day. Upon the whole, these 3 days are excessively amusing, and as all ranks and conditions are mingled, one sees much more variety than at a ball in the city. On their way home, C n and Señor discussed the effects likely to be produced on the morals of the people by this fête. Señor , like nearly all the wisest men here, persists in considering gambling an innocent amusement, and declares that at all events this fête ought never to be done away with. In his opinion it conduces to the happiness of the people, gives them an annual pleasure to look forward to, and by the mingling of all ranks, which then takes place, keeps up a good feeling between the higher and lower orders. C n asked him why, if such was the case, the government did not at least endeavour to draw some advantage from it, after the manner of the Count de Revillagigedo; why, as the bank, by the nature of the game, has besides a great capital which swallows up all the smaller ones, an immense profit amounting to 25 per cent. They do not make the bankers pay 4 or 5 per cent., and charge half a dollar or more to each individual who enters to gamble, with which money they might beautify the village, make a public pasoe, a good road, a canal to Mexico, etc. I thought that whatever the government might feel on this subject, neither the bankers nor the gamblers would relish the insinuation. I shall write in a few days by the Baron de , Minister from , who leaves Mexico in a fortnight. End of letter. The 21st. Letter the 22nd of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 22nd. Countess C. A. Gutierrez Estrada. Dinner at General Moran's. Dowager Marquesa. Fête at San Antonio. Approach of the rainy season. Diamonds and plate. Great ball. Night travelling. Severe storm. Chapter of accidents. Corpus Christi. Poblana dress. Book club. Ball. Hummingbird. Franciscan friar. Missions to Old and New California. Zeal and endurance of the missionaries. Present condition. Convent gardener. 17th June. As we dine nearly every Sunday with the Countess de la C a at Tacubay, where she keeps open house to all her friends, we have had the pleasure of becoming intimately acquainted with her son-in-law, Señor Gutierrez Estrada, who, with his amiable wife, has lately returned from Europe. Fête at San Antonio. A great dinner was given us the other day by General Moran and his lady, the Marquesa de Vivanco, at San Agustin. We went early that we might have time to walk about the garden, which is beautiful, and to visit an artificial cave there, which we found lighted up with coloured lamps, and where a most fascinating species of cold milk punch with cakes was served to the company.
The dinner would certainly have been superb in any country. The family have travelled a great deal in Europe, perforce, the general having been exiled for several years, and are amongst the oldest and richest in Mexico. The dowager marquesa has a most patriarchal family of daughters and granddaughters, and of the large party assembled at table nearly all were composed of its different members. In the evening we had a pleasant dance under the trees. 20th. Being invited yesterday to a fête at San Antonio, we left Mexico about 8 o'clock by the great causeway leading to San Agustin. The day was peculiarly brilliant, but the rainy season is now announcing its approach by frequent showers toward evening. We found a large party assembled, and about 12 o'clock sat down to a most magnificent breakfast of about 60 persons. Everything was solid silver, even the plates. A vast capital is sunk in diamonds and plate in this country, no good sign of the state of commerce. The ladies in general were dressed in white embroidered muslins over white or coloured satin, and one or two Paris dresses shone conspicuous. There was one specimen of real Mexican beauty, the Señora , a face perhaps more Indian than Spanish, very dark with fine eyes, beautiful teeth, very long dark hair, and full of expression. The house, which is immensely large, is furnished, or rather unfurnished, in the style of all Mexican haciendas. After breakfast we had music, dancing, walking, and billiard playing. Some boleros were very gracefully danced by a daughter of the marquesa's, and they also showed us some dances of the country. The fête terminated with the most beautiful supper I almost ever saw. A great hall was lighted with coloured lamps, the walls entirely lined with green branches, and hung with fresh garlands of flowers most tastefully arranged. There was a great deal of gaiety and cordiality, of magnificence without ceremony, and riches without pretension. Although warned by various showers that a bad night would probably set in, and although it was too likely that the hospitality within the house would be extended to our coachman, and even though the whole party were strongly pressed by the marquesa to pass the night there, so that it was with difficulty we resisted her entreaties to remain, we did, in the face of all this, set off at 12 o'clock at night, to return to Mexico, about 7 carriages together, with various gentlemen riding. Though very dark, there was no rain, and we flattered ourselves it would keep fair till we reached the city. The Minister of the Interior, who was married to a daughter of the marquesa, C.N. and I, and La Güera Rodriguez, set off in one carriage. Some carriages had lamps, others had none. Some had 6 horses, we had 6 mules, and an escort of dragoons. We had not gone 2 miles before a thunderstorm came on, and the black clouds which had been gathering above our heads burst forth in torrents of rain. The wind was tremendous, all the lamps were extinguished, the horses waded up to their knees in mud and water. Suddenly there was a crash, followed by loud cries. A carriage was overturned, in which were the Señora L. and a party of gentlemen. In the midst of this awful storm, and perhaps still more bewildered by generous liquor, their coachman had lost his way and lodged them all in a ditch. The poor Señora was dreadfully bruised, her head cut, and her wrist dislocated. In the darkness and confusion she was extricated with difficulty and placed in another carriage. Our mules stood still. As far as the noise of the storm would allow us to hear, we made out that our coachman also had lost the road. 2 dragoons rode up to direct him. One fell, horse and all, into a deep ditch, where he remained till the next morning. Another carriage came ploughing its way behind us. Another exclamation in the darkness. A mule had fallen and broken his traces and plunged into the water. The poor animal could not be found. Never was there such a chapter of accidents. We were the only carriage load which escaped entirely, owing chiefly to the sobriety of the coachman. Very slowly, and after sundry detentions, we arrived in Mexico towards morning, very tired, but with neither broken bones nor bruises. 18th. day of the Corpus Christi, in which the host is carried through the city in great procession, at which the president in full uniform, the archbishop, and all the ministers, etc., assist. In former days this ceremony took place on Holy Thursday, but, finding that on account of the various ceremonies of the Holy Week it could not be kept with due solemnity, another day was set apart for its celebration. We went to a window in the square to see the procession, which was very brilliant, all the troops out and the streets crowded. Certainly, a stranger entering Mexico on one of these days would be struck with surprise at its apparent wealth. Everything connected with the church is magnificent. This evening the Señora A came after it was dark in a poblana dress, which she had just bought to wear at a Jamaica, which they are going to have in the country, a sort of fair, where all the girls disguise themselves in peasants' dresses and go about selling fruit, lemonade, vegetables, etc., to each other, a very ancient Mexican amusement. This dress cost her some $100. The top of the petticoat is yellow satin. The rest, which is of scarlet cashmere, is embroidered in gold and silver. Her hair was fastened back with a thick silver comb, and her ornaments were very handsome, coral set in gold. Her shoes white satin embroidered in gold, the sleeves and body of the chemise, which is of the finest cambric, trimmed with rich lace, and the petticoat, which comes below the dress, shows 2 flounces of Valenciennes. She looks beautiful in this dress, which will not be objected to in the country, though it might not suit a fancy ball in Mexico. June 27th. I was awakened this morning by hearing that 2 boxes had arrived from New York containing books, letters, etc., all very acceptable. We also received a number of old newspapers by post, for which we had to pay $18. Each sheet costs a real and a half, a mistaken source of profit in a republic, where the general diffusion of knowledge is of so much importance, for this not only applies to the introduction of French and English, but also of Spanish newspapers. Señors Gutierrez Estrada and Canedo used every effort to reduce this duty on newspapers, but in vain. The post office opposes its reduction, fearing to be deprived of an imaginary rent. Imaginary, because so few persons comparatively think it worth their while to go to this expense. There is but one daily newspaper in Mexico, La Gaceta del Gobierno, the government paper, and it is filled with orders and decrees. An opposition paper, the Cosmopolita, is published twice a week, also a Spanish paper. The Hesperia, both, especially the last, are well written. There is also the Mosquito, so called from its stinging sarcasms. Now and then another with a new title appears, like a shooting star, but, from want of support or from some other motive, is suddenly extinguished. Enlightened individuals like Don Lucas Alaman and Count Cortina have published newspapers, but not for any length of time. Count Cortina especially edited a very witty and brilliant paper called the Zuraigo, the Scourge, and another called the Mono, the Ape, and in many of his articles he was tolerably severe upon the incorrect Spanish of his brother editors, of which no one can be a better judge, he having been a member of the Academia de la Lengua in Spain. The only kind of monthly reviews in Mexico is the Mosaico Mexicano, whose editor has made his fortune by his own activity and exertions. Frequently it contains more translations than original matter, but from time to time it publishes scientific articles said to be written by Don J. M. Bustamante, which are very valuable, and occasionally a brilliant article from the pen of Count Cortina. General Orbegoso, who is of Spanish origin, is also a contributor. Sometimes, though rarely, it publishes documentos inéditos, unedited documents, connected with Mexican antiquities and Mexican natural history and biography, which are very important, and now and then it contains a little poetical gem, I know not whether original or not, but exceedingly beautiful. So far as it goes, this review is one great means of spreading knowledge, at least amongst the better classes, but I understand that the editor, Don Ignacio Compledo, a very courteous, intelligent man, complains that it does not pay. There are no circulating libraries in Mexico. Books are at least double the price that they are in Europe. There is no diffusion of useful knowledge amongst the people, neither cheap pamphlets nor cheap magazines written for their amusement or instruction; but this is less owing to want of attention to their interests on the part of many good and enlightened men, than to the unsettled state of the country, for the blight of civil war prevents the best systems from ripening. Fortunately there is an English society here, a kind of book club, who, with their minister, have united in a subscription to order from England all the new publications. And as C n is a member of this society, we are not so arriérés in regard to the literature of the day as might be supposed. Like all English societies, its basis is a good dinner, which each member gives in turn, once a month, after which there is a sale of the books that have been read, and propositions for new books are given in to the president. It is an excellent plan, and I believe is in part adopted by the other foreigners here. But Germans of a certain class do not seem to be sufficiently numerous for such an undertaking, and the French in Mexico, barring some distinguished exceptions, are apt to be amongst the very worst specimens of that people which "le plaisant pays de France" can furnish forth. We went lately to a ball given by a young Englishman, which was very pretty, and where nearly all the English were collected. Of families there are not more than half a dozen resident here, the members of whom form a striking contrast in complexion to the Mexicanas. With very few exceptions, and these in the case of English women married to foreigners, they keep themselves entirely aloof from the Mexicans, live quietly in their own houses, into which they have transplanted as much English comfort as possible, rarely travel, and naturally find Mexico the dullest of cities. C n has gone to dine with the English minister, and I am left alone in this large room with nothing but a humming bird to keep me company, the last of my half dozen. It looks like a large blue fly, and is perfectly tame, but will not live many days. I was startled by a solemn voice saying, "Ave Maria Purissima," and looking up there stood in the doorway a friar of orders gray, bringing some message to C n from the head of the convent of San Fernando, with which monks C n has formed a great intimacy, chiefly in consequence of the interest which he has taken in the history of their missions to California. In fact, when we hear the universal cry that is raised against these communities for the inutility of their lives, it is but just that exceptions should be made in favour of those orders who, like the monks of San Fernando, have dispersed their missionaries over some of the most miserable parts of the globe, and who, undeterred by danger and by the prospect of death, have carried light to the most benighted savages. These institutions are of a very remote date. A learned Jesuit monk, Eusebio Kun, is said to have been the first who discovered that California was a peninsula. In 1683 the Jesuits had formed establishments in Old California, and for the first time it was made known that the country which had until then been considered an El Dorado, rich in all precious metals and diamonds, was arid, stony, and without water or earth fit for vegetation; that where there is a spring of water it is to be found amongst the bare rocks, and where there is earth there is no water. A few spots were found by these industrious men, uniting these advantages, and there they founded their first missions. But the general hatred with which the Jesuits were regarded excited suspicion against them, and it was generally supposed that their accounts were false, and that they were privately becoming possessed of much treasure. A visitador surveyor was sent to examine into the truth, and though he could discover no traces of gold or silver, he was astonished by the industry and zeal with which they had cultivated the barren and treeless waste. In a few years they had built 16 villages, and when they were expelled in 1767, the Dominican friars of Mexico took their place. Until these missions were established, and in every part of the peninsula which is not included in the territory of the missions, the savages were the most degraded specimens of humanity existing. More degraded than the beasts of the field, they lay all day upon their faces on the arid sand, basking in the heat. They abhorred all species of clothing, and their only religion was a secret horror that caused them to tremble at the idea of three divinities, belonging to three different tribes, and which divinities were themselves supposed to feel a mortal hatred, and to wage perpetual war against each other. Undeterred by the miserable condition both of human and of vegetable nature, these missionaries cultivated the ground, established colonies, made important astronomical observations, and devoted themselves to science, to agriculture, and to the amelioration of the condition of these wretched savages. In New California the missions were under the charge of 36 Franciscan friars, under whom the most extraordinary progress in civilization took place, since in little more than 30 years upwards of 33,000 Indians were baptized, and 8,000 marriages had taken place. The soil being fertile and the climate more benign than in the other California, in 18 missions established there, they cultivated corn, wheat, maize, etc., and introduced vegetables and fruit trees from Spain, amongst these the vine and the olive, from which excellent wine and oil were made all through that part of the country. Amongst the monks destined to these distant missions were those of San Fernando. There, banished from the world, deprived of all the advantages of civilization, they devoted themselves to the task of taming the wild Indians, introduced marriage amongst them, taught them to cultivate the ground, together with some of the most simple arts, assisted their wants, reproved their sins, and transplanted the beneficent doctrines of Christianity amongst them, using no arms but the influence which religion and kindness, united with extreme patience, had over their stubborn natures, and making what Humboldt, in speaking of the Jesuit missions, calls a pacific conquest of the country. Many were the hardships which these poor men endured, changed from place to place, at one time ordered to some barren shore, where it was necessary to recompense their labours, at another recalled to the capital by orders of the prelate, in conjunction with the wishes of their brethren, among whom there was a species of congress called by them a capitulo. No increase of rank, no reward, no praise, inspired their labours; their only recompense was their intimate conviction of doing good to their fellow creatures. In the archives of the convent there still exist papers proving the hardships which these men underwent, the zeal with which they applied themselves to the study of the language of the country, and when we are informed that in the space of 180 leagues 19 different languages are spoken, it was no such easy task, and containing their descriptions of its physical and moral state, more or less well written according to their different degrees of instruction or talent. It frequently happened that marketable goods and even provisions had to be sent by sea to those missionaries who lived in the most savage and uncultivated parts of the peninsula, and a curious anecdote on this subject was related to C.N. by one of these men, who is now a gardener by profession. It happened that some one sent to the monks, amongst other things, a case of fine Malaga raisins, and one of the monks, whose name I forget, sowed a number of the dried seeds. In process of time they sprouted up, became vines, and produced fine grapes, from which the best wine in California was made. When the independence was declared, and that revolutionary fury which makes a merit of destroying every establishment, good or bad, which is the work of the opposite party, broke forth, the Mexicans, to prove their hatred to the mother country, destroyed these beneficent institutions, thus committing an error as fatal in its results as when in 1828 they expelled so many rich proprietors, who were followed into exile by their numerous families and by their old servants, who gave them in these times of trouble proofs of attachment and fidelity belonging to a race now scarcely existing here, except amongst a few of the oldest families. The result has been that the frontiers being now unprotected by the military garrisons or presidios, which were established there and deserted by the missionaries, the Indians are no longer kept under subjection, either by the force of arms or by the good counsels and persuasive influence of their padres. The Mexican territory is, in consequence, perpetually exposed to their invasions. Whole families are massacred by the savages, who exchange guns for rifles which they already know how to use, and these evil consequences are occasionally and imperfectly averted at a great expense to the republic. Bustamante has indeed been making an investigation lately as to the funds and general condition of these establishments, with the intention of re-establishing some similar institutions, but as yet I believe that nothing decisive has been done in this respect. Near the convent there is a beautiful garden where we sometimes walk in the morning, cultivated by an old monk, who after spending a laborious life in these distant missions, is now enjoying a contented old age among his plants and flowers. Perhaps you are tired of my prosing, caused by the apparition of the old lay brother, and would prefer some account of him in verse. An aged monk in San Fernando dwells, an innocent and venerable man. His earlier days were spent within its cells, and end obscurely as they first began. Manhood's career in savage climes he ran, on lonely California's Indian shore, dispelling superstition's deadly ban, or teaching (what could patriot do more?) those rudiments of peace, the gardener's humble store. Oft have I marked him, silent and apart, loitering near the sunny convent gate, rewarded by tranquillity of heart, for toil so worthy of the truly great. And in my soul admired, compared his state with that of some rude brawler, whose crude mind some wondrous change on earth would fain create, who after flattering, harassing mankind, gains titles, riches, pomp, with shame and scorn combined. End of letter the 22nd.